Chapter 15. Where the wound had been given, there must the cure be found, if anywhere. Jane Austen. Emma. Rain was sleeting down next morning, and after breakfast Damaris excused herself, saying she wanted to write some letters. Freddy took himself gratefully off to spend the morning in the stables. His greys had arrived, and besides, the unalloyed delight of his parents' company was getting on his nerves. What he really wanted was to go for a good hard ride, but when he went to saddle up a horse, his father's head groom said, "In this weather, Mr. Freddy?" Collins had put Freddy on his first pony as a child, and he was right. It would be foolhardy to take a horse out in such atrocious weather. Damn! Freddy seized a currycomb and went to work on one of his greys. Some of the newer stable lads raised their brows at seeing the son of the house doing such lowly work, but Collins just nodded wisely and waved the others back to work. He understood Freddy's demons. As a boy, Freddy had worked off many a head of steam in the stables under Collins's benevolent and critical eye. Son of the house or not, Collins held Freddy to the same standard as anyone else employed to work with the prime cattle under his care, even if the horses belonged to Freddy. Stripped down to his shirt sleeves, Freddy plied the currycomb with a will. Blasted weather! Not only was it preventing him from riding off his frustrations, it also kept him stuck in the house. And while he was enjoying Damaris's company to an extent that was starting to worry him, his parents' constant cuts at him were bound to distress her, no matter how gamely she tried to parry them. He was so used to it he barely noticed. Freddy knew how to take his punishment. He should, after 16 years. But then for years he'd spent only 1 day a year with them, hardly enough to notice how they were aging, to know who they were now, one adult to another. They still treated him as a boy, and he did his best not to notice them at all. But now he was seeing them through Damaris's eyes, and it wasn't pleasant. He finished the first horse, then moved on to the next. It had barely taken the edge off. What he really needed was a fight. He finished the second horse and looked around for something else to do. "Still wound tight as a spring, lad?" Collins asked quietly. "Wood to be chopped out back if you fancy it." He did. He'd removed his coat and waistcoat to groom the horses in his shirt sleeves, but after chopping and splitting the first dozen logs, he'd started to sweat despite the cold and stripped off his shirt. As the pile of neatly chopped and split wood mounted, the tension gradually eased out of him. There was satisfaction and release in the rhythmic swing of the axe and the contained, precise violence of the action. And the growing woodpile was a visible achievement, be it ever so lowly. He could almost hear his father saying, "Chopping wood? A son of Breckenridge? Good God, beneath your dignity, damn it, boy!" He grinned to himself and selected another log. He liked doing things that were beneath his dignity. "Boy's late!" Lord Breckenridge paced up and down in the dining room. Luncheon was ready to be served, and Damaris and Lady Breckenridge were seated. They'd only been waiting several minutes, but Lord Breckenridge was already furious. "Where the devil is he?" "I think he went to the stables, my lord." Hallward murmured. "Would you like me to send someone to inquire?" "No, don't worry, I'll go." Damaris sprang up and hurried toward the door, glad to escape the awkwardly stilted conversation. "To the stables? It's not suitable for a—" Lady Breckenridge began, but Damaris affected not to hear her as she ran out the door. She didn't care if the stables were an unsuitable place for a lady. It was better than having to make polite conversation with Freddy's parents when all they wanted to do was criticize him. She hurried to one of the back entrances and carefully crossed the cobbled courtyard, keeping her pretty kid slippers out of the puddles. The stables building was large, and she halted just inside to let her eyes adjust to the relative gloom. "Miss?" A young stable boy approached her. "Something you wanted, miss?" "Mr. Monckton Coombs?" "He's out yonder, chopping wood." The boy pointed. Damaris could hear the rhythmic chunk, chunk of an axe. Freddy was chopping wood. Intrigued, she followed the sound. She paused in an open doorway and stilled. Freddy was indeed chopping wood, dressed in nothing but his breeches and boots. His chest and arms were bare. And what a chest and arms! Not slender and wiry like the men she'd seen in China, not tattooed and brawny like the sailors on the ship that had brought her home, or meaty like their captain, but lean and clean and hard-muscled and beautiful. Her mouth dried. She drank in the sculpted planes of his chest, the hard-roped strength of his arms, the fluid movement of his whole body as he swung the axe. She didn't move, couldn't move, for staring at him, hungrily. Unaware of her presence, he kept chopping, swing, thunk, swing, thunk. He could have been a marble statue of some glorious Greek god, except for the smooth flow of the muscles under his skin, like steel under oiled silk. Swing, thunk. She felt hollow inside. A deep ripple shuddered through her body. He bent, still unaware of her presence, and tossed some chunks of split wood aside. Who knew male shoulders could be so beautiful? The line of his spine, the way his back tapered from those superb broad shoulders to the narrow hips and firm masculine buttocks. A faint sheen of sweat polished his skin. She wondered what it would taste like and shivered, but not with cold. She should not stare, should not wonder about such things as tasting a man's skin. It was wrong and shameful, but she could not help herself. A tide of damp heat flowed through her. Papa whispered in her mind, "Lust, original sin." Still, she could not drag her eyes off Freddy, half-naked, as he chopped wood with a muscular grace and economy of movement that was almost a dance. As long as she behaved correctly, it wasn't a sin. You couldn't be punished for thoughts, could you? "Miss?" She almost jumped a foot. An elderly groom stood there looking concerned. She blushed and stepped back. He glanced in at Freddy and grimaced. "Sorry about that, miss. That stupid boy. He should have gone looking for Mr. Freddy himself instead of letting you see." He cleared his throat loudly, at the same time interposing himself discreetly between Damaris and Freddy, sheltering her delicate eyes from the shocking sight of all that bare masculine skin. If only he knew. "Go on then, lad. Give Mr. Freddy his clothes," the groom snapped to the stable boy, who edged past them and handed Freddy his waistcoat and coat. Freddy had already pulled his shirt on. From the corner of her eye she could see him tucking his shirt into his breeches. She tried not to watch. No, tried not to be seen watching. She chatted to the groom, bemoaned the weather, and accepted his congratulations on the betrothal, and in a moment or two Freddy emerged, fully dressed. His brows were raised in a faint question. "You're late for luncheon," she explained. "Your parents are waiting. I came to fetch you." He frowned. "You came? Why not a footman?" "I wanted to come." And she was so glad she had. She would treasure the memory of him chopping wood for the rest of her chaste and virtuous life. As they left the stable area, she heard the groom berating the stable boy, saying, "Next time you see a lady hereabouts, you fetch me, all right? Ladies don't want to be seeing men without their shirts on now, do they, you stupid boy?" Ladies maybe not. Damaris, definitely.
"Bringing the stench of the stables in with you, boy?"
Lord Breckenridge was in the hallway as they walked in.
Least you could have done is changed before sitting down with ladies."
He couldn't possibly smell his son from there, Damaris thought. She'd come in on Freddy's arm, and she could only just smell him. An enticing blend of sandalwood soap, a very faint aroma of horse that was not unpleasing, and a hint of fresh male sweat that was, frankly, too pleasing for her own peace of mind.
"I didn't have time to change," Freddy said carelessly. "No consideration for others," his father muttered.
"None at all," Freddy agreed cheerfully. He glanced at the footman waiting outside his father's study with a covered tray.
"Not joining us, father?" "Luncheon is a meal for ladies," his father declared, and marched off. "Pork pie, a tankard of ale, and whatever pudding is left over from last night on that tray," Freddy murmured, "but he never eats luncheon."
"He did yesterday, and he was ready to today until you were late."
"And he will tomorrow, but in his case it's not called luncheon, but a quick bite. He only joined us at table yesterday because it was your first day, and also because he'd heard you'd routed my mother and wanted to get to know you better by dragging you off on that tour of the estate afterward."
"I didn't rout her," Damaris said, embarrassed. Rout sounded so rude. She'd merely stood up for herself. He quirked a humorous eyebrow.
"Not what I heard, and by now the whole village will know."
They entered the dining room where a light luncheon had been laid out.
"My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mother. I lost track of time." "You have been neglecting your guest, Frederick," Lady Breckenridge said as Freddy pulled out a chair to seat Damaris. "Miss Chance was left with nothing to do while you were gadding about in the stables."
"On the contrary, I was busy writing letters and perfectly content with my own company," Damaris said. "And seeing as I have little interest in horses and Freddy loves them, we were both well content with the arrangement. Besides," she added, paving the way for the eventual breaking of the betrothal, "I don't think it's healthy for couples to live in one another's pockets, do you?" She glanced at Lord Breckenridge's empty place.
"Horwood, you may serve the soup," Lady Breckenridge said.
The meal was a light one, consisting of soup, bread and butter, and some cold chicken pie.
"Frederick, Miss Chance has an interest in painting." "Would you like a roll?" Freddy asked, passing Damaris a basket of warm bread rolls. "Did you hear me, Frederick? Miss Chance likes paintings." "Yes, Mother, I heard." "She would enjoy seeing the family portrait gallery. You must take her there this afternoon." "She wouldn't be interested."
"Oh, that would be lovely," said Damaris at the same time, then looked at him in dismay, realizing she'd inadvertently sided with his mother.
"Then that's settled," his mother said. "Oh, and by the way, Miss Chance, I had Horwood place in your room a set of watercolour paints."
"Thank you, Lady Breckenridge. That's very kind of you." Damaris was stunned by the unexpected gift and felt a little guilty for her previous uncharitable thoughts.
Lady Breckenridge lifted a thin shoulder and said in a bored voice, "It's nothing. I acquired them for the convenience of my house-party guests. Since it was cancelled, you may as well make use of them."
"I'm sorry," Damaris said to Freddy when the meal was over, "if you don't want to show me the portrait gallery."
He shook his head. "Doesn't matter. It's a complete bore, in my opinion, but I suppose it's your duty as a Breckenridge bride-to-be to view it."
He seemed a little tense. "It can't be that bad, surely." She would dearly like to see a portrait of Freddy as a child.
He glanced at her, and his expression lightened. "An endless litany of pompous bores and entertaining rakes. I shall expect you to pay close attention and identify which were which from their portraits."
The cheerful tone was, she was sure, assumed, but she decided to play along. "Bores or rakes? I have no other choices."
"No, the Monckton Coombs family breed either bores or rakes, usually, but not always, in alternate generations. Care to guess which group my father belongs to?"
The portrait gallery was a long, narrow room that bordered what had once been the great hall, Freddy explained.
"We'll start with the oldest ones and work our way up to the present," he said, leading her down to the far end, where the paintings were darker and the poses a little stiffer.
"It's so interesting. They're so different from anything I saw in China."
"Here's the first lot of ancestors to have been immortalized. 16th century. Boars or rakes, remember? Which is which?"
There were 9 portraits in this section, 5 ladies and 4 gentlemen. The men all wore small goatee beards and moustaches, obviously the fashion of the time. The first portrait was of a stern-looking man wearing an impressive gold chain and a feather in his hat. Not a rake, Damaris decided. There was no humour or warmth in his face, both qualities she'd come to associate with rakishness.
"Spot on!"
The second was of a younger man, plainly dressed, wearing a corded beret and a thoughtful expression. "I rather like the look of him," she said. He was handsome, with a long face and a firm chin, which even his little beard failed to disguise.
"You would," Freddy said, feigning disgust. "A rake of the first order. When he died, several women tried to throw themselves into the grave with him. Can't imagine why. The fellow isn't even good-looking." Damaris gave him a sideways glance. If he couldn't see the resemblance between them, she wasn't going to point it out. Next was a stiff-looking fellow with an upstanding lace collar, a firmly buttoned gold coat, and a velvet hat with an orange feather. "He looks a little severe," Damaris said, "but he's quite good-looking." Freddy shook his head. "Righteous swine, by all accounts. Beat his wives, 3 of them. Not all at once, of course. He was, after all, respectable. He died of the pox. Next?"
The next portrait was of a man in a gold and black velvet tunic, very ornate, over a pleated shirt with an embroidered collar. He wore a fur hat and an expression that seemed to indicate that he was either dwelling on spiritual thoughts or bored rigid. "Dressed like that, I suppose he could be a rake," Damaris said thoughtfully, "but I think he looks more of a bore."
"Badly constipated, I've always thought," said Freddy, "as well as pretentious. He left several volumes of the most appalling poetry. Now, come on. There's one more rake."
Damaris looked at him in surprise. There were only 4 portraits of men. "You don't mean one of the women, do you?" He winked.
"Clever girl. Now, go pick her out."
Damaris strolled back and forth along the line of portraits until she'd narrowed it down to 2, both beautiful, both young. One was barely out of childhood. She had a sad but sweet expression. But the other... This one looks discontented with her life, she decided, as if she thinks she deserves better.
"Wrong. It's the saintly-looking child who grew up to take legions of lovers. Not surprising, though. She was married to the bad poet. Would drive anyone to take lovers."
They strolled along the gallery, stopping in front of each portrait while Freddy told scurrilous stories about his ancestors that got more and more outrageous. According to him, they were all either pirates, rakes, sanctimonious boors, cowards, or poets, or some combination of them.
"Poetic-looking fellow, don't you think?" he said, pointing to an 18th-century ancestor in a brown velvet coat, a lace jabot, and powdered hair. He would have been about 25 when the portrait was painted. There was a strong family resemblance. "Looks as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth," Freddy continued, "but he was a true scholar."
"A scholar? Really?" She looked again at the portrait in surprise. He didn't look like a scholar. The scholars in the other paintings all carried books or scrolls, or had been posed resting their hands on weighty-looking tomes. This young man wore roses in his lapel, his coat was unbuttoned, and he lounged in his seat.
"He was famous for extolling the educational value of the Grand Tour," Freddy informed her solemnly. His eyes danced, and she waited, knowing there would be an outrageous end to the story. According to his journal, which I discovered as a boy and George and I read in secret, he didn't take in a single artistic or cultural site in the 2 years he spent travelling through Europe. He did, however, describe in great detail the education he received from a long line of generous-minded European ladies. Left a string of bastards behind him on his grand tour. His father kept getting demands for money years afterward. Amazingly, he didn't die of the pox, but quietly in his bed, at the age of 81. He frowned. At least I assume it was his own bed, and quietly. But now I come to think of it, that was most unlikely. Grandfather kept a mistress right to the end. Damaris laughed. You do resemble him. Nonsense, he's a handsome fellow, whereas I— You said George and you read his journal. Is that George? She pointed to a portrait of a chubby-faced little boy with golden curls. Yes, he would have been about 4 then. He pointed to another painting of the same child with long golden locks. In that one he's 8. Mother had it done just before his hair was cut to what Father called a proper manly look. He pointed to a third painting, of a boy of about 12 in a dark pink velvet suit. That was painted a few months before he died. He hated that one, thought it made him look like a sissy. Are there any paintings of both of you? She was eager to see Freddy as a boy, and she was curious about his brother. Freddy hardly ever mentioned George, but when he did, there was something about the way he spoke of George that she couldn't quite put her finger on. A studied carelessness, as if his brother didn't matter, and yet beneath it she sensed an undeniable fondness. And each year he came down to Breckenridge for his brother's memorial service. A painting of both of us? Yes, of course. He led her to a large gold-framed painting of a young woman she had no difficulty recognizing as Freddy's mother, seated with her arm around a standing boy, the same boy of the pink velvet suit. Behind her, Lord Breckenridge stood with his hand resting on the boy's shoulder. On the other side of Lady Breckenridge was a large urn, overflowing with vines and flowers. "Where are you?" she asked. "There." He pointed to the urn. Damaris examined the painting more closely, wondering if perhaps he'd been portrayed hiding behind the urn. She could imagine him as a lively and mischievous boy playing hide-and-seek. But there was no sign of any small face peering out between the leaves. She turned to him. "I don't understand." "After George died, my parents had the artist paint me out of the picture. They put the urn in my place. You can just see the toe of my shoe. There." He pointed, and sure enough, there at the base of the urn was a small shoe. He said it carelessly, as if the small shoe were an amusing mistake, but they'd painted their only remaining son out of the family portrait. Damaris was horrified. Why would they do such a thing? "Because I killed George. Now, there's a rather charming promenade and a fernery on the east side of the house. Would you like to see it?" He took her arm and began to guide her toward the door. She yanked her arm out of his grasp, refusing to move. "What do you mean, you killed your brother?" He shrugged. "Perfectly true." "I don't believe it. How did your brother die? Was it an accident?" "Well, of course I didn't mean to kill him." Again he shrugged. "Still, my fault he died. Now, the rain seems to have stopped for the moment, so perhaps a quick walk might be possible. Come along." Again she pulled back. "Freddy, don't change the subject." "Why not? It's a boring subject," he said, his careless manner belied by the tension in his body. "What's done is done, and no amount of talking is going to change the facts." "But it's important, and I want to understand." She laid her hand on his arm. "Please, won't you explain to me what happened?" "I never explain," he said with a hard look she'd never seen from him before. "There's no point. Now, are you coming or not? If you want to stay here with the ghosts of Breckenridge past, you can, but I need some fresh air. And a change of subject."
Damaris could see she wasn't going to get anything out of him in this mood, so she allowed herself to be led from the gallery. But as he took her back through the maze of corridors, her mind was spinning with questions. How could he have killed his brother? And if it was an accident, how could he be blamed? His parents obviously blamed him. She was horrified by the cold-blooded act of having him painted out of the family portrait, as if whatever he'd done was so unforgivable he couldn't even remain in a painting. And he seemed to accept it. But how could whatever he'd done be so unforgivable? He would have been only a boy when it happened. George was the older brother, and in the picture he looked only 12 or 13, which meant Freddy would have been about 10. Even if the accident had been a piece of stupid carelessness, or a foolish, risky act, or even the result of a moment of temper, well, that was the nature of young boys. They seemed to have no understanding of risk or danger. And no matter how dreadful the consequences of a child's act, she could not imagine rejecting him as a member of the family. Even now, so many years later, Freddy's parents barely acknowledged him. If they didn't need him to secure the succession, would they even care what he did with his life? No wonder he only visited Breckenridge once a year. The wonder was that he came at all. But it wasn't duty that brought him back here each 5th of December. It was guilt. She followed him along, her heart aching for the unforgiven little boy who'd grown into the man who pretended not to care about anything. She had to find out what had happened. The following day, while Freddy was initiating her into the mysteries of billiards, she broached the matter again. "My mother died when I was 12. He looked up from the shot he was about to take.
"You must have been very sad."
"Yes, and my father would never talk with me about her." Not quite true. He talked at her, enumerating all of Mamma's faults and warning Damaris not to be like her. It was very difficult for me at the time, but I have since found it helps to talk about it. He made a decisive shot and straightened, leaning on his cue.
"I can see right through you, Miss Chance, and while I'm sympathetic for your loss, if you think I'm going to talk about my brother to appease your curiosity, you're mistaken."
"Miss Chance? It was a formal warning, then." "It's not curiosity."
He raised a sardonic brow.
"Well, not only curiosity," she admitted. "It's hard to lose someone when you're that age, and it must be even harder to know that your parents blame you. But I'm sure—"
"We will not discuss this."
"But if you only—" He rested the cue on the table, his expression uncharacteristically grim.
"This is not your business, Damaris. Your business is to play the affianced bride, nothing more. And in return I will give you a cottage as we agreed. That's it, nothing else." "But—" He rammed his cue into the cue stand. "I can see you're dreaming up some foolish romantic female scheme to bring about a reconciliation between my parents and me, and I won't have it. You hear?"
"I only want to."
"Well, don't. There's no point in stirring it all up again. What's done is done, and nothing can change it, so leave it alone. Otherwise, I'll send you back to London. In a yellow bounder," he added in an afterthought, and stalked from the room.
Damaris contemplated the arrangement of the balls on the baize-covered table. His parting shot had reassured her somewhat. He would never send her away in a yellow bounder, she was sure. But he was deadly serious in his insistence that she let drop the matter of his brother's death. She might, if he weren't hurting so badly. He reminded her of a dog she'd found injured and lying in a ditch when she was a child in China. She'd tried to help it, and he'd snapped at her, leaving a nasty bite. But she'd persisted and sought help, and in the end the dog had been saved. She wasn't foolish enough to think she could save Freddy, or even divert his parents from their hurtful stance. But she needed to understand why it had happened in the first place. And why was that? A small voice inside her asked. As he'd said, his past was none of her business. She was little better than a hireling, employed to play a part. She ought to stay out of it as he'd told her to do. But she couldn't. There might be nothing she could do to solve the problem, but at the very least she could understand. The problem was how to find out. Neither Freddy nor his parents would talk to her about it, she was sure. The servants might know, but she couldn't embarrass him by questioning the servants, and even so, they ought to be loyal enough not to discuss family business with a guest. There was, however, someone who was no longer a servant. She'd be bound to know, but whether she'd talk to Damaris or not was another matter. It wouldn't hurt to ask, surely. The next day, she found Nanny McBride's cottage without too much difficulty, and knocked.
"You'll be Mr. Freddy's young lady," Nanny McBride said with a stern look. She looked past Damaris and frowned. "And where's himself, then? Did he no bring you down to meet me?" She spoke with a strong Scottish brogue. She made no move to invite Damaris in. It wasn't quite the welcome she'd expected. "No, I brought myself. I hope you don't mind, Miss McBride." The old woman looked her up and down, assessing her, and, to judge from her expression, finding her wanting. "He said you weren't interested in meeting me." Damaris shrugged. "He told me he only visited you out of duty." The old woman's eyes narrowed. "He did he? Then what's he playing at? Come you in, young lady. I think we need to talk." She ushered Damaris into a small, cosy cottage, comfortably but plainly furnished. Over the fireplace hung a simply framed pencil drawing of two boys. "Sit yourself down, miss. You'll take a cup of bohea with me?" Bohea? Damaris was very familiar with the Chinese tea, of course, but it was rather expensive for a former servant living on a pension. Nanny McBride tried hard not to let her pride show. "Master Freddy knows my weaknesses. He sends me a wee something every month along with his regular letter, and not just tea, but all kinds of delicacies to tempt an old woman's fancy. He spoils me, he does." She bustled out to put on the kettle. Damaris smiled to herself. So, he only visited his old nanny out of duty, did he? Her eyes were drawn to the framed drawing, and she moved closer to examine it. It was a vivid sketch of two young boys, laughing and shoving against each other. The mischievous expression of the younger boy was unmistakable, but the joyous innocence in the boy was well and truly gone from the man. "Freddy and his brother?" she asked, as Nanny McBride came back with the tea tray and set it down on a table. "Aye, clever, isn't it? Lord Breckenridge had an artist fellow down from London to paint the family. I sat with the boys when he was sketching them. The young devils couldn't stand still to save their lives, but the fellow didn't mind. He made a few sketches. I've never seen anything like it. His pencil just flew. 6 lines, and there were my boys to the life. He gave me 2 of the sketches afterward, and one of the estate carpenters framed them for me." She gave Damaris a shrewd look. "That's what you've come for, isn't it? To talk about the boys?" She nodded. "If you please, Miss McBride. I'm sorry, I don't know how to address you." "It's Miss. I never married," the old woman said briskly. "Do you mean both boys, or just Mr. Freddy?" Damaris took a deep breath. "Freddy, mainly. But I want to ask you about George as well." Nanny McBride fixed her with a gimlet look. "You want to know about the accident?" Damaris nodded. "You ought to ask Mr. Freddy." "I have, but he won't tell me." "So you've come sneaking out behind his back to ask his old nurse?" Damaris lifted her chin at the accusation in the old woman's voice. "Yes."
For a moment, Damaris was sure she was going to send her from the cottage with a flea in her ear, but instead she said,
"Why do you want to know about something that happened so long ago? It's nothing to do with you, is it?"
There was no warmth in her voice. Damaris had rehearsed in her mind what she wanted to say to his nanny. She'd expected a doting, garrulous old thing, not this shrewd-eyed Scotswoman. She'd intended some platitude about getting to know her betrothed better, but the woman's judgmental response touched a nerve, and the words burst forth. "Because it's eating away at him. Oh, he says it doesn't matter, and he plays the rattle to hide his hurt, and he says he doesn't mind that his parents treat him so disrespectfully, that he deserves it because he killed his brother. But I don't care what he did. He was a young boy at the time, and even if it was deliberate, which I will not believe, he needs to be forgiven, and—" her voice grew husky, "to be loved." She bit her lip and looked away for a moment, fighting for control.
"Milk?"
Nanny McBride held up a small jug. She was talking about tea? Damaris couldn't believe it. "No, thank you. Just weak and black," the way she'd drunk tea in China. Nanny McBride poured out the tea and handed Damaris her cup.
"Why do you care about my boy?"
Damaris blinked. "Because I'm his betrothed."
"Only a name?"
She saw Damaris's surprise.
"Oh, yes. He told me about your little arrangement, and I have to say I wasn't prepared to like you, young lady. Not one little bit. Now, drink your tea. You don't let good bohea get cold."
Damaris drank her tea. When she'd finished, the old woman nodded toward the picture over the mantel and said,
"I've one or two other pictures of the boys. Would you like to see them?"
"Yes, please." She had no idea what was going on, but the tea had refreshed her and she hadn't been thrown out of the cottage yet, so there was still a chance she could find out what had happened. Nanny McBride produced several other small framed drawings, one of two small boys barely out of leading strings, drawn in charcoal.
"The boys," she said with fond pride. "A gypsy in the marketplace was doing pictures for a tanner, and I had him do the boys for me. And this one."
It was Freddy, barely out of babyhood, round-faced and chubby, but still somehow recognizable. Damaris took it and found herself smiling. He was a beautiful baby, wasn't he?
"That he was, young woman. That he was."
She took the baby picture back and passed Damaris the last picture. It was a study of a young boy, unmistakably Freddy, and by the hand of the same artist who'd drawn the first sketch and painted the family portrait. In it, Freddy was gazing down at something that wasn't in the picture, concentrating with an endearingly earnest expression, chin resting on hand, his young brow furrowed.
"Chess," Nanny McBride explained. "That artist taught the boys how to play. It keeps them still, you see."
"It's a lovely portrait. Pity it wasn't in colour." She handed it back and watched as Nanny McBride replaced them carefully on her dresser. Anger swirled up in her again. "So, you have 4 pictures of Freddy, and yet in that great house up there," she gestured angrily, "with all its hundreds of paintings, there is not one painting of Freddy, their only living son." Hot tears prickled at the back of her eyes. "Do you know they had him painted out of the family portrait?" She dashed the tears aside with an angry swipe. "How could any parent do such a terrible thing? Especially to a bereaved child?"
"Here you are, my dear."
Nanny McBride handed her a handkerchief. She poured another cup of tea and added some hot water from the kettle. Damaris wiped her eyes and drank the tea, a little shocked at her own outburst. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I don't usually do that." Nanny McBride smiled, her face crumpling into 100 wrinkles.
"You'll do, lassie. You'll do. I don't know what foolish game you and my Freddy are playing, pretending this betrothal is all a hoax, but you're the one for him all right. God be praised.
Oh, but...
Whisht! Enough of that now, you canna fool Nanny McBride. You love that boy of mine, and no arguing will change my mind.
I'm sorry, but you're mistaken, Damaris said. I like Freddy, but it is truly a false betrothal. Neither of us plans to marry.
Pfft! I know what I know.
She fetched a tin from the sideboard.
Now, a wee slice of Dundee cake and another cup of tea will settle you down. And then I'll tell you all about my boys.
She cut Damaris a thick slice of dark fruit cake, refreshed the tea with more boiling water, stirred the fire, and began her story.
As I said, my dear, I never married, so those two boys were the closest thing I had to children of my own. I couldn't have loved them more if they'd been my own flesh and blood, but their parents.
She shook her head.
You've heard the expression, an heir and a spare?
Damaris nodded. They took it literally. George was their firstborn son, and it was as if the sun shone out of him. Well, and that's as it should be. George was a fine little lad, clever, strong, handsome, brave. You couldna fault him.
And 2 years later, Freddy came along, another fine, strong, bonny boy. But it was a difficult birth, and his mother never fully accepted the child afterward.
She shook her head sadly. And his father?
Nanny McBride made a rude noise. His lordship had no interest in Master Freddy as long as he was healthy and stayed out of the way. He was the spare, literally. Everything, all his parents' attention was for George.
Damaris swallowed. Freddy was jealous?
Nanny McBride snorted. Not a bit of it. Freddy adored his big brother, and George loved him too. No two brothers could be closer. Where one led, the other followed. Into mischief, that was usually Freddy, and out of it. If one fell, the other would pick him up. Oh, they fought and wrestled and competed, as boys do, but their squabbles never lasted more than an hour or two, and they were each the other's best friend. She sighed. George was everything the son and heir of a great house should be, and George's parents never looked past him to see that they had another son, equally worthy of their love, attention, and approval. She fetched the baby picture back. Freddy tried, of course. No child could have tried harder to please his parents, but they simply didna seem to notice him, and after a while he stopped trying. She gazed at the picture. I used to pretend he was my own wean, my own wee boy. He was the lovingest little lad, and he's grown up. She shook her head. I've seen the way he is with his parents. I cannot blame him, but it fair breaks my heart to see it. Well, it's still there inside him, no matter what face he shows to the world.
I know. He's the kindest man I've ever known, Damaris said unwarily. The old face crumpled into a smile.
Oh, my dear, see, you do love him. I'm so very glad.
Damaris opened her mouth to deny it, and then shut it, the words unspoken, because it was true. She loved Freddy Monckton Coombs.
Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, though long to be. See the line when it's time to see, it calls me. No one knows where it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I know. If I go there, just not telling how far I go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design.
Chapter 16. I can listen no longer in silence. I must speak to you by such means as are within my reach. Jane Austen. Persuasion. So what happened the day George died? Damaris pushed on, not wanting to face the revelation that had just come to her with Nanny McBride's shrewd old eyes watching her. She was uncannily perceptive.
They were playing cricket. It was winter, and of course they had no business to be playing cricket in the snow, but they were boys and they didn't care about a bit of snow. They started with snowballs, tossing them and smashing them with the cricket bat, and then one of them, I can't remember which, ran into the house and came back with a proper cricket ball, and they were off and playing down by the lake. It was a bitter winter that year, and the lake was iced over. She fell silent, remembering. And then? Damaris prompted after a minute. It was all over in a flash. George bowled a ball. Freddy hit it high. George ran back to catch him out, and without realizing it, he went onto the ice. Next minute he'd fallen through and disappeared from sight, and by the time anyone could get to him, he was dead. His foot got tangled in the weed and trapped him under the icy water.
For a long moment, Damaris simply stared at the old woman. Finally she said, "Do you mean that was it? That was the crime his parents punished him for? The reason he was painted out of the family portrait? For playing cricket?" Nanny McBride nodded.
Aye, they blame him for the accident. They sent him back to school the day after the funeral.
But what about Christmas?
Nanny McBride shrugged. He stayed at school. His mother said she couldn't bear to look at him.
But why, when it was so obviously just an accident? A tragic one, to be sure, but nobody's fault. And why would Freddy accept the blame? But a moment's reflection, and she could see why, even if she didn't agree with it. He was a young boy, just 12 years old, and he'd just lost his brother whom he worshipped, the brother his parents doted on. She could imagine their grief would have been shocking, and if they'd never really loved their younger son. Freddy had hit the ball. Proper, loving parents would have hugged him, comforted him, reassured him that it wasn't his fault, that it was just a terrible accident, that it was nobody's fault. Freddy's parents had had him painted out of the family portrait. And even now, 16 years later, they treated him as an unwelcome guest in his own home. Her hands clenched into tight, angry fists. It was time this nonsense stopped. She wanted to march back up to that great rambling house and slap some sense, some decency, some heart into his parents. She couldn't, of course. She was just a fiancée, and a false one at that. But she could talk to Freddy. She met him in the drive returning from his ride. He immediately slid off his horse and walked back with her, the horse ambling along behind them. An accident? Playing cricket? And for this you let your parents treat you like...
Leave it, Damaris. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it's only for one day a year.
Exactly. You've been shut out of your home and your family, and you only come home one day a year, and when you do, the way your family treats you...
They're not my family, he said gently. They're just my parents. I'm a grown man. I don't need parents.
Everyone needed a family, she thought, even if it wasn't the usual kind. What would she have done without her sisters and Lady Beatrice? But you blame yourself for an accident that wasn't your fault, and that happened years ago, when you were a child.
I don't. Not any more. But they still need to blame me. It gives them comfort, a reason for George's death, someone to blame.
Resentment and blame and willful blindness to the truth can never bring comfort. She knew what she was talking about. My father resented my mother all my life. I never found out why, and in the end, it didn't matter. Even after she died, he clung to the resentment and transferred a lot of the blame to me. It poisoned his entire life. And hers, until he died. There were parallels here, she realized, even though their lives had followed very different paths. It was a discomforting thought. It was so much easier to look at someone else's situation and see what should be done than to apply the same principles to your own problems. Was that arrogance? Or cowardice? "You're making too much of it," he said. "No, you hide your true self, not just from your parents, but from just about everyone." He snorted. "Nonsense." "You're a chameleon, Freddy Monkton Coombs. To most of London society, you're nothing but an entertaining rattle, a frivolous fellow with not a serious thought in your head." "I assure you there's always at least one thought in my head." He waggled his brows at her in a lascivious fashion. She ignored it. To Max, you're a friend to rely on. To Flynn, a partner with a business brain as sharp as his own. To Nanny McBride, you're her darling boy who spoils her with little treats. Long after her usefulness has passed, and very few servants in this world command that kind of loyalty, to me, you're— She broke off, suddenly flustered by what she'd been about to say. "Yes, what am I to you, Miss Chance?" It was his deepest rake-on-the-prowl voice. She collected herself and replied, "To me, you're very kind." "Kind?" He sounded quite disgusted. She smiled sweetly. "Very kind." "Pah, you make me sound like some old uncle." "You'd make a lovely uncle, I should think," she said demurely. His eyes took on that twinkle that was such an invitation to sin. "Uncle, eh? Then come here, little girl, and give your dear old Uncle Freddy a kiss." She laughed and stepped out of danger. "I'm wise to your tactics, Freddy Monkton Coombs." "Tactics?" He slapped his palm over his heart with a wounded look. "Yes, tactics," she said as they reached the house. "Whenever a conversation leads into areas you find awkward or uncomfortable, you change the subject, usually by flirting shamelessly." "You think I was flirting shamelessly?" He was injured innocence personified. "You couldn't be more wrong." He slid his arm around her waist. "Let me show you what shameless flirting really is." "Ah, Frederick." It was his mother coming from the garden with a basket of greenery. He turned, and in that instant it was as if a mask had dropped over his face. All the liveliness and warmth, all the wicked, seductive joy in him was gone, smoothed into an expression of perfect, polite indifference. Damaris ached, seeing it. His mother wore the same look. Damaris longed to smash it. "The vicar and his wife, the Reverend and Mrs. Tyrrell, will be joining us for dinner this evening, so please don't be late." Lady Breckenridge gave Damaris a cool smile. "Good afternoon, Miss Chance." She glided off into the house, strands of ivy trailing from her basket. "I suppose I'd better go inside," Damaris said after a moment. "Yes, I need to see to my horse. Shall I collect you before dinner?" "Yes, please." Damaris entered the house on her own, feeling deflated. It would be several hours to dinner. She should probably read a book, or write more letters, or play Patience. All were activities she enjoyed, but today none of them appealed. She knew the reason. She wanted to expand her experience of shameless flirtation, which was foolish in the extreme. When she entered her bedchamber, her gaze lit on the box of paints that Lady Breckenridge had given her, and her mood lifted. Of course. Painting always soothed her. Dinner was a quiet event. The vicar was a cheerful man, interested in most things, and his wife worked in deft partnership with him in keeping the conversational ball rolling and diffusing any tension. Almost. In his youth, the Reverend Tyrrell had made a most thorough grand tour and was delighted when Lord Breckenridge informed him that Damaris was half Venetian. The vicar adored Venice and asked several awkward questions, which Damaris managed to parry quite successfully by answering a question with a question wherever possible. Luckily, he was the kind of man who enjoyed describing his own impressions, and he waxed lyrical about the various sights he had seen, the people he'd met — alas, he'd never met the Marchese di Ciancellotto — and the grand events he'd attended. Lord Breckenridge, getting bored with the travelogue, cut across a reminiscence of a masquerade ball, saying, "Do you know, Vicar, that Miss Chance used to breed experimental Chinese swimming pigs?" It brought the conversation to a sudden stop. Everybody looked at Damaris with varying degrees of astonishment. "Good God, why?" Freddy asked. "Stupid boy," said his father. "Answer's plain as the nose on your face." Everybody looked at Lord Breckenridge, who rolled his eyes at their inability to see the obvious. "Can't have valuable livestock drowning in those dratted canals." "Ah, I see. Most interesting." The vicar nodded wisely. "And, Miss Chance, in what way were these pigs experimental? The swimming, one assumes, but if you brought them from China, perhaps they had other, more exotic qualities." He smiled at her with interest and waited for her response. Damaris had no idea what to say. She'd never said anything to Lord Breckenridge about swimming pigs. He'd been the one who'd raised it, and she'd said no. But it would be rude to point that out now, with everybody waiting. Could pigs swim? She didn't see why not. Most animals could. A large, warm hand closed over hers, making her jump. "Oh, pigs!" Freddy sighed dramatically. "I'm bored with pigs. Chinese experimental swimming ones or otherwise." His father snorted. "You would be. No vision. That's your problem." "Can we not talk of something more of interest to the ladies?" Freddy smiled at the vicar's wife and squeezed Damaris's hand. "I'll be taking Miss Chance to Venice on our honeymoon. She can show me all the sights then." He gave Damaris a soulful look. "And if you want to show me your flying pigs then—" "Swimming pigs," his father corrected him. "Experimental Chinese swimming pigs." "Then I'll try to be interested. Tell me, do they tow boats?" Damaris managed to keep a straight face. "No." "Sing?" She gave him a quelling look. "No." "Count?" he asked irrepressibly. "I once heard tell of a learned pig that could count. I don't think it was Chinese, though. Clever people, the Chinese. I imagine their pigs might be, too." "No," she said firmly, "nothing like that. And I thought we'd agreed pigs were not a good subject for the dinner table." "Unless they're roasted," he said, "or hams." Luckily for Damaris's composure, the vicar's wife then asked a series of questions about the wedding plans, which Lady Breckenridge seized on, and, since no arrangements had yet been made, Damaris was happy to discuss possibilities for her imaginary wedding. It was better than imaginary pigs. That night, Damaris lay wakeful and restless long after she'd blown out her bedside candle. The fire, stoked against the long, cold night, glowed dully through the cast-iron grill. She stared at it, willing herself to sleep. Mrs. Tyrrell and Lady Breckenridge had thrown themselves into the discussion of her wedding. Which church? The village church? The family chapel was too small, or some big London one? St. George's, Hanover Square? It was the only possibility, declared Lady Breckenridge. All the ton would be invited. It would be the wedding of the season. The dress. Mrs. Tyrrell liked the fashion of white for a bride. No, declared Lady Breckenridge, white would make her look sallow. She would take Damaris to her own modiste. She knew exactly what Damaris should wear. Her certainty that she knew best got Damaris's back up. White did not make her look sallow, and even though the wedding was pure fantasy and the arrangements wholly theoretical, Damaris found herself having to insist that her sister Daisy would make her dress, as she would make the dresses of her attendants, Abby, Jane, and Daisy herself. Homemade dresses? Lady Breckenridge was appalled. Mrs. Tyrrell thought it charmingly sentimental, and congratulated Lord and Lady Breckenridge on acquiring a frugal daughter-in-law. Damaris could see they were not at all thrilled by the prospect. She immediately told them she would knit stockings for them all. Freddy had choked when she'd announced that one. She told him kindly that once they were married, she would knit all his stockings, from the very scratchiest wool, she added in an undertone when he had laughed out loud. But though she tried to make fun of the whole idea of the wedding, though she reminded herself over and over that she never wanted to marry, that it was a sure road to misery for someone like her, right now, with the wind whistling in the eaves outside and the fire glowing, the prospect of a solitary life in a sweet little cottage no longer seemed the happy solution she'd once thought it. Nonsense, she told herself. It would be peaceful, which was more than most people had. Happy? She would just have to make it so. One made one's own happiness. She'd known that all her life. So why would that change, simply because she was living in England now? But she kept reliving that moment at dinner, when Freddy had placed his hand over hers and spoken of taking her to Venice on their honeymoon. The longing for that to be true had swamped her at the time, shocking her with its intensity. Now, as she pressed her hot cheek against the cool linen cover of the pillow, she tried not to dream of how that might be. She and Freddy in Venice, floating romantically along in a gondola. Yes, pulled by Chinese swimming pigs, she told herself tartly, and punched the pillow into shape. She probably wasn't in love with him anyway. No doubt it was just some foolish schoolgirl crush because he was handsome, and because he was kind, and funny, and because of the way he looked at her sometimes, making something inside her swell with warmth and no. She thumped the pillow into shape again. It wasn't love. It couldn't be. She couldn't afford it to be. Because that way lay misery. It was self-deception on her part, a side effect of loneliness. He had a great deal of personal charm, that was all, and she was unused to charming men. He was a self-acknowledged rake and a flirt, and he'd employed her to act the part of his betrothed. It wasn't real. None of it was real. Even the nonsense he called the billing and cooing, which made her weak at the knees and all bubbly inside, it was just an act, part of the plan to deceive his parents. If he had any idea that she was taking the least little bit of it seriously, he would probably pity her, and that she couldn't bear. She'd agreed to this charade, and she would get a cottage, undreamed-of security, from it. And if she emerged with her heart a little bruised, well, it was a small price to pay. Lady Breckenridge planned to spend the day visiting neighbours and had invited Damaris to accompany her, but Damaris had pleaded a headache and begged to be excused. The fewer people who met her, the less embarrassment for Freddy when she eventually broke their engagement. Lady Breckenridge could tell everyone she'd had her doubts from the start, that she'd never liked the girl, and that there was something about her, and nobody would blame Freddy. Damaris hoped. Lord Breckenridge was also absent for the day, gone off shooting somewhere, so they had the house more or less to themselves. Damaris spent a quiet morning painting, while Freddy went for a long ride. It was wonderfully peaceful. Damaris added the final touches to her painting and stepped back. She examined it from several angles and nodded to herself, pleased with the final result. The clock in the hall chimed, and she jumped. Lunchtime already? The morning had run away with her. She glanced at the painting. Time well spent. She hurriedly washed and tidied herself and went quickly downstairs. She saw Hallward on the landing and called out to him before she could change her mind.
"Miss Chance?" the butler said politely.
"When I was visiting Miss McBride the other day, she showed me several framed drawings."
He inclined his head politely. "Yes?"
"She told me one of the estate carpenters had framed them for her."
He nodded. "Yes, Jem Biggins, a good craftsman."
Damaris moistened her lips. It was cheek, given what she was going to do, but she had to ask. I've just finished a painting. It's upstairs in my room, and I was wondering whether I could get it framed while I was here, instead of taking it back to London with me. I'd pay him, of course."
"Of course, miss. Would you like me to ask Jem to step up to the house and discuss it with you? Or—"
"No." She could just see that, the curiosity and fuss it would cause. "I just want it quietly organised." She waited. She didn't have much experience with butlers. Featherby, Lady Beatrice's butler, could organise anything without turning a hair, but Hallward was a country butler, an old family retainer, and she was a relative stranger.
Hallward, however, did not disappoint. "Of course, miss. Would you like me to arrange it for you? It is to be a surprise I collect."
You could say that, yes. Probably not a very welcome surprise, but she didn't care.
"If you like, miss, I could collect it from your room myself and have it discreetly conveyed to Jem Biggins with your instructions."
He might look impassive, Damaris thought, but he must be curious to see it for himself, else he'd send a maid or footman to fetch it. Instructions? She'd never had anything framed before. She would have no idea what to say. Just tell him whatever he thinks is appropriate.
"Very good, miss."
She gave him a warm smile. "Thank you, Hallward. I appreciate your assistance." The clock chimed the quarter hour. Later than ever. Thank goodness Freddy's parents were from home. She hurried down to lunch.
"Headache gone?" Freddy said when she entered the room.
"Yes, thank you."
"Mine too."
She turned her head in surprise. "I didn't realize you had a headache."
He nodded. "I call it mother and father. The moment they were off the estate I felt so much better. You too, I bet."
She laughed. "You knew I was fibbing?" He ran a finger lightly down her cheek.
"For all the web of deceit we're weaving at the moment, and for all that you seem to step so lightly through it, you, my dear, are not a very good liar."
She allowed him to seat her, a little disturbed by the light-hearted touch. "I'm not?"
"No, you can't tell anyone a direct lie without blushing or looking away. Evasions you're not bad at, and misleading statements you're very good at, like transforming your own piglet into a Chinese swimming pig. Experimental, of course. But ordinary, everyday, in-your-face lies? Nope."
He took his own seat. "Do you think your mother knew then?"
"Probably, but since it's her own favourite tactic for getting out of anything she doesn't want to do, she could hardly take offence. May I carve you some ham? You will need your strength."
"Why?"
"Because after luncheon I intend to take you for a walk around the lake, and I don't want you fainting for lack of energy halfway around."
She was about to retort that she'd walked for days on end across China with barely any food and without fainting once, but she bit her tongue in time. She'd never told anyone how she'd left China, and she wasn't going to start. The trouble was, she'd become so comfortable in his company she'd almost forgotten to keep her guard up. It was a timely reminder. If anyone knew how she'd left China, she'd be ruined. An hour later, Freddy was wishing he'd never suggested the walk, wishing he were a stronger man, more able to resist the appeal of a pair of big brown eyes, wishing he'd been able to think more quickly when she'd pointed and asked at the start of their walk, "What's that over there? I noticed it from the roof that time." Like a fool, he'd answered, "My brother's grave." So of course she'd wanted to see it. They stood in front of his brother's grave. The breeze sharpened, fresh and invigorating, but it was dry, which was a pleasant change. The world around them was etched in shades of grey sky, grey clouds, grey headstones, bare winter trees. The only variation, the row of dark green pines that edged the small family cemetery. Damaris was the one bright spot in the drab and gloomy landscape. She wore a crimson wool pelisse, edged with black fur, trimmed in military fashion with black and silver braid, and fastened down the front with a double row of silver buttons. Her bonnet was grey, edged with fur, and tied with crimson ribbons. Her skin was pale and silky-looking, her cheeks rosy with cold, her lips— He swallowed looking at them, and his body tightened. Her lips were full, wine-dark, and satiny. Wine-sweet? He forced his gaze off them and met her gaze, dark and a little troubled. "Each year I come here, and I think about everything George missed out on." He turned again to his brother's headstone, silently rereading the words that were engraved on his heart and on his conscience as well as on the cold white marble slab. "Cut off in the flower of his youth." He was 2 years older than me, and every time I come here I try to imagine him another year older, and think about what he might have done. But each year it gets harder. I can't imagine George as a man. I can only see him as a boy, a 14-year-old boy. Running for the ball, onto the ice. Each year he stood here flaying himself yet again for that one stupid, reckless act that had forever denied him his brother. And his family. "You need to forgive yourself," said a soft voice at his elbow. "You need to let him go." "I can't. He's with me. Not all the time, of course, and not when I'm in London. Well, you know I'm not a gloomy fellow there, but when I'm here at Breckenridge he's here. And I catch myself thinking George would like this, or I must tell George that, and then—" He shook his head. "It's like you're walking on solid ground, and suddenly—" He made a sharp, emphatic gesture. "You're falling through a black hole." "Like in the ice." She said nothing, offered no platitudes, no words of empty comfort, just laid a hand quietly on his arm. A warm, accepting presence. Someone who didn't know George, didn't blame him for George's death. He couldn't look at her. It was years since he'd talked to anyone about his brother, as though George was some dirty little secret. But no, the dirty little secret was his own, known only to him, his parents, and a few loyal and discreet family retainers. He'd never told anyone how he felt. Not really. He'd shoved it away, pretended it had never happened, pretended he was someone else. Christ! All these years. One day of the year he faced it, his annual act of penance, to come home and let the crows peck at him again. This year was the first time it had been different. "Sometimes I stand here and I think of everything I've done over the years, all the things George never got to do. Christ! He'd never even been kissed." He glanced at Damaris, standing quietly at his side, and caught a fleeting expression, a flicker of something in her eyes. He gave her a searching look, and she glanced away. "Damaris?" A faint flush rose in her cheeks that had nothing whatsoever to do with the fresh wind. She refused to meet his gaze. "Damaris, no," he murmured. "Really?" He took her chin in his hand and gently tilted her face up. "You've never been kissed?" This lovely creature. It was a crime against nature. She said nothing, just swallowed and made an awkward little shrug, half careless, half embarrassed. He slid his arm around her waist. "Well then, as you're betrothed, I think we need to remedy that." "False betrothed," she said quickly and tried to pull away, looking embarrassed and troubled, and very, very kissable. "Then will you do it for George?" "George?" Her brows pleated in puzzlement. "A kiss for George, right here, right now." And just as he was sure she was going to refuse, he added, deepening his voice, "His first kiss, and yours. It seems fitting, somehow." She hesitated, so long that he thought for a moment she was going to break from his loose hold and flee like a startled doe into the forest. She swallowed again. "All right," she said, "for George." Freddy's pulse leaped, but he kept his expression light. He drew her closer, then cupped her face gently in his hands. Cool, silky soft skin. A nerve in the soft underside of her jaw was beating frantically. She was almost quivering, strung as tight as a bowstring. Lord, all this just for a kiss? His own hands, oddly, were trembling a little. The cold, of course. He'd removed his gloves. He looked down at her, smoothing his thumbs along her jawline. Lord, but she was a lovely creature. She gazed up at him through eyes wide and dark enough to drown in, like deep forest pools, clear and tannin dark. Slowly he stroked his thumb over her full lower lip, warm and satin soft. Her breath hitched, and her lips parted slightly. As he bent to kiss her, her eyes fluttered shut, and he felt her brace herself. Slowly, enjoying the unfamiliar sensation of leashed desire, he brushed his mouth lightly over hers. She hesitated, sighed, and slowly relaxed. Her eyes opened. "Thank you." He smiled at her innocence. "We are not finished yet." She gave him a doubtful look, and he continued, "Did you think that was a kiss?" She did. He could see it in her eyes. "No." His voice roughened. "That was just the preliminary." "Oh." He wasn't sure if she said it or breathed it. She moistened her mouth with her tongue and waited, looking so deliciously expectant he wanted to devour her. She held herself stiff in his arms, but he could feel, or did he just imagine, her wanting to soften against him. Slowly he lowered his mouth to hers, teasing, tasting, nibbling gently on her lips, her glorious, soft, responsive mouth. Her lips parted, and oh, Lord, the taste of her, sweet, intoxicating. And then she softened against him, and suddenly she was kissing him back, learning from him, her tongue first shyly touching his, then copying every movement he made, and, oh, Lord! He'd never kissed an innocent before, and this, God, this was the last thing he'd expected. Her kiss was untutored, yet somehow knowing. Licks of fire sizzled and snapped along his nerves, the heat sweeping through his body, pooling in his groin, swelling. He hadn't been aroused as instantly, as easily, as embarrassingly since he was a green youth. That must be it, the lure of her innocence. He tore his mouth from hers and with an effort released her and stepped back. What had just happened? He'd intended the kiss as a little bit of playful sport, a pleasant distraction from the discomfort and emotion of their graveside conversation. He'd always used dalliance as a distraction. It had never failed him before. She swayed slightly, her eyes still closed, her face blank with rapture, arousal. God! He clenched his fists, then thrust them into the pockets of his greatcoat so he couldn't snatch her back into his arms. Her mouth was red, a little swollen, maybe even bruised, her pale, satiny skin roughened by whisker burn. Her first kiss, and he'd all but ravaged her mouth like a satyr, damn it! What the hell had gotten into him? She was an innocent, and this was a sham betrothal. He'd only proposed it because he'd thought she didn't want to have anything to do with men, and because he'd sworn never to marry. Fool that he was. She hadn't moved yet. Then her long, long lashes lifted, and she looked at him with an expression he couldn't read, dark and a little dazed. She took a deep breath. So that's what it's like. She sounded perfectly collected, quite unruffled. She turned to the headstone. Thank you, George. Our first kiss. I don't believe I'll ever forget it. Illogically, Freddy felt a surge of jealousy. He wanted to swing her around to face him, snarl that he, not George, had kissed her, which was perfectly ridiculous. It was just a kiss, for God's sake. Nothing to get so unsettled over, and besides, he never snarled. He was famous for his light touch with women. And where the hell had that gone? Well, it won't be your last kiss, I can guarantee that. She turned to him with a little half-smile and a raised brow. Oh, she said. It was almost flirtatious. You were born for it, he told her. She reacted as if he'd slapped her, a perceptible, instantly controlled recoil. She turned away, but not before Freddy saw that the colour had drained from her face, leaving her chalk white. What is it? What did I say? He held out his hands to her. She stepped back quickly. Nothing, she said. Did her voice sound strained? He wasn't sure. Nothing, she repeated and shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. It's cold. I think I'd like to go now. She half-turned but didn't meet his gaze. Her lips were compressed, her nose pinched. But what is it? What did I say? Nothing at all. Thank you for the kiss, and for telling me about your brother. Her tone was light, inconsequential. Her face was a mask, showing all the right polite expressions, but her eyes were flat, shuttered. He stepped forward, reaching toward her, but she stepped quickly back, her palms raised as if to fend him off. No, I'll walk back by myself if you don't mind. I'll see you at dinner. She turned and walked quickly away, and then started running. Freddy stood stock still, watching her flee. Flee from him, damn it! He wanted to go after her, but he knew it would probably only make things worse. What the hell had just happened? It wasn't the kiss, he was sure of that. She could have stopped it any time, could have stopped it before he'd even started. And when he'd stepped back and released her, she'd looked like a woman ought to look when she'd been thoroughly kissed, dazed, aroused, and adorable. Adorable? Where did that come from? He turned the unfamiliar word around in his mind and dismissed it. Kissable. That was what he'd meant. She'd surprised him, he had to admit. He'd never kissed a woman and felt such connection, such an upwelling of joy. No. Passion. His body still ached with it. He could still taste her in his mouth, the sweet, wild, dark rose honey taste of her. She'd looked at him with the sweetest, shyest, most wondering expression, and his pulse had leaped because he saw then, damn it, he'd bet his life on it, that she'd enjoyed kissing him as much as he'd enjoyed kissing her. And then suddenly the joy, the delight, the wonder had drained from her, leaving her white and wounded. Wounded?
He examined the thought. Why wounded? All he'd said was that she was born to be kissed, and damn it, that was a compliment. Any woman would think so. So what the hell was she so upset about? She was a missionary's daughter. Had he shocked her, putting his tongue in her mouth? It had been a very carnal kiss. Best kiss of his life, come to think of it, and he prided himself on his kissing skills. He would have sworn she wasn't shocked when he'd done it. She'd welcomed him so naturally, so warmly. Delayed reaction, maybe. He sighed. Did you understand what happened there, George? Because I sure as hell didn't. The wind soughed through the pines. A crow cawed a mocking counterpoint. No, of course George didn't understand women. He'd died a boy of 14. Cruelly snatched from life in the flower of his youth. The eternal reprimand. Freddy tugged the collar of his greatcoat higher and headed toward the house. He needed a drink.
Chapter 17. Eleanor was then at liberty to think and be wretched. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. Damaris ran until a painful stitch formed under her ribs and she was forced to stop. She stood by the lake, gasping for breath, silently castigating herself for the unnecessary dramatics of running away. You were born for it. She tried to thrust the hateful words from her mind. She ran shaking hands over her face. She couldn't return to the house yet. She was a positive stew of conflicting emotions. She sat down on a nearby rock. She needed to calm herself, and to gain some reasonable perspective on what had just happened, and some control. The kiss had moved her. Moved. Such a plain, blunt word for the complex threads of feelings tangled inside her. Physical feelings of sharp arousal and desire, but underlying it all a piercing sweetness. She'd never felt such tenderness, such connectedness with another person. It had left her aching, yearning. She was confused because it threatened to undermine all her resolve, and she was annoyed with herself for overreacting to a simple kiss. Her first kiss. There was grief in her, too, for the innocent girl she'd once been, the girl for whom that kiss would be the summit of all her dreams. A kiss to treasure. She was so far from being an innocent now that it made a mockery of her reaction, a mockery of the innocence implied by a first kiss. And yet it was her first. It had shaken her to the core with its unexpected tenderness and promise. False promise, she reminded herself, as false as their betrothal. A playful kiss from a rake, for a dead boy to a girl who in some ways had died also. Certainly the girl she had been no longer existed. Damaris could never be that girl again, no matter how hard she might wish it. How had he known she'd never been kissed? It shouldn't be possible. But somehow he'd known that, and more, because afterward he'd told her, "You were born for it." The very words the captain had said as he'd handed her bound and tied to the brothel owner. Pain sliced into her. You couldn't undo what life had done to you. You could only live with the consequences, and live she would, on her own terms, no one else's. She'd earned her cottage, and she would make a good life for herself. Her parents' marriage had been a lesson she'd learned well, and she would not put herself in the same position as Mamma, living under constant reproach, endless condemnation, having been judged and found wanting. The life, the joy, had been sapped from her mother, her life corroded by Papa's bitterness. It didn't matter now. The past was done, immutable. Only the future was hers to shape, if she could, as long as the past didn't return to bite her. She knew what she had done, and though she was shamed by it, she would not apologize or beg forgiveness. Others, if they knew, would judge her harshly, but they did not know, could not know from their cosy, safe lives how it had been. Given the same situation, she would make the same choice again. Knowing that, she would have to live with it. But she would not be condemned for it as Mamma had been. Mamma was good and kind and loving. Whatever she'd done, she hadn't deserved a lifelong penance. Better a life of solitude and self-acceptance than to live crushed under a yoke of guilt and regret. Calmer now, she rose and began the walk back to the house. This charade would be over soon, and she need not justify herself to anyone. As for the kiss, it would be a thing to treasure, a memory to bring out on cold, lonely nights, a kiss to dream on. Her first kiss, forget the rest of it. It was a blessing. But it could not go any further. It was hard enough to resist Freddy Monckton Coombs when he was simply flirting, but that kiss had taken things to a new level. Being a rake, he no doubt took kisses lightly. He'd probably think nothing of stealing a few more. And he was so deliciously persuasive she'd probably weaken and let him. Again. But she couldn't risk it. It was playing with fire, and she'd be the one left burned. Gravel crunched under her shoes as she trod the pathway that led back toward the house. She had to end this farce of a betrothal soon. As Damaris approached the house, an elderly gardener greeted her by name, bobbing his head and giving her a gap-toothed smile. Damaris smiled back. She entered the house by a side door. The motherly-looking housekeeper, Mrs. Brown, was supervising a young maid. They both stopped what they were doing to smile at her, and as Damaris passed, Mrs. Brown touched her on the arm and said, "Thank you, miss." Puzzled, Damaris gave them a smile and continued on her way. If the servants were starting to greet her as if she belonged here, it was definitely time to draw this thing to an end. But first there was Freddy Monckton Coombs to confront, and her retrieval of the thing that the Chinese called face. She peeped into the sitting room he usually favoured, the one without all the mounted heads, and found him perusing a newspaper in a bored sort of fashion. Best to broach it at once. "I'm sorry about before. I overreacted a little." She gave a shaky little laugh. "A girl's prerogative, I believe, after her first kiss. Lord, she was more unsettled than she'd thought." Freddy lowered his paper and eyed her thoughtfully over it. He'd been turning the moment over and over in his mind, unable to forget the draining of colour from her face and her subsequent flight. "It wasn't the kiss that overset you," he said slowly. "It was something I said afterward." Though what it was, he had no idea. "Nonsense." She tossed her head. "As I recall, you were quite complimentary." He wasn't convinced. "Whatever I said to upset you, I'm sorry." "You didn't upset me at all." She still hadn't met his gaze. "Now, do you want to keep reading that paper? Because if you have the time, I'd quite like you to continue my education in the art of playing billiards." He folded the paper and set it aside. "It would be my pleasure to further your education." If she wanted to play games, he'd play along. He'd get to the bottom of this mystery eventually. "Miss Damaris, Mr. Hallward, the butler, is waiting outside to speak to you," Polly, her maid, said in some awe when Damaris was dressing the following morning. "He's got something for you, but he says he wants to give it to you himself." The painting couldn't be framed already. It had been less than a day since she'd finished it. Curious, Damaris quickly finished dressing, then opened the door. It wasn't just Hallward waiting for her. It was the housekeeper, Mrs. Brown, as well. Hallward carried a large, square object wrapped in brown paper and tied up with string.
Jem Biggins went to work on it right away, miss."
"Oh, then I must give you some money to pay him. How much is it?" She turned to find her purse.
"No, miss, you don't owe him a thing," Hallward said, shocked. He set the parcel on the dressing table and pulled from his pocket a small knife with which he cut the string. The estate would pay, but even so, Jem wouldn't take a penny for a job like this. As soon as he saw what it was, he put everything aside to frame it. Very fond of Master Freddy is Jem." "As are we all, miss," Mrs. Brown said, "and such a portrait of the young master it is, it fair made me weep." She pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed it to her welling eyes. "I took the liberty of showing it to the staff yesterday," Hallward admitted. "It's Master Freddy to the life, miss," the housekeeper said, "and anyone can see you care for him. I'm that happy he's found a young lady like you. Perhaps now he'll come home to Breckenridge more often."
"Oh, but—"
Damaris was dismayed at their interpretation of the facts. It was just a simple painting. But at that moment, Hallward finished unwrapping the painting, and she gasped. She'd expected a plain wooden frame, much like the ones made for Nanny McBride, but this was more like the ones in the portrait gallery, carved quite ornately and then covered in gold leaf. It made her ordinary watercolour into something quite special. She knew immediately what she wanted to do with it.
"Hallward," she said, "are Lord and Lady Breckenridge downstairs yet? In the breakfast parlour, I mean?"
Hallward and Mrs. Brown exchanged a conspiratorial glance. "No, miss, they're still in their bedchambers."
"Good."
She bundled the paper back around the painting. Hallward cleared his throat. "Do I apprehend, miss, that you intend to place this painting in the breakfast parlour?"
She nodded. "Over the mantel, yes, beside the painting of George." She added defiantly, "There are numerous paintings of George in this house, but none at all of Freddy."
Hallward smiled. "We know, miss. And if you would allow me, I'd be honoured to take the painting downstairs for you and put it in place." Mrs. Brown nodded eagerly. "So we can all of the servants, see it up there before his lordship sees it." Before his lordship had it removed, she meant. There was a lump in Damaris's throat. Such loyalty, such love. Did Freddy have any idea, she wondered? She nodded. "I'd be honoured if you would, Mr. Hallward." "What the devil?"
Damaris let out her breath. She'd been on edge all through breakfast, waiting for someone to notice the painting. Amazingly, nobody had, even though to her it was as obvious as a slap in the face. Guilty conscience. Hallward, misunderstanding her intentions, had slightly exceeded his brief, and instead of placing the painting on the mantelpiece as she'd planned, he'd hung it where George's painting usually hung, and moved George's painting to another wall. Finally, just as he was getting up to leave the table, Lord Breckenridge had noticed it. He stared at the painting over the mantel. His eyes bulged.
"What is the meaning of this?" he roared.
Damaris took a deep breath. "It's a painting of your son and heir." She was surprised to hear she sounded quite composed. Inside she was shaking like a leaf.
"It damned well is not! Hallward!" He bellowed for the absent butler. "Where's the proper painting? The one of George?"
"It's over there." She pointed. She couldn't allow Hallward to take the blame. Lord Breckenridge looked at George's painting hanging in the centre of the opposite wall. He swung around to stare at her.
"You're responsible for this?"
Damaris lifted her chin. "I did the painting, yes. It's a gift to you. I thought it would be nice if you had a portrait of your son. Your living son. For a change."
"How dare you!" Lady Breckenridge was white with anger.
"You have paintings of George everywhere, but none of Freddy, yet Freddy is your only son and heir." She turned to Lady Breckenridge. "I put those paints of yours to good use, don't you think? It's not a bad likeness." She glanced at Freddy, who was staring at the painting with a strange look on his face.
"You are not in charge of this house yet, missy."
"And you won't ever be, if I have my way," his wife hissed. Damaris braced herself. "I'm sorry if I've upset you, but don't you think it's time you all faced the truth?"
"What truth?"
Lord Breckenridge scoffed. He really had no idea. She took a deep breath and said gently, "That George is dead." Lady Breckenridge clapped her hands over her ears.
"Stop her, Godfrey! She isn't to say such things!"
Damaris shook her head. It was going to take more than gentle words. "You are clinging to the past in the most morbid fashion. It's unhealthy. It's also childish. Oh, God, she'd never been as rude to anyone in her life."
"Childish!"
Lord Breckenridge sputtered, outraged. "Yes, childish," Damaris said coolly, because it had to be said, and if nobody else would say it. "All three of you, Freddy included, are acting as if you held your breath long enough and wished hard enough you could open your eyes and George would be alive again and you could all go on as before." There was a short, shocked silence. She darted a glance at Freddy, who'd made no attempt to interfere. He was watching her with a strange look in his eye. Had she offended him too? Well, what did it matter? She'd break off the betrothal soon and he wouldn't have to see her again. But in the meantime, there were things she wanted to say. "You can't live like that," she hurried on, frightened she'd lose the courage to speak her piece. "People die. People you love and depend on and need die." Her voice cracked, "And those left behind must grieve, and then move on. From all I've heard, George was a wonderful, much-beloved son, clever and talented and noble and affectionate."
"He was perfect,"
said George's mother. "Yes, but tragically he died. And in your grief, your 16 years of grief, you've forgotten, both of you, that you have another son who did not die. And he's also wonderful, just as wonderful as George."
"Pfft!"
Lord Breckenridge made a puff of disbelief. "But in a different way. He's clever and talented and loyal and responsible and kind, but you're blind to it. Willfully blind. He's even blind to it himself. He doesn't believe he deserves to be loved."
"He caused his brother's death,"
said his mother. "No, he didn't. That's a terrible thing to say."
"How would you know?"
"All he did was hit a cricket ball. George ran to catch it and fell into the water and drowned. It was a tragic accident. That's all. Nobody is at fault." His father shrugged.
"If Freddy had been the one running to catch, it wouldn't have mattered so much. George would be alive."
The casual cruelty of it stunned her. "How dare you say such a wicked thing?" She smacked the table with her palm, making them all jump. "You don't deserve such a wonderful son."
"Wonderful?"
Lord Breckenridge made a rude noise. "He's an idle,
feckless—"
"You have no idea of the man Freddy has become," she flared. "You dismiss him as feckless and idle, but I ask you, how has Freddy lived all these years?" She glanced at Freddy, but he made no move to explain himself.
"I make him an allowance, of course,"
his father said. Damaris shook her head. "I don't know anything about that, but—"
"Haven't touched it since I was 18, Freddy said mildly. "Don't you ever check the accounts, father?"
The old man's brows gnashed together. Freddy leaned back, as if there was no more to be said on the matter. Damaris wanted to shake him. Why would he not defend himself? Why not explain the way he'd built a fortune? She leaned forward. Ask yourself how he has supported himself all these years, in the elegant style for which he's so well known.
Lord Breckenridge shrugged. "No doubt his women give him—"
"Don't be insulting," Damaris flashed. She glanced at Freddy again, wishing he would bite back for once. He gave her a cool, unreadable glance.
"Aunt Adelaide's legacy," Lady Breckenridge said triumphantly. Only to have her husband snort the merest pittance wouldn't have kept him much more than a year. "It did, actually," Freddy said, but offered no further explanation. He sat back in his chair, his legs crossed, as if he were watching a play, pretending it didn't matter what his parents thought of him. Well, it mattered to her. "You don't know him at all, do you? My brother-in-law, Lord Davenham, told me Freddy built up a fortune from a tiny nest egg. His friend, Mr. Flynn, the founder of a worldwide company in which your son is a partner, says Freddy has real business acumen." "Eh?"
His father grunted in surprise.
"Acumen?"
"Yes, acumen. But you have no idea of your son's talents, or what he's been doing in the last 16 years, do you? Because you don't care to know. You're mired in the past, stuck like flies in amber."
"Flies?" Lady Breckenridge echoed angrily. "Flies?"
"Yes, like flies in amber, whining like little children about the unfairness of life."
"I do not whine," Lord Breckenridge snapped.
She ignored him. "Life is unfair. Death is unfair. But while you're brooding on the unfairness of it all, think on this. 16 years ago, when George fell through the ice and died, you only lost a son."
"Only? How dare you say such a thing?"
Lady Breckenridge glared daggers.
"We know what we lost,"
her husband stated. Damaris smacked the table again. The sound echoed. "Think for once in your selfish lives about Freddy. He lost his beloved older brother, the person he loved most in all the world, his best friend and boyhood hero. But he didn't just lose George. He lost his whole family." There was a short silence. Damaris let that sink in a moment.
"What do you mean?" his mother asked stiffly. "We're here."
Damaris couldn't believe it. Had they never reflected on what they'd done? You two treated him like an assassin when he was just a little boy who liked to play cricket with his brother. 12 years old, and you pushed him out of the family.
"Rubbish!" Lord Breckenridge growled. "We did nothing of the sort."
She turned on him. You sent him away to school immediately after the funeral and didn't even allow him to come home for Christmas, not 2 weeks later. A grief-stricken, innocent little boy of 12. It was heartless and wicked and cruel. And then you had him painted out of the family portrait. She shook her head. The entire time I've been here, all you've done is make cutting remarks about him to me, and I'm his betrothed. I've heard nothing but criticism, disparagement, and negativity. I cannot credit it. You are his mother, and you his father. He is your son, your only son. Her eyes prickled with angry, frustrated tears. What kind of parents are you? You lost one son, but you threw the other one away. There was a long silence. Nobody was looking at anyone else. The silence stretched so long, Damaris started to shake. She'd gone too far, said the unforgivable. Never in her life had she been so outspoken, so rude, and to her elders and her hosts. But she was glad of it. It needed to be said. They needed to know what they had done. For 16 years. She'd well and truly burned her bridges now. When she put an end to this sham betrothal, Freddy would get no blame. They'd probably be delighted that he was free of the harpy. She rose and turned to Freddy, who was regarding her with an expression she could not read. "Now, if you don't mind, I think it's best if I leave." He frowned and stood abruptly.
"Leave? Leave for where?"
"Davenham Hall. You said it was only a few hours' drive from here."
4, possibly 5 hours, depending on the state of the roads."
She nodded. "If you will lend me your coach and a driver, Lord Brecon—"
"I'll drive you," Freddy said.
"There is no need."
"I said I'll drive you,"
he said in a voice that brooked no argument. He glanced at his parents, who hadn't moved or spoken since her outburst.
"How soon can you be ready?"
"It will take but a few minutes to pack."
He gave a brusque nod. "Then I'll meet you at the front steps in half an hour."
His voice was almost harsh, quite unlike his usual manner. He sat back down at the table. She could see his resemblance to his father now, and his mother. Neither of them had looked at her. Neither now said a word. They sat like rigid statues, in frozen, aristocratic disapproval, waiting for her to leave. She left the room and hurried upstairs. Freddy poured himself another cup of coffee and waited. He was curious to see how they'd taken it, whether anything had sunk in. He couldn't remember when anyone had last defended him. Not that he needed it, but God, she was magnificent. The way she'd ripped into his father, his mother, all of them, himself included. His parents were showing definite signs of shock. Neither of them had looked at him yet, or said a word. His mother was tidying the table in front of her with fussy little movements, her mouth tight and pinched with displeasure. His father was staring at nothing, his brow knotted, whether in anger or thought. Freddy couldn't tell. He glanced at the portrait over the mantel, the catalyst of it all. Was that how she saw him? Quite handsome, but with a vulnerability about the eyes and mouth that he was sure wasn't there. It was a little unsettling to see himself through her eyes. It was damned good, though. He'd had no idea she was so talented. He'd imagined her work in the pottery to be just a matter of painting patterns. He hadn't given it any thought. Finally, his father broke the silence.
"Well, I hope you're happy upsetting your mother like that. Fine sort of bride you choose to bring home to Breckenridge."
Freddy sipped his coffee.
"Extraordinary, isn't she?" "Extraordinary. More like outrageous. How dare she speak to us? How dare you allow her to speak to us like that?" "I've never met such an ill-mannered, disrespectful, impertinent creature in my life," his mother joined in. "Such insults! I've never heard the like." "Tell me, Mother, which did you find most insulting, her accusation that you were a heartless and cruel parent, or her likening you to an insect?" There was enough truth in the accusation to bring a flush to her thin cheeks. "How dare you?"
Freddy smiled.
"Not much fun when you're on the receiving end, is it, Mother?"
His father slammed a fist on the table.
"Don't speak to your mother like that. It's a damned good thing that little bitch is leaving, otherwise I'd have to throw her out on her ear. That's enough."
Freddy spoke coldly, but it was like a whiplash. Both his parents stared at him.
"I will tolerate no insult of my betrothed. Do you hear me? You will speak of Miss Chance with respect." "Respect?" his father said, when he'd recovered from the surprise, "when the chit abused me at my own breakfast table?" "And did you not deserve it?" Freddy said in a hard voice. "Did we not all deserve it?" "What she said was utterly offensive," his mother declared. "But true, nevertheless," Freddy said silkily.
They didn't like that.
"We are stuck in the past. This is the first time in 16 years we've talked about George's death. And what happened after it? 16 years. We have the memorial service," his mother said defensively. "Yes, but we don't talk. Yesterday, when we went for a walk, Damaris saw the grave. She asked me about it. About George, as if it were the most natural thing in the world." He swallowed. "It was the first time I've ever talked about him. To anyone. And he was my brother." He clenched his fist, willing away the threat of unmanly tears. "What is there to talk about?" his mother muttered. "George," he said simply. "We were the ones who loved him best. "It's none of that blasted vixen's business what we talk about," his father said. "Damned impertinence, that's what it is. I won't have her in the family. You will sever this betrothal at once." "Will I?" His father thrust his head forward. "What's got into you, boy?" "I've just had an epiphany," Freddy told him. "Epiphany? What nonsense!" "For years I told myself if I could ignore your insults and your indifference and pretend I didn't care, it wouldn't affect me. But it's wrong, that old rhyme. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names, repeated often enough from a young age, can indeed hurt me." There was a short silence. Deep down I was still hoping it might one day happen. "What? Speak up, boy. What might happen?" "That you'd see me, accept me, forgive me." God, he sounded pathetic, but he had to say it. But Damaris just shattered that illusion. "You're never going to change." And there was nothing to forgive. He stood. "I'm not a boy, Father, I'm a man, and I will no longer tolerate any rudeness to me or any member of my family." "Your family?" His mother's eyes widened. "Frederick, you can't mean that dreadful girl. You cannot marry her, not after the way she insulted us." "Girl's a raging harridan," his father agreed. "She's a young lioness," said Freddy, unable to keep the pride from his voice. "And she's going to make a magnificent mother." "Mother?" his mother echoed, startled. Freddy grinned. "Can't you see her defending her cubs?" His cubs. He wasn't sure how he was going to do it. She was as marriage-shy as he had been. But somewhere during that magnificent tirade she'd delivered, the realization had burst upon him that he was going to marry her. Had to marry her. That she was the woman he'd been waiting for all his life. "Damn it, boy, if you dare to marry her against our express wishes, I'll—" "You'll do what, Father? Cut off the allowance I haven't touched in years? Forbid me from entering the house I only step into one day a year? Disinherit me from an estate that's fully entailed?" His father muttered a curse. "Face it, Father, I don't actually need you or Mother for anything. You taught me that from a young age, or weren't you listening to my fiancé?" He turned and gestured to the painting. "About that painting, if you don't want it, give it to Nanny McBride." His mother blinked. "Don't you care whether we want to keep it or not?" He gave her a weary smile. "I'm long past caring about what you do, Mother." "But we're your parents." "Are you? Excuse me. I need to pack. I don't want to keep my bride waiting." He strode toward the door. "Freddy?" His mother's voice stopped him in his tracks. She hadn't called him Freddy for 16 years. Damn it! Some part of that pathetic, needy boy was still inside him. He turned, feigning indifference. "Yes?" "You will be here for the memorial service, won't you?" He hardened his heart. "I'm not sure." Chapter 18. They parted at last with mutual civility and possibly a mutual desire of never meeting again. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Damaris took her leave of Lord and Lady Breckenridge, thanking them politely for their hospitality in the most hypocritical fashion, but good manners must prevail. In turn, they stiffly wished her good-bye and a safe journey. They'd probably prefer her to break her neck, so no doubt things were even. She stepped out onto the steps at the front of Breckenridge House, where Freddy was waiting with the carriage, and halted in surprise. "The curricle?" "Best thing for a quick journey," he said. "Besides, you get sick in closed carriages, remember?" "But what about my maid Polly?" "She can ride with my groom and Tiger. I've sent my man to hire a vehicle. He'll be back soon." Clearly he didn't want to borrow any vehicle from his father.
He glanced at the bags her maid and a footman were bringing out.
"Leave all that here. Bring only what you think you'll need on the trip. The others will follow with the baggage as soon as they can. They won't be more than an hour or two behind us."
She hesitated. "But don't I need a chaperone?" It was absurd for her to be worrying about propriety after what had happened to her on leaving China, but she had to keep up appearances. Freddy shook his head.
Betrothed woman travelling with her affianced husband in an open carriage for a few hours in plain sight of everyone. Nothing for the tabbies to worry about there.
He sounded very confident, and given the awkwardness of her sudden departure, she didn't feel inclined to argue. Very well. They loaded her bag into the small boot of the curricle, and with only a few servants to wave them off, were soon tooling down the drive, away from Breckenridge House.
"Quite the little firebrand, aren't you?" he said, when they were out on the open road.
"I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I lost my temper with your parents."
He laughed. "You don't say!"
She darted him a cautious glance. "You're not angry with me?" He turned his head and gave her a very Freddy look, and the tension instantly drained out of her. "I didn't mean to be so rude, and I didn't hang your portrait or remove your brother's. I meant it just to sit on the mantelpiece, but Horwood misunderstood, and then I couldn't let him be blamed."
"Never mind. I doubt anything else would have made my parents sit up and take notice half so well."
"I'm not usually such a virago."
He laughed. "You were hardly that."
"Oh, but I was. Once I started, and your father was so angry and so dismissive of you, and your mother so righteous and so wrong. My temper got the better of me." It had shocked her, to tell the truth. She'd never lost her temper in such a way before. It was as though she'd tapped into a well of deep anger that had surged upward, flowing out of her in a scalding flood. Strangely, she felt remarkably calm now. They really didn't seem to understand how unjust they'd been to you.
He chuckled. "They know now."
"I hope so. Do you think it will make any difference?"
"To them? Probably not. To me?"
He turned his head and gave her a lazy smile that sent a delicious shiver through her all the way to her toes.
"I'm hoping it will make all the difference in the world to me. There's just one small problem I need to sort out first."
She wanted to ask him what the problem was, to see if there was anything she could do to help, but she'd already poked her nose into his business far too much already. She ought to sever the betrothal soon. The thought made her feel oddly heavy. Not that she wanted to marry him, of course, but it had been fun, and surprisingly companionable. She would miss him when he was gone. They passed through the village and headed west. A heavy bank of grey cloud had settled sullenly along the distant horizon.
"With any luck, we'll beat that rain,"
Freddy commented, and snapped the reins. His greys picked up speed.
"Want to take the ribbons for a bit?" he asked, after they'd been travelling at top speed for 10 minutes or so.
"You'd trust your precious greys to me?" she said in surprise.
"Yes, now that the freshness has been taken off them."
She laughed. He passed her the reins, and for the next hour they travelled in silence. Her concentration was almost wholly on the horses, but some part of her was aware of her travelling companion. She'd expected him to be rather blue-devilled after the confrontation with his parents, but he seemed quite light-hearted, even happy.
"What's the matter?" he asked her, after he'd caught her several times giving him a surreptitious glance. "Frightened I'll fall out of the curricle or something?"
She laughed. "Of course not. It's just that you're—"
"What? Handsome? Charming? Irresistible?"
He gave her a rakish leer, and she laughed again. "You seem, I don't know, happy."
"I am."
He leaned back and crossed his booted legs, resting them on the front bar of the curricle.
"I usually am when I leave Breckenridge."
"That's sad."
"Why?"
"Because I know you love it." He gave her a curious look.
"How did you work that out?"
"The way you talk of it, the places you showed me, the stories you told."
"Ah, well, we can't have everything we want," he said, and though he said it in a light manner, Damaris recognized a keep-out sign when she met one. For a light-hearted rattle of a rake, he had rather a lot of those. But then, so did she. "How are you feeling?" Freddy inquired as they came to a posting inn a few hours later. "We'll change horses here, but we've made good time. We're about halfway to Davenham Hall, so if you want to rest for a while—"
"I wouldn't mind some breakfast."
"Breakfast? But—"
"I was so nervous about the painting I didn't eat a thing," she confessed. The farther west they went, the wetter the country was. The last few days of dry weather had made the roads passable enough, but the low-lying land remained saturated. Sheets of silvery water lay everywhere.
"Talk of flooding further on, sir," an ostler at the next staging point warned Freddy as he led out a fresh pair of horses. "Best be careful. Folks say river's about ready to bust its banks." "Is the main road flooded at all?" "Not yet, sir. Not as I know of. But any more rain like we've had the last weeks and there'll be trouble."
Freddy nodded. He wasn't too worried. They'd made good time so far, and the bank of cloud that had loomed threateningly ahead the last few hours hadn't seemed to move. Another 2 hours, and they'd be at Davenham. They set out again. Half an hour later, they came to a wooden bridge across a fiercely swollen river. Dirty brown water gushed and tumbled, carrying with it all sorts of refuse, mud, branches, and bits of broken palings, swirling and eddying, spilling out over the banks in places, taking everything with it. The surface of the bridge was about an inch deep in water. "Do you think it's safe to cross?" Damaris asked.
"For the moment, which is all we need," Freddy said briskly, and he urged the nervous horses across the bridge. For the next mile or so the road ran beside the river. "Won't be long before it bursts its banks," Freddy observed, "but the road leaves the riverside soon, and the rest of the way is on higher ground." He spoke too soon. Rounding a bend, they were confronted with an angry brown sea of swirling floodwater into which the road disappeared. "Damn it, we'll have to go back." He backed the horses and turned the curricle around. There was no side road, no other way except back to the flooding bridge. By the time they got back, the wooden bridge was shuddering under the sweeping barrage of water and debris. Under their horrified gaze, a section of the bridge broke and was dragged into the swirling torrent. In minutes, the remainder of the bridge was swept away, tossed around on the current like handfuls of sticks. They were stranded. "Well, we won't be going that way," Freddy said lightly. He scanned their surroundings. The floodwaters were already nibbling at the edge of the road. "We'll have to move to higher ground." "There's a cottage back there." Damaris pointed. "I noticed it as we passed. It's on that hill. From here you can't see it for the trees, but it's there." "Right, then." Again, Freddy turned the curricle around and they headed back, searching for a way up to the cottage on the hill. They found a gate with a narrow track winding upward. Freddy jumped down, opened the gate, then led the horses through it. "It's too rough and narrow for the curricle," he said. "We'll have to leave it here. We'll take the horses with us. Let's hope there's some sort of shelter for them at the cottage." He unhitched the horses and, slipping and sliding on the steep and muddy track, they made their way toward the cottage. Damaris glanced at him at one point. "You're quite enjoying this, aren't you?" "Sorry." He pulled a guilty face. "I must confess I have a sneaking fondness for the odd small adventure. We're going to be all right, you know. We're more in danger of discomfort and inconvenience than actual danger. The floods won't come up this high." "I know. I'm not worried." Truth to tell,
Damaris didn't mind a small adventure herself. Her upbringing had better prepared her for physical danger and discomfort than for London drawing rooms and the pitfalls of polite society. He turned to look at her. "You're not, are you? Remarkable. 9 out of 10 females of my acquaintance would be loudly castigating me for the ruination of their shoes, not to mention their damp and muddy hems. They'd be complaining about having to walk and screeching at me to do something, Freddy, do something." "But what could you do?" she said, puzzled. "Carry them, probably." He gave her a hopeful look. "Do you want me to carry you?" She laughed. "Of course not. You have quite enough to manage with those horses." "Oh, well," he said with a downcast sigh, "if you must be so distressingly independent." Damaris couldn't help but smile. Even in the midst of trouble he could find an opportunity to flirt. The clouds were thickening by the minute, and they were barely halfway up the hill when there was a flash, then a rumble, and the first few fat drops of rain fell. "Uh-oh," Freddy said, glancing at the sky. "Hurry!" But within seconds the heavens opened and the rain was pelting down. By the time they reached the cottage they were drenched. "You get inside. I'll find somewhere to put the horses," Freddy shouted over the rain. Damaris knocked, once, twice, but there was no answer. Shivering, she tried the door. It opened. "Is anyone here?" she called as she entered, but there was no answer. The cottage was small, just one main room, with a kitchen scullery at the rear, a small table in the middle with a couple of wooden chairs, and a bed in the corner covered with a bright patchwork quilt. The floor was made of stone flags, made cosier and more cheerful with some homemade rag rugs. It was clean and neat as a pin. They'd need to dry off. Feeling uncomfortably like a thief, she looked in the chest at the end of the bed and found several lengths of rough towel and some folded clothes. All for a woman, an old woman by the look of the clothes. She must live here alone. She took out the towels and used one to towel-dry her hair and soak up as much of the dampness as she could. There was no sign of Freddy. Presumably he was getting the horses settled. The storm was getting worse. Lightning flickered, thunder rumbled, and rain hammered at the roof and windows in a deafening tattoo. They'd be here for a while. She should light a fire. It was taking a liberty in a stranger's house, but she was wet through, and Freddy would be even wetter, and they didn't want to catch a chill. She swept out the ashes of the old fire, found some kindling, and began to set a fire. The door crashed open, and she jumped. "Only me!" Freddy shouted over the noise. "Here, I'll do that." He came forward, dripping and shivering with cold. She shooed him away. "I am well able to light a fire, thank you. You're soaked, so go over there and get out of those wet clothes before you catch your death." "You're wet too." "Not as wet as you, and you've been outside in it longer. You're practically blue with cold, so don't argue. Strip." His eyes danced, and she knew he was about to say something cheeky, so she waved him away. "Not another word. I found you a towel and some clothes. They're there on the bed. I'm afraid there are no men's clothes in the cottage. I think an old woman lives here alone, but there is a red flannel nightgown there you can put on while your clothes are drying. It might be a little tight across the shoulders, but I think it will fit. And be warm." "A nightgown?" He picked up the red flannel nightgown between finger and thumb and regarded it with a dubious expression. She hid a smile. "Don't look like that. There are no frills. It looks much like the nightshirts my father used to wear. More to the point, it will cover you decently and keep you warm while we dry your clothes by the fire. And don't worry, I'll turn my back while you change." He gave her a slow smile. "I'm not worried in the least." She busied herself arranging kindling in the fireplace, but her imagination was only too aware that he was stripping off his clothes, one by one. She recalled how he had looked shirtless, chopping wood, and her mouth dried. Just a peep, she told herself. But that would be wrong. More. It would be dangerous. She thrust the image of his naked chest out of her mind and concentrated on getting the fire going. She found the tinderbox, struck a spark, and blew gently on the tinder until she coaxed from it first a wisp of smoke, then a small flame. Soon the kindling had caught and the fire was crackling brightly.
"You can look now,"
he said. At his words, she turned and caught her breath. He was practically naked. The red flannel nightgown lay untouched on the bed. He'd wrapped the strip of towel around his hips, tucking the ends in a way that looked worryingly insecure. One movement and he'd unwrap. She swallowed. The cottage suddenly felt a great deal smaller and warmer.
"Red is not my colour," he said, gesturing to the nightgown on the bed, "but I'm perfectly comfortable like this. It won't take long for my shirt and breeches to dry."
He tossed the patchwork quilt loosely around his shoulders, but even so there was still too much naked Freddy visible for her peace of mind. Between the folds of the quilt there were glimpses of bare chest, bare stomach, and long muscular legs, naked from mid-thigh down. Like living marble, lean and hard and masculine, more beautiful than any statue she'd seen, and wearing a worn strip of toweling instead of a fig leaf. He might be comfortable with his near-nakedness. She certainly wasn't. She tried not to notice the fine dusting of dark gold hair sprinkled across his chest. It ran in a line down past his belly button and disappeared under the towel. That towel didn't even have a pin to secure it. What would happen when he moved? He gave her a grin, seemingly not at all discomposed by his bareness or her struggle not to stare. "Worried about my towel falling off?" Her face flushed with heat. Not at all. With an effort, she managed to drag her gaze off his body and fix it firmly to his face, refusing to let it drop below the chin, no matter how much it wanted to. Why was it that men always seemed so comfortable in their skin and women were so self-conscious? Well, she wasn't going to spend the rest of the day wondering when that wretchedly inadequate towel was going to slide off those narrow male hips. She stalked to the chest and searched until she found what she wanted. "I thought this would be too inconvenient before, but I've changed my mind." She thrust a folded cotton sheet at him. "Wear that." "You don't like my current attire?" "It's insufficient," she said crisply. "You'll catch a chill." He smiled as if he knew very well why her colour was so heightened, but took the sheet. "Turn your back, then, Miss Innocence." Miss Innocence. If only he knew. She swallowed. It was a timely reminder. Before she realized what he was about, he'd turned away and dropped the towel, giving her a glimpse of firm, well-shaped buttocks. She hurriedly busied herself with the fire, using the poker to stir it up, and swung the black cast-iron kettle across on its hook to heat some water. She was dying for a cup of tea. "Better?" She looked around. He'd wrapped the sheet around himself several times and tied it at the shoulder, toga style. Much. "It was getting a bit chilly," he admitted, picking up the quilt. "Now, your turn." She blinked. "What?" He jerked his head toward the bed. "Your turn to strip." I'm all right. Just a bit damp." She ran her hands over her damp dress. "It'll dry soon, now that the fire's going." "Nonsense. You're wet enough to catch a chill, so strip or I'll do it for you." He pointed to the bed in the corner. "Now, don't worry about modesty. I'll do my very best to be a gentleman." Operating on the assumption that if she kept her back turned, decorum of sorts would be maintained, she began to struggle out of her damp clothes, with limited success. Why, oh why, did ladies' dresses fasten at the back?
"Would you like me to undo you at the back there?" he asked a moment later. She whirled around, her arms crossed over her fully clothed front. "You said you wouldn't look." "I said I'd try to be a gentleman. It's not quite the same thing." "A gentleman wouldn't look." "A saint wouldn't look. You seem to have an odd understanding of gentlemen. The delightful thing about us is that we come in many different varieties." He strolled over, twirled her around, and started undoing the back of her dress. "Some of us wear red flannel nightgowns. Some of us don't. Some gentlemen are mortified if a lady glimpses their bare legs. I'm not that sort, either." His fingers brushed her skin as he worked. "I'm a helpful kind of gentleman who will gallantly offer to help a damp lady with her laces." How did he always manage to make ordinary things sound so wicked? She felt a draft on her skin as her dress opened. "It's not as easy as it looks, getting ladies out of their dresses," he murmured in her ear as he unfastened the laces of her corset. He, of course, would know. "There you go." He ran a slow finger down the length of her spine, sending ripples through her. She jumped and gave a small squeak. She whirled to face him accusingly, clutching her sagging clothing to her. "What's the matter?" he purred. "Your finger," she said with as much composure as she could manage. "It's cold." "Odd." He gave her a slow smile. "It must be the only part of me that is." She was rather warm herself, but she'd rather die than admit it. Or admit that this situation was exciting her senses. That way lay danger, and unlike the flood, once released, she knew it wouldn't recede, and this time it would destroy her. "Turn your back," she told him sternly, "and keep it turned. Tend the fire or something." "I like the sound of or something." Impossible man. She decided to ignore him. Modesty being the better part of valour, and trust not being part of the equation at all, she pulled the voluminous red flannel nightgown over her head, and, safely covered, she then struggled out of her clothes. It took rather longer than she expected, but she was finally free of her wet things and respectably covered from neck to mid-calf. It was too short to reach to her ankles, alas. Then, dressed in the nightgown and with a thick homespun woolen shawl draped around her shoulders and knotted securely over her breasts, she turned. She found him sprawled on a chair, convulsed with silent laughter. "Beast!" She picked up a pair of lumpy socks and threw them at his head, wishing they were a rock instead. He caught them one-handed, still laughing. "That," he said, "was better than a play." "You," she told him severely, "are no gentleman." "I think we already established that I'm a particular kind of gentleman." His eyes ran over her and darkened. "Red is most definitely your colour," he said softly. Then, in a quite different tone, he added, "Thanks for these. This stone floor is quite chilly," and bent to pull the socks on. Nettled, she pulled on a pair of socks herself. The stone floor was very cold. By the time they'd arranged their wet things around the fireplace, the kettle was singing. Damaris searched in the kitchen for tea, but found only various jars of dried herbs. Luckily, she knew her herbs. "It will have to be herbal tea, I'm afraid." He pulled a face, but anything hot was better than nothing, and when she poured the tea into 2 cups, he produced a flask from the pocket of his coat and poured a nip of brandy into each cup. "I never travel without it." They sat by the fire, sipping their hot drinks. "You realize we'll be spending the night here," he said. She'd realized. She just didn't want to think about it. "I was hoping someone might come to rescue us before then. Maybe the woman who lives here." He shook his head. "Her hens were already locked in the hen house when we got here. I'd say she expected to be gone for the day. She'll be on the other side of that flood."
"I feel a little uncomfortable making so free with all her possessions."
He shrugged. "We have no choice. I'll leave her some money to make up for it. The question that's worrying me is what we'll have for dinner. I'll kill one of those hens if I have to, but—"
"No, you mustn't. You wouldn't know which one to kill. What if you killed her favourite hen or her best layer?"
His brows rose. "You seem to have given it some thought. You kept hens in China, I gather, as well as swimming pigs."
She nodded. "You won't need to kill anything. There are plenty of eggs and some bread in the larder, and vegetables. I could make soup and scrambled eggs on toast." He gave her an exaggerated look of admiration.
"Does this mean you can cook as well? Good heavens! There is no end to your talents, Miss Chance. You breed hens and experimental swimming pigs. You paint. You make dried weeds into a drink that's almost palatable."
She laughed. "Wait until you've tasted my cooking before you judge, Mr. Monckton Coombs. I may yet disappoint you."
"Never," he said quietly.
But she was already searching the larder and didn't see the expression on his face. As night fell, the cottage seemed to grow smaller and the bed bigger, although to Damaris's mind it was not big enough. Since dinner she'd been putting the moment off, first with conversation, but she had soon run out of things to chat about. It was difficult to think of interesting conversational topics when a man in a toga, naked under that toga, was watching you rather in the manner of a cat watching a mouse, only with a lurking half-smile. Next, she'd tried playing a word game. He turned out to be quite good at that, which was disconcerting. Finally, in desperation, she'd tried I Spy, but whenever it was his turn, he picked B, and it always turned out to be B for bed.
Finally, Freddy gave an extravagant yawn and stretched. "Time to turn in. That is, unless you've thought of yet another reason to put off going to bed."
"I don't know what you mean."
"No, of course you don't. And I suppose you expect me to be the kind of gentleman who will give you the bed while I sleep on that freezing slab of stone that passes for a floor here, but I'm not such a fool."
"I never said."
"You didn't need to. But here is what we're going to do. I shall remain in this toga shroud affair, and I'll wrap this quilt around me in a cocoon of a perfect chastity. You shall remain in that fetching red flannel tent, and we shall share the bed and the blankets. That way we shall both be warm and warm, at any rate."
She hesitated.
"What is it now?" he asked. "Do you want me to promise not to seduce you?" "I won't." "Come along, Miss Innocence. I won't bite."
He gave a slow grin.
"Not unless you ask me to."
He held out his hand to Damaris. She didn't take it. She was perfectly well able to rise from a chair on her own, and she didn't trust herself to touch him. "I will make my ablutions first," she told him, and removed herself to the back of the cottage, where she borrowed a pair of wooden clogs to make use of the outdoor privy. The rain had stopped, but the wind was bitter, and when she came back in she was freezing. She'd needed cooling down, she told herself. She washed her face and hands and dried them slowly. It was just a bed, she told herself. They had to sleep. And though he might be the kind of gentleman who was far too adept at helping a lady out of her clothes, he wasn't the sort of man who would force her. She was sure of that. As long as she didn't let him see that she desired him, she was safe. He was already in bed. He patted the bed invitingly.
"I'm warming it for you."
She slipped into her side of the bed, blew out the homemade rush candle that sat beside it, and pulled the covers up to her ears. "Good night, Freddy."
"Good night, Damaris."
If his voice were a novel, the title would be Invitation to Sin. The bed was a lot smaller than it had looked. She didn't want to bump up against him, so she arranged herself as close to the edge as was practical. She closed her eyes. He wriggled around a bit and she stiffened. "Just getting comfortable," he murmured. He was very close. Something bumped the back of her legs. "Sorry, I need to curl up a bit. The bed's a bit shorter than me." A brawny arm slid around her waist and pulled her against him. "What are you—" "It's a small bed, and you don't want to fall out. Now, stop worrying. This way we'll keep warm. Ouch! Who put icicles in the bed?" "If you're referring to my feet—"
"Is that what they are? Good God, they're frozen solid."
He hooked a foot around her and drew her freezing feet against his legs.
"Think of me as your personal hot brick."
She ought to have resisted, but her feet were cold, and he was so wonderfully warm. He snuggled against her, holding her by the middle.
"There, isn't that toasty? Now you'll sleep."
"Thank you. Good night," she said. How could she possibly sleep, with his long, hard body wrapped around her, pressed against her from shoulder to thigh, his knees touching the backs of her thighs, his groin curved around her backside, his arm holding her close? Thank God for the toga and the quilt. What had he called it? A cocoon of perfect chastity. It had better be. She lay there listening to the wind in the trees and gentle hiss and crackle of the fire, and the quiet breathing of the man in the bed with her. It was her definition of heaven. Sometimes a woman just needs to be held. She understood now what Mamma meant. There was such comfort in it, but such bitter sweetness knowing it would be her only night with this man. She should savour it as long as she could. She slept. Freddy knew the moment Damaris fell asleep. Her breathing deepened and she relaxed back against him. He was as far from sleep as ever he'd been. He was as hard as a rock from the scent of her hair, the feel of her body against him. "Patience," he told his eager little soldier. "Good things come to those who wait." But the good thing, the only woman he'd ever truly wanted, was here in his arms, trustfully asleep, blast it, and he'd promised to be a gentleman. It was the hardship of the long game. Fools rush in, and all that, and she was as wary a creature as any female he'd met. She shifted a little in her sleep, and he felt it. Through a toga and a patchwork-blasted quilt, he felt it. He shifted uncomfortably. Cocoon of blasted chastity. More like an Iron Maiden of inconvenience. Such an irony that he who'd sworn loud and long that he never wanted to marry was now certain that the only woman he could stand to wed was a sweet, stubborn girl who herself had vowed not to marry. It was a mystery to him why a girl like Damaris would be so averse to marriage. He could understand that she might not wish to marry him, though there was a future title and a fortune to sweeten the deal, but not to wish to marry at all, when she didn't even have twopence to her name. It was all academic now. It didn't matter what either of them wanted. After this night together they were well and truly compromised. Marriage was no longer a choice for either of them. It was an obligation. He wondered how she'd take it when she realized. The quilt was rucked up and uncomfortable. Carefully he wriggled out of it and kicked it out of the bed. The toga would have to stay, he decided regretfully. After he'd promised not to seduce her, she wouldn't take kindly to waking up in bed with a naked man. The wind rattled the windows and sighed around the eaves. He held her in his arms and waited for sleep to come. Chapter 19. Eleanor told herself likewise not to hope, but it was too late. Hope had already entered. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. Damaris awoke slowly to a sense of warmth and comfort and rightness. She lay without moving, savouring the sensation, aware of her breathing, and his. Abandoned in sleep, he claimed her, one heavy arm holding her against the curve of his body, his chest pressed to her back, her bottom cuddled into his groin. He was hard. She could feel him pressing against her. Her eyes flew open and she tensed a moment, waiting. But the rhythm of his breathing didn't change, and she slowly relaxed. If only it could stay like this between them, peaceful, trusting, with no expectations. But she knew better. Those dreams were long gone. Carefully she lifted his arm and turned to face him, drinking in the sight of him in a way she usually couldn't. When he was awake, those vivid blue eyes of his danced and duelled and offered endless light-hearted invitations to sin. People said eyes were a window to the soul, but his weren't. They were a barrier. His inner thoughts hidden behind the laughing gaze of the light-hearted rake. On only a few occasions had she glimpsed another side of him, a more serious, thoughtful side, when he'd talked about his brother. A brief glimpse of something darker and more painful. And again when the lash of his parents' dismissal caught him unawares. Now, that brilliant blue gaze was hidden beneath the twin crescents of his lashes, thick and brown and tipped with gold. In sleep he looked younger, less guarded, without his usual expression of faint cynicism, more vulnerable. His dark gold hair was tousled and not by the expert attentions of his valet. His jaw was roughened with bristle, darker than his hair but with faint glints of gold. Her fingers itched to rub against his jaw, to feel the delicious abrasion and the hard bone beneath. His lips were parted slightly. She looked at his mouth, his beautiful, mobile, masculine mouth, and remembered that kiss by his brother's grave. Her first kiss, though no one, knowing what she'd done before reaching England, would believe that. She had difficulty believing it herself. And, having done what she'd done, knowing what she knew, how had that kiss been so sweet, so unexpected, tender yet carnal and deeply arousing? She ached now with the memory of it, wondering how it might feel to lie with this man. If his kiss, one single kiss, could move her so, how much more might there be if they were to lie together? If she opened herself to him and took inside her that part of him now pressing so insistently against her belly? She ached to do it, to know, to feel again what she had felt that day by the lake. Only more. She'd believed she knew everything about Congress between a man and a woman, but that kiss had shown her how little she understood. It was a mystery. He was a mystery. And lying with him like this, gazing on his sleeping face and breathing in the scent of him, and feeling what she was feeling, she was a mystery to herself. She ached for him, but she knew it couldn't be. The cost would be too great. Freddy knew before he'd even opened his eyes that she was watching him. He could feel her gaze on his face, feel the softness of her breath on his skin. The scent of her was intoxicating, her softness pressed gently, trustfully against him, and, Lord help him, he was hard and rampant, pressing against her like a randy dog. Did she know it? More to the point, did she understand it? She was an innocent, he reminded himself, despite the soft breasts pressed against his arm, hard-tipped and begging for attention. He opened his eyes and found her gazing intently at him, so sweetly earnest, as if he were a source of endless fascination. All his good intentions crumbled. "Morning, beautiful." With his free hand he cupped the nape of her neck and pulled her down to his mouth. She tasted of sleep and surprised, aroused woman. She accepted him softly, with shy eagerness, her tongue touching, then tangling with his. Desire already kindled sprang to a raging blaze in an instant. He tried to resist, but a small voice inside him reminded him their fate had been tied the moment they'd been alone together and stranded in the cottage overnight. She was going to be his wife, and, strangely, for once he didn't seem to mind the idea of being married. He particularly didn't mind it at this minute. He rolled her over, kissing, tasting, glorying in her. He dragged at the tangled folds of the blasted toga affair he was still wearing, trying to free his body. He abandoned that for more urgent needs and swept the hem of her nightgown up along her long, slender legs, finding the satiny skin of her thighs and seeking the heated, damp place between them. "No." She clamped her thighs together and pushed his hands away. "We can't." "We can," he muttered, and pulled her mouth back to his, one hand seeking the soft nest of damp curls between her thighs. "No, we mustn't." Something in her voice alerted him. She pushed him away and sat up, wide-eyed and distressed. A flash of something he thought might be shame crossed her features. It was like a dash of cold water, bringing him to his senses. Damn it! She was an innocent, and he'd pounced on her with a complete lack of finesse. Where had his much-vaunted skills as a lover gone? Evaporated in a burst of white heat. He pulled back, breathing deeply, willing the rampant desire to pass. He felt like a ravening wolf, but he gave her a smile that he hoped was reassuring. "Sorry, I'm not usually such an animal in the morning." He would be if he woke every morning with her in his bed. The thought cheered him. When we're married, it will be different. He would make love to her at night as well as in the morning. She stiffened. "Married? We're not getting married." He smiled. "My dear girl, you must realize that spending the night together means we're thoroughly compromised. We have no choice but to marry now." All the warmth and colour drained from her face. "No, I can't. I won't." "We must, don't you see?" "No." "But—" "I don't want to talk about it. Just leave me, please. I beg you." She turned away and pulled the covers over her head. "Very well," he said, a little stiffly. He knew she wasn't keen on marriage, but her reaction was stronger than he'd expected. "Give me a moment to dress, and I'll leave you. You need time to get used to the idea." "I don't need time to get used to anything. We're not getting married." She sounded completely certain. Her refusal even to entertain the thought for a moment annoyed him. He would have to make her understand. Their fate was sealed. It didn't matter whether she liked it or not. They had to get married. If he could accept it with good grace, so could she. He slipped from the bed and padded across the icy floor to where his clothes had been left to dry in front of the fire. His linen shirt and drawers were dry, as were his breeches. He pulled them on. His coat was still damp. He glanced outside. It was a clear, dry morning, no sign of rain, for which he was heartily grateful. The fire had gone out in the night, and he cleared the ashes away and lit a new fire. "I'll see to the horses," he said, when it was burning well. He moved toward the door, then paused. "Should I do anything with the hens?" "There's a bowl of scraps in the scullery," came a muffled voice from the bed. "Give them that, and let them out." "Won't they run away?" "No, they'll come back when it's getting dark." He fetched the bowl and left. His calmness in the face of her unreasonable obduracy was, he thought, quite impressive. he would see to the animals and come up with a sober, well-reasoned argument that would convince her that they had no option except marriage. Below, the floodwaters swirled all around them for miles. It was as if they were on an island in the middle of a muddy sea. The rain had stopped and the clouds had passed away, leaving a washed-out wintry blue sky. Pity. He could do with 40 days and 40 nights. It might take that long to convince her. Damaris shook out her dress. It was crumpled but dry. Keeping one eye on the door, she dressed in front of the fire, slipping into her underclothes first. She laced up her corset from the front, tying it as tight as she could, then twisted it around, hoping it would stay up all right. She would rather die than ask Freddy to tie it for her. His words echoed in her mind. "Spending the night together means we're thoroughly compromised. We have no choice but to marry." If there was one thing everyone agreed on about Freddy Monkton Coombs, it was that he didn't want to be married. She sat on the bed to put on her stockings and shoes. She couldn't bear to let him be trapped into marrying her. It was her fault they'd ended up in this situation. She'd been rude to his parents. She was the one who'd wanted to leave Breckenridge then and there, and because she got sick in closed carriages, they'd travelled in the curricle without her maid in attendance. If Polly had been with them, the question would never have arisen. On every count it was her fault. He'd been nothing but kind to her, and this was how she would repay him? By entrapping him into marriage? Because society expected it? Because he was held to be a rake, and she an innocent? What a joke that was. Bitter, as only she knew. There was no question of marriage. The rain had stopped in the night. Outside the sky looked clear. Would the floodwaters have receded enough for them to pass? She swiftly made the bed, pulling the bedclothes straight, wondering whether they'd sleep there again. Could she trust herself to spend another night in the same bed with him? It had been a close call this morning. She'd almost forgotten herself. If he hadn't had to stop to disentangle himself from the sheet, if she hadn't felt a jolt of sensation at his intimate touch, what might have happened? She wasn't sure whether she was relieved or sorry. She picked up the patchwork quilt from where he had dumped it on the floor and began to fold it. The door crashed open. Freddy stood in the doorway, his blue eyes blazing with decision. "God wants us to get married." She clutched the quilt to her chest and stared at him in amazement. "What?" He stepped inside and closed the door and said calmly, "It's all quite clear to me. God wants us to get married." She didn't believe a word of it. "You don't even believe in God?" He frowned. "How do you know?" "You said so back in London when you told me to live in the moment, like a Buddhist." "Oh, well, I believe in him now." "Why? What has changed?" "He sent a flood, so that we would have to get married." "Pfft! You don't believe that for a moment." It was a ridiculous argument, endearing, but ridiculous. "I do," he said, with an air of virtue that didn't deceive her in the least. "And since you do believe in God, you need to honour his flood by marrying me." "Well, I won't." "And you a missionary's daughter. I'm shocked." She finished folding the quilt and placed it on the bed. "I wasn't a missionary. Papa was." "I could convert you." "I don't want to be converted, especially by a heathen, manipulative, devious rake," she added, hoping it would annoy him enough to stop this foolish nonsense. "You say the sweetest things. So, where would you like us to get married?" "Nowhere." He considered that for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, yes, I know where that is. I recollect I found myself in the middle of it once. Very well, it is agreed." "What is agreed? In the middle of what?"
The middle of nowhere. It's in Yorkshire. Odd place for a wedding, but if your heart is set on it—"
"It's not, and you are ridiculous."
"But eligible, you must admit, and honourable, which is why we're going to be married. So, will it be St. George's, Hanover Square, or the chapel at Davenham, where your sister and Max were married, or—"
"I'm not marrying you."
"Don't be silly, of course you are. Now, I'll go and chop some wood while you try to make up your mind where the wedding will be. I must say I'm surprised. Never thought you'd be so indecisive, Damaris."
"I'm not indecisive," she began, but he was gone, and the door shut behind him, leaving her in a turmoil of mixed emotions, half laughing and, at the same time, on the verge of tears. Of course it was all nonsense, but it was very sweet nonsense, pretending it was some kind of divine plan, letting her off the hook and blaming God. They both knew better. How she would love to go along with his banter and let herself be talked into a light-hearted wedding. She longed for a happily ever after as much as any other girl. But too much had happened, and she was not the blushing virgin he imagined her to be. And when he learned what she had been and done, well, she didn't want to have to live with that kind of disillusion, let alone be the cause of it. She just had to stand firm, that was all. It would be better for both of them. The morning passed busily, with Freddy seeing to the horses and Damaris cleaning the cottage. She wanted to leave it as spick and span as it had been when they arrived, and searching through the provisions in the larder to see what she could find to cook, and trying not to think of how it might be if she married Freddy Monckton Coombs. It wasn't to be thought of. He only persisted because he didn't understand why it was impossible. And unnecessary. And because she was too much of a coward to tell him why. Around midday, Freddy came in carrying an armload of wood. He'd never chopped so much wood in his life, and stamping his feet to knock off the mud. Round two, he thought. "Looking at the level of that water, I'd say we won't be leaving here until tomorrow at the earliest. It's not dropping yet, but it's stopped rising." He squatted down and began to stack the wood in the box next to the hearth. She nodded and went on busily pinching out little lumps of dough. He finished stacking the wood and brushed off his hands. "What are you doing?" "Making dumplings for our dinner." He pulled out a chair and sat down to watch her. She rolled out the lumps of dough into small circles, placed a dab of creamy green mush in the middle, then folded them in half, sealing the edges with some beaten egg. "Never seen dumplings like that before." "They're Chinese." "Ah." He watched as her hands moved deftly, flatten, dab, fold, seal. The crescent-shaped dumplings multiplied rapidly. It was quite soothing to watch, but Freddy wasn't in the mood for being soothed. "You know, Damaris, for a girl who's normally quite good about grasping the nettle, you're being remarkably reluctant to face the truth of our situation." Her mouth flattened. "I'm not going to marry you." "There's no choice, not for either of us. If we don't, you'll be regarded as a fallen woman, and decent women will shun your society, while I'll be branded as a scoundrel." "We agreed this arrangement was a temporary thing only, a pretense." God, but she was stubborn. "Yes, but the flood has changed everything." She wiped her floury hands on a cloth. "I don't care what people say about me." "Nor what they say about me, apparently." That gave her a jolt, he saw. She hadn't considered it from his point of view. She gave him a pleading look. "I could make it clear that you offered for me and I refused." He tamped down on his anger, telling himself she didn't understand the implications, that she was an innocent and had been raised in another culture. It didn't help. "You would tell the world that you would rather be branded as a scarlet woman than marry me? How very flattering!" She bit her lip. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" She shook her head as if she were having a silent argument with herself. She finished the last of the dumplings, covered them with a damp cloth, and began to tidy the table. Surely people will forget after a week or two. You know how society moves, from one scandal to the next. He clenched his fist. Her stubborn refusal to face facts infuriated him. "I don't care. You and I will marry. No argument. If you cannot bear me to touch you, and I don't believe that for a minute," she flinched, "then we will have a white marriage. But marry me you will." "I can't." At the despair in her voice, a possibility occurred to him for the first time. "Are you? You're not married already, are you?" "No, but there are reasons why I cannot." "What reasons?" She shook her head and started wiping down the table. He snatched the cloth and threw it across the room. "Damn it, Damaris, if I'm to be known as a scoundrel who ruined the reputation of a decent young lady, the very least you owe me is an explanation." She gave him a long, troubled look, then seemed to crumple. She lowered herself onto the chair and said wearily, "That's just it. I'm not a decent young lady. The very opposite, in fact." Chapter 20. If I could but know his heart, everything would become easy. Jane Austen, Sense and Sensibility. "I'll explain, but first I'll make us some tea," she said. Freddy was about to put out his hand and stop her, but changed his mind. Women sometimes found comfort in such rituals, and tea might bring a little colour back to her cheeks. That paleness worried him. "I'm not a decent young lady. The very opposite, in fact." What the hell could she mean by it? The opposite of decent? That was nonsense for a start. He'd known a lot of women of various characters and from all walks of life, and Damaris was one of the finest, most decent people he'd known. He watched her making the tea. Well, not proper tea. It was another collection of dried green bits. God knew what it would taste like, but if she made it, he would drink it. It was her way of delaying the inevitable. Judging from her expression, it was serious, this reason of hers. At least she thought it was. What could she possibly have done that would make her ineligible for marriage? Because that, beneath it all, was what she was saying. Not that she wouldn't marry him, but that she couldn't. Finally, just when he was about to put his foot down and insist that she stop messing about with blasted herbs and tell him what the hell this was all about, she brought the teapot and 2 cups over and sat down again at the table. "It's a long story," she said. "I don't mind." He didn't care how long it took, as long as he learned what could have put that bleak look in her eyes. Worse than bleak. Stark despair. At the prospect of marrying him. Damaris stirred her tea slowly, wishing, praying that there was some way she could avoid telling him this, wanting to put off the moment when the kindness and concern would fade from his eyes and be replaced by... Pray that when she was finished he would not look at her the way Papa used to look at Mamma, with resentment and disgust. Papa had no respect for Mamma. None at all. Now, on the brink of opening herself to the same condemnation, she wondered how Mamma had borne it all those years. She would have been less lonely living alone without a soul to talk to than living with Papa and his righteous contempt. No decent man could respect a woman who came to her marriage bed tarnished, impure, and worse, driven still by the lusts of the flesh. And though Damaris had tried all her life to do the right thing, now she was just as tarnished, just as impure and fallen as Mamma. More so, probably. And she had a horrid suspicion she was also driven by the lusts of the flesh. She stirred her tea, feeling his gaze on her, but unwilling to meet it, dreading the moment the kind light of concern would fade from his eyes. She traced the grain of the table with her finger, trying to decide how to start. Where to start, because it was complicated. "You know I lived in China." He nodded. "Yes, with your missionary father." "I told you Papa died. But what I didn't say is that he was killed. Murdered." "Murdered?" She found a crack in the grain of the timber and ran her fingernail along it back and forth, concentrating as she spoke, as if the story she told was about someone else, not herself. "Yes. I wasn't there when they came. I was at the market." She told him how she'd seen Zhang Liang and his soldiers riding out, but hadn't realized the significance of it until she'd heard the old lord, his father, was dead. Her shopping had fallen in the dust, unheeded, as she'd realized where the soldiers must have been going. She told him how she'd run and run with a stitch knifing into her side, and how she'd stumbled the last few yards on shaky, exhausted legs up the crest of the hill that overlooked the valley, and had seen the pall of smoke hanging over the mission. In a voice that sounded wooden to her ears, she described how she'd found their little church looted and destroyed, the children gone, she knew not where, whether they'd fled or been taken by the soldiers, and how she'd found her father's body sprawled in the mission courtyard. Beheaded. He frowned and reached for her hands at that point, but she waved him off. She'd never get through her story if he touched her, she knew. She told him how she'd buried Papa. There was nothing to be done about the children. She was helpless in that, too. But on reflection she decided the soldiers would not harm them. If they'd intended harm, surely there would be small bodies in the dust along with Papa's. No, it was only the foreign devils they were after. She was the only one left. She told him how she'd set out to walk to the coast, hoping to find a European ship to take her home. Yes, she still thought of England as home, even though she had no memories of it and no relatives. She described how she'd walked for days, no, she didn't know how many, she'd lost track of time, and how, to her joy and relief, she had found an English ship. But that by that time she had nothing left, no food, no money to pay for her passage, only the clothes she stood up in, Chinese peasant clothes, and her mother's locket. She traced the crack in the wood over and over, wishing she didn't have to tell him this part, but knowing it was the whole point of the story. It was hard to find the words. No, not the words. It was the will to speak them she lacked. The words themselves were simple. She told him how she'd spoken to the captain and explained her situation. "I offered to work my passage, cleaning, cooking, mending the sails, or whatever." It was important that he understand that she had offered honest work in exchange for her passage, and the captain agreed. She still hadn't looked at him. He'd gone very silent. He wasn't stupid. He could see what was coming. She paused, wishing he would speak and save her the pain of telling it in all its sordid detail. She'd never told anyone this part of her story, had hoped she'd never have to. But he said not a word to spare her. She told him how seasick she'd been for the first few days. "It's not only carriages I get sick in," she said ruefully, but really she was putting off the moment. And, judging from the tension that seemed to fill the cottage, he knew it. She moistened her lips and forced herself to continue. "After a few days at sea, I became accustomed to the movement of the ship. I was able to stand and keep food down. One of the sailors told me to clean myself up, that the captain had sent for me." She swallowed. "I was told to report for duty. He, the captain, was. He was in his cabin. And then—" She swallowed and traced the grain of the table with her finger, pressing her fingernail into the tiny crack, as if it could somehow swallow her up. She still couldn't look at him, and then he told me the manner by which I was to work my passage. He said I had 3 choices. There was a long silence.
What were the choices?
His voice sounded hoarse. She swallowed again with difficulty and tried to meet his eyes, but failed. He said I could become his...
I know what he meant. What were the other two choices?
If I didn't choose him, he would hand me over to the crew for the same purpose.
He swore. And your third choice?
To swim for shore.
After several days at sea?
He swore again. She nodded and forced herself to spit it out, and so I made my choice, and though I know it was cowardly and contemptible, in the same circumstances I would make the same choice again. She braced herself for his reaction, but he said not a word. Had he not understood what she'd done? Did he expect her to say it? To admit every ugly detail? Papa would have. So, in a hard little voice, she forced out the words that would complete her confession. I chose the cat. He reached across the table and took her hands in a warm, firm grip.
No, Damaris, you chose life, and no one could blame you for it. No one, least of all me.
They weren't the words she'd been expecting. Not remotely. She forced herself to look at him then. His eyes were blazing blue with some unknowable emotion. His hands gripped hers tightly, so tightly it almost hurt.
You did the only thing you could. No one would blame you. I certainly wouldn't.
She searched his face, not entirely trusting the truth of what he'd said. I was always taught death before dishonour.
There was no dishonour in what you did,
he said softly. His thumbs caressed her hands.
Only desperation, and a desire to live. The dishonour was entirely that swine of a captain's.
She tried to swallow, but there was a lump in her throat. She wanted to believe him, but a lifetime's experience had taught her the opposite was true. The woman was always at fault. Always.
Is that your reason for refusing to get married?
She nodded. I realize that virginity is a requirement for marriage, that no decent man could respect a woman who came to her marriage bed tarnished and impure.
Who told you that piece of nonsense?
She blinked. My father.
Repeatedly. Well, forgive me, but if that's what he thought, the man was a fool. Granted, some fellows prize virginity in a bride, but that's usually about securing paternity, of the first child at least. And because some men are clumsy brutes and prefer their brides ignorant. Besides, I'm somewhat of a rake, which means I'm not a virgin either, which makes us equal.
She shook her head. It's different from men, as you very well know. You're not taking me seriously. I would rather live alone than live without respect.
As Mamma had.
He frowned.
I've already said I don't blame you. No one could possibly blame you for what happened.
She could not quite believe him. She lifted her chin and said half defiantly, I would do it again if I had to, so though I was shamed by the captain, I am not ashamed of my decision, and I won't be forgiven for it. Because the forgiven one was always in the wrong. Forgiven didn't mean forgotten. Papa had forgiven Mamma, but he'd never forgotten, not for a minute. She'd had to endure his forgiveness daily. His eyes warmed.
My dear girl, I wouldn't dare.
There was a short silence. Are you laughing at me? She couldn't believe it. He squeezed her hands.
Not precisely laughing. Smiling a little at your fierceness, perhaps. There's no need for it. Truly there isn't. You don't have to defend your decision to me. I thoroughly approve it. Where would I be if you'd believed that death before dishonour nonsense, for instance?
She decided to take him literally. For a start, you wouldn't be stuck in a cottage, cut off from the world by floodwaters and being compromised into a marriage you never wanted.
"Exactly,"
he said cheerfully.
"I did mention that I enjoy a little adventure from time to time, did I not? I have no regrets at all about this one, and neither should you. Let us make the best of the situation life has presented us with. Speaking of which, are you going to do anything with those alleged dumplings, or are they meant to be served dry and cracked around the edges?"
She glanced at the dumplings and tucked the damp cloth over the few that were exposed to the air. She didn't understand this man at all. He seemed not to take her situation at all seriously. She told him so.
"Oh, make no mistake, my dear. I take what was done to you very seriously indeed."
She glimpsed a flash of ice in his eyes, but then they warmed as he said,
"But as far as I'm concerned, nothing you have told me presents any barrier to our marrying."
It was a sliver of hope, but she couldn't count on it. "Then let me tell you the rest," she said. She had hoped not to have to tell him this last part. "When we landed in England, instead of setting me ashore as he'd promised, the captain told me he had found me a job. And then he laughed." She still felt ill, remembering the moment she'd realized. Her shock and momentary disbelief, followed by helpless, bitter fury. What a fool she'd been to believe that such a man would keep his word to a friendless girl. He'd sold me to a brothel. Freddy made some sort of incoherent noise. She glanced at him, but he shook his head.
"Go on."
His jaw tightened, as did his grip on her. It crushed her fingers a little, but was oddly comforting. Connection instead of repudiation. Of course I refused. I tried to escape, to get off the ship myself, but he was prepared for that. He had me bound and gagged and carried ashore wrapped in an old blanket. The blanket was mouldy and damp, and the stench of it made her sick. My first sight of England was from the inside of a brothel, from a locked room. He swore.
"The bastard!"
She forced out the words that still scalded her with shame. "He told me, as they carried me away, that I was born for it."
"The swine will die for that," he said quietly. And then he fixed his gaze on her. "Of course you do know there's not the slightest word of truth in what he said."
She ran her tongue over dry lips. "That day at the lake, you said—"
"I know what I said, and it's not the same thing at all. I'll show you what I meant. And it's a world away from whatever that bastard told you. But first, finish your tale. You're almost done now, and you need to tell me, I know, though it will change nothing, I promise you. Now, how did you get out of the brothel?"
She hesitated. This was not only her story to share. Others were involved. "Will you give me your word of honor that what I tell you will go no further than this room?"
He gave a curt nod, and then, when she still waited, said, "Of course you have my word. Go on."
Jane had also been taken to the brothel by force. She'd been drugged and kidnapped. She was an orphan too, but unlike me, and unbeknownst to her kidnappers, she had a sister in London, Abby, and she convinced a maidservant to send word to her. Daisy, she was the maid, helped us escape. She came with us.
"Good God! Is that how you girls met? I had no idea."
"Lady Beatrice knows about the brothel. Abby insisted on telling her everything before we accepted her invitation to live with her. Abby told Max, too, before she agreed to marry him." She bit her lip. "But I never told anyone about the captain. Not Lady Beatrice, nor Abby and the girls." She'd been too ashamed. There was a long silence. Then,
"How long were you in the brothel?"
"Only a few days. I was never sold. Daisy got us out just a few hours before we were to make our first appearance. She shuddered, remembering how close their escape was. She'd been billed as the Chinese whore, painted in a crude imitation of a Chinese girl and dressed in nothing but a flimsy, embroidered red gauze wrapper.
"Were you harmed in any way?"
She bit her lip. "Only beaten a few times."
"Only?"
She shrugged. "Mort, he was the owner, didn't want to mark me, but the beatings were worth it." The first few beatings were because of her recalcitrance, but the last... She smiled, remembering. "I made up a herbal tea that made Jane ill on the night of her virgin auction. She threw up over some of the clients. It saved her."
Freddy glanced at his tea and pushed it away. "This brothel, where is it?"
"Closed down now. Max reported it and Daisy gave evidence. Mort was hanged. Jane wasn't the only innocent girl he'd kidnapped."
"And what was the name of the captain?"
She stared at him. What could his name possibly matter? He'll be well and truly gone now, probably on the other side of the world.
"Nevertheless, I need to know it."
She shrugged and told him.
"And the ship?"
"The Liverpool Lass, but it's probably on the other side of the world as well."
He stood up abruptly. "Right, then, that's your story told. Makes not a jot of difference to our getting married. Now, I need to chop some wood."
"But you already chopped plenty of—" But he'd taken 3 strides across the room and was gone. The door closed firmly behind him. Thoroughly bemused by his reaction, Damaris added more water to the soup left over from the day before. It had thickened overnight, and she stirred the pot, waiting for it to come to the boil. Outside, she could hear the chunk, chunk of wood being chopped. There was already a neat pile of firewood stacked beside the fireplace and more in a box just outside the back door, so it was beyond her why Freddy thought they needed more. At this rate, they'd use up the old woman's entire winter store of wood, though he'd said he'd pay for whatever they used, and she knew he'd be generous. She thought about his response to what she'd told him. Generous wasn't the word. He'd said, several times, that it would make no difference to him, that he didn't mind that she wasn't a virgin, that her sordid exchange with the captain was no barrier to their marriage as far as he was concerned, and even, such a shocking concept, that Papa was a fool about such things. Could he really mean it? Was it because he was a rake that he viewed things so differently? Could she dare to hope? She'd lived so long with the certainty that marriage wasn't an option for her, not unless she was prepared to live with the kind of constant condemnation that Mamma had endured. And she wasn't. She absolutely wasn't. But Freddy had said she had nothing to be ashamed of. He'd said he approved of her choice. Approved? He'd even laughed at the idea of forgiveness as if there were nothing to forgive. Nothing to forgive. A bubble of hope lodged in her chest. The pot was simmering. She stirred in the dumplings, one by one. Chapter 21. I did not then know what it was to love. Jane Austen. Sense and Sensibility.
"The bastard! Thunk! Chunk! The swine! Thunk!"
Freddy swung the axe savagely, imagining each log as the neck of a certain sea captain. When Freddy found him, and he would find him, no matter where in the world the bastard was skulking, the man was as good as dead. After all she'd been through, losing her father in such a brutal manner, that endless walk across China, surviving God knew how, of course she'd thought an English ship, an English sea captain would be her salvation. Thunk! Chunk! Wood chips flew. It damned well should have been. Sea captains were by nature a tough lot. They had to be to command the ruffians and roughnecks who made up the average ship's crew, but most captains had a streak of decency in them. and a recently orphaned girl, an English girl, and the daughter of a missionary, for God's sake. To use such a girl as a whore? To use Damaris? Rage boiled in him, and the axe flew. He split a log viciously, remembering the tender innocence of that kiss by the lake. Christ! The bastard must have taken her with no tenderness, no consideration for her youth or innocence. She'd been fucked from one side of the world to the other, but never, God damn the bastard, forever been kissed, sold into a brothel, and never been kissed. And he'd told her she was born for it. Thunk, chunk. The pile of chopped wood grew. The courage it had taken for her to tell him, Christ, there was honour for you. She'd bared her soul to him to save him from a marriage she thought he didn't want. He'd told her what had happened to her didn't matter. It damned well did. He'd told her he didn't mind that she wasn't a virgin. He bloody well did. But not in the way she thought it. He wanted to be her first, not some grubby little sea captain who couldn't be bothered to show her the slightest care. God knew what she thought men and women did together. Between her ass of a father and the swine of a sea captain, it was a miracle she wasn't bitter and hostile toward men, let alone trusting Freddy as far as she had. For the first time in his life he understood why men wanted a virgin bride, and it was nothing to do with securing paternity or preferring ignorance. It was something deeper, wilder, more primitive. Not civilized in the least. It was an utterly primitive desire to possess her wholly and completely, to initiate her into a world only they two would share, to be her man, her bridegroom, to witness the dawning awareness in her eyes, to cause it, to introduce her to an intimacy she'd never known, to bring ecstasy to her body, and to share it. That kiss by the lake, that tremulous, precious, exquisite moment, best kiss of his life, damn it, shook him to his very bones. It was a reminder of what they could have had if Damaris had not been violated by a filthy sea-cat. The axe paused in mid-air. She'd never been kissed, and she'd never been made love to. She'd been used, well and truly, but she'd never been made love to. Freddy put down the axe. "Delicious dumplings," Freddy commented later that evening, as he spooned up the last of his soup with dumplings. He'd seen to the horses and locked up the hens. They'd returned to their pen as dusk had fallen, just as she'd said they would. Now supper was over and there was nothing to distract her. Nothing except him. And the soup was excellent too, thank you. How delightful to be acquiring a wife who can actually cook! So useful should we ever be stranded again. So, have you developed a distaste for the, carnal intimacies between a man and a woman? The abruptness of that question caused Damaris to almost choke on her soup. She gave him an indignant look. "Does that mean yes or no?" he said, when she'd recovered her breath. There was no delicate way to ask it, so he'd decided to be bold. Best have it all out in the open. I don't know." I don't know. What did that mean? How could she not know? But at least it must mean she didn't have an active horror of it. Indifference, then. He could work with indifference. Does it matter? Does it? He stopped himself in time. In one sense, no, it does not matter. We're still getting married. Don't think you're wriggling out of that. We can make this thing work. We've become friends, have we not, in these last weeks? She hesitated, then nodded. Many married couples don't even have that. But if the very idea of sexual congress appalls you, then I won't touch you, of course. And what a whopper that was. He had every intention of touching her. He could barely keep his hands off her as it was. He wouldn't force her, of course. Damn that swine of a captain to hell and back. But he'd known other women who'd been mishandled by clumsy brutes and conceived a distaste for bed sports. Freddy had shown them the pleasures that could be had. He would show Damaris, too. She was currently staring at him with a strange look on her face. Now, what does that look mean? She shook her head. Seeing she wasn't going to explain, he continued. If you find you can't bear to live with me, you'll always have your cottage to retreat to. Don't look at me like that. Of course it will still be yours to keep. So, that's the way it will be. There's no need for you to worry. I'm a man of my word. I won't pester you. She didn't say a word. She just gathered up the dishes and took them to the bench at the back of the room and started washing them. Freddy made no move to help her. He remained at the table watching her back view, admiring the elegant line of her spine and the slight jiggling of her rear as she scrubbed away at the dishes. It was true. He wouldn't pester her. He would seduce her. You'll always have your cottage to retreat to. Oh, he was a villain indeed, assuring her of her freedom. He was determined to bind her to him in any way he could, not only because he desired her with an ache so deep and fierce it coloured his awareness of everything, but because she'd become necessary to him. Her soft voice, her serenity, her stubbornness, her bravery, her beauty, that laugh of hers, her understanding. She seemed to regard him as no one else had ever seen him, as he'd never seen himself. Poor deluded girl, thinking him some kind of hero. He needed to marry her if only to stop her from falling under some other scoundrel's sway. Her seduction, now, that was purely for his own benefit. And hers, of course. Damaris dumped the bowls and plates in a basin and poured hot water over them. A distaste for the carnal intimacies between a man and a woman? What sort of question was that to throw at her while she was drinking soup? And why bring it up now? He'd pointed out indirectly that they'd be spending another night in the cottage. Together. Alone. With all this talk of carnal intimacies hanging in the air between them, was he suggesting that they... Before the wedding? If there were to be a wedding, and she wasn't yet convinced of that. She rubbed soap onto a wet rag and began to wash the plates. She refused to believe a marriage between them was a foregone conclusion. It was highly possible that no scandal would result from this event. If nobody realized they'd spent a night, 2 nights, together unchaperoned, there would surely be no need for a wedding. She glanced out the small window at the back of the cottage. A tiny robin hopped onto a bare twig and looked at her, his little head cocked curiously. In the cold grey daylight he looked so bold and jaunty in his little red waistcoat. He chirruped a couple of times, then flew off. She didn't want to have trapped Freddy into a marriage, even if he was the one insisting on a wedding. Why, when he was famous for being averse to marriage? Oh, it was all so confusing. She didn't understand him at all. It was hard enough working out what she wanted. Everything she'd believed about herself and her eligibility had turned topsy-turvy. She cleaned the spoons, rubbing them to a shine. What did she want? Not what she ought to want, or what was possible, or polite, or politic to want. What did she really want? Deep down. There was no hesitation in the answer that came back. Him. She wanted him. She dried the dishes slowly, reflecting on her choices. There was no point in worrying about the future. That was too dependent on others, what they thought or thought they knew. Did she have a distaste for the carnal intimacies between a man and a woman? She wasn't sure. She feared not. What sort of a woman wasn't sure? Until today that lack of certainty had shamed her. A decent woman should have been disgusted by the whole thing. And she had been for most of the time with the captain. She'd fought him. Not physically, because after all she had agreed to it to save her life, but she'd held herself stiff, her eyes closed, trying to block out what was happening as he used her body, refusing to react or cooperate, refusing to acknowledge in any way what was happening, pretending it was happening to someone else, not her, even though at first it was frightening and painful and deeply humiliating and invasive. She'd loathed his every touch, his smell, the way he pawed at her with his thick-fingered hands. Afterward, she'd scrubbed herself clean of him. But the trip from China to England had taken months, and gradually she had become accustomed to the daily invasion of her body. And once or twice, despite all her efforts to block it out, she had felt something. A slight shudder deep within her. He'd known, too, the captain, and he'd laughed at her, saying he'd always known she was a whore, that all women were whores. Deep down. It was an echo of what Papa had implied more than once. Now the most decent man she'd ever known sat behind her at the table, saying he was prepared to marry her to save her reputation, and his, and that he wouldn't press her to lie with him as a wife lay with her husband. She could feel his gaze on her. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. She would give herself to him tonight, with no reservations, with nothing held back, showing him her true self, Mamma's daughter. Then he'd know the full extent of what he was taking on if he married her. And if he didn't, a little voice asked, if he was disgusted by her sensual nature as Papa had been by Mamma's, then at least she would have had her night with him. She thought of how it had been the previous night, sleeping in his arms. She tried to imagine him doing the things the captain had done to her, and couldn't. But she knew the smell of him, clean and masculine, and his touch, and the way he looked at her. She knew the taste of him, that kiss by the graveside. How often had she relived it? A flutter of movement caught her eye. The robin was back, along with another little bird, his mate. They chirruped back and forth to each other in a series of fluting calls, hopping from twig to twig. She would take this chance. One night in his arms, without shame or fear, giving him all she was, no holding back. Honesty. A terrifying prospect. But she had to know. She refused to live her life as Mamma had, judged, condemned, and found wanting for what was her nature. Best to know now and make her decision accordingly. She wiped down the bench, wrung out the rag, then wiped it again, putting off the moment when she would turn and offer herself to him, brazenly. Risking all. The two little robins flew off together. She watched them until they were just dots in the sky. "Will you lie with me?" she said, the words coming out a little throaty. There was a long silence. Then a chair scraped on the flagstones behind her. She turned, and he was standing there so close she could feel his body heat. He gazed down at her with an expression she couldn't read, his blue eyes ablaze. "Will you?" "You mean make love to you," he corrected her gently. She nodded, twisting the washing-up rag between anxious fingers. She didn't care what he called it, but now, having said it, she wanted it to be done and over so she would know. She moved toward the bed. He put out his arm and stopped her, then cupped her face in his hands, framing it with his thumbs, caressing her. For a long moment he said nothing, just gazed into her eyes. She stared back, breathless. Then, with aching slowness, he lowered his mouth to hers and kissed her, a long, lingering kiss that sent warm shivers through her. His mouth caressed her, teasing, sending flickers of heat through her. His long, lean body pressed against hers. Her back was pressed against the bench, a line of coldness, but she didn't mind. He teased her lips apart and stroked her with his tongue, sending hot ripples that made her body want to curl with delight. "What are you doing?" she managed to say when he finally broke the kiss and started nibbling on her neck. She still had the damp cloth wadded in her hand. It was pressed against his neck. He gently disengaged her fingers from it and tossed it aside. "Kissing you? Why? Didn't you notice? I must have been doing it wrong," he murmured. "Let me try it again." "No, She sagged against him as his mouth took possession of her again. The taste of him, dark, masculine, and intoxicating, filled her. His fingers speared gently into her hair, loosening the knot she'd secured with a few pins. She felt it slide down around her shoulders. "Beautiful hair," he murmured, feathering tiny kisses along her temple as he stroked her hair, combing his fingers through it, like the finest silk. He made no move toward the bed. In the meantime, she was melting under his touch. "I didn't mean kiss me," she gasped when she had the opportunity. "I meant lie with me." He drew back a little and gave her a long, thoughtful look. "I meant couple with me." She pushed at his shoulders. Why didn't he understand? "On the bed," she added desperately. She wanted to get it over with, to know. These kisses, they were too dissolving. They made her want to float forever on the magic. But coupling was not like that, she knew. It was hard and fast and sweaty and not the slightest bit dissolving. And if this were to be the only time she lay with him, she wanted to be aware of every moment, every second of it, losing nothing, storing up every sensation for the long winter of loneliness ahead. And while he kept kissing her, she couldn't concentrate. "You want us on the bed," he said. "Very well." And without warning he scooped her up, carried her to the bed, laid her on top of the covers and followed her down in a loose-limbed sprawl beside her. Before she could say anything, he was lying half on top of her, kissing her again. She pressed her palms against his chest, pushing him back a little. "I didn't ask you to kiss me. I asked you to lie with me, to couple." There was a short silence. She caught a flicker of some expression in his eyes, but couldn't interpret it. "The way I do it, the two go together." He smoothed her hair back from her face. "This is just the preliminary." "The preliminary?" "Just trust me," he murmured against the sensitive skin of her throat. The deep timbre of his voice vibrated through her. "Relax. Let yourself go." Her heart was thudding in her chest. Let yourself go. It was exactly what she was afraid of, but she needed to see what would happen and how he would respond if she did truly let herself go. "Trust me," he said again. "You have nothing to fear here." She hoped that was true, but it wasn't him she feared. It was herself. As he bent again to claim her mouth, she closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around him, and gave herself up to him. As his mouth plundered hers and their tongues tangled, she rubbed her palms along his jawline, enjoying the friction of his unshaven skin, his rough to her smooth, her soft to his hard. And he was hard. She could feel it pressing against her. She was braced for him to drag up her skirts and plunge into her, but still he made no move to take her. His big hands roamed, stroking and caressing her even though she was still fully clothed, and, despite the thickness of her dress and her underclothes, she felt her nipples rising into hot, hard little buds. He cupped her breasts, his thumbs teasing at the thrusting buds until they were aching with need. Each movement sent delicious shivers through her. And always he returned to kiss her, as if somehow sensing she could never get enough of it. Of him. She ran her fingers through his thick, dark gold hair, cupping his head as she angled her mouth to deepen the kiss. "Let's get this off you," he muttered, and half-rolled her on top of him so he could get to her laces at the back. In seconds she felt a draft at her back, and as he pulled the dress off her shoulders she ran her hands down his arms, over his shirt sleeves, and dropped her hands to his chest. "No." She pushed him away and sat up abruptly, pulling her dress back up. This wasn't right.
"What is it? What's the matter?"
His eyes, blazing blue, searched her face with dark intensity. His hair was rumpled where her fingers had roamed, his unshaven jaw dark gold and deliciously rough to the touch. She swallowed. This could very well be her only time with this man, and she wanted to have everything the way she'd dreamed it could be. Everything. She moistened her lips. "Take off your shirt," she said, her voice oddly husky. She wanted to feel him, not just his clothing, and she wanted to look at him, feast her eyes on him. He stared at her a moment, then the gleam returned to his eyes as he smiled a slow smile.
"Whatever my lady desires."
He rose and shrugged off his coat, then hung it on the back of the chair. Slowly he unbuttoned his waistcoat, one cloth-covered button at a time. Her mouth dried as she watched. They were just buttons, and she'd already seen him in his shirt sleeves, and less. But there was something hypnotic about the slow way he was disrobing, and the way his eyes fastened on her so intensely the whole time. Finally, the last button was undone, and he let the waistcoat slide down his arms. Without taking his eyes off her, he tossed it carelessly toward the chair with the coat. It hit the chair, then slithered to the floor. Neither of them moved. He stood a moment in crumpled shirt, breeches, and boots. He hadn't bothered with a neckcloth. She was breathless, waiting for him to take off his shirt. She'd already seen much of his body when they'd been drenched the day before, but somehow this was more intimate. He was disrobing for her. At her request. He sat on the bed, then bent and pulled off his boots, then peeled off his woolen stockings and tossed them on top of the boots.
"Those boots are ruined now," he commented. "Pity. They were a favourite pair."
How could he make light talk at a moment like this? She made some sort of response. It came out as a kind of husky gurgle. She couldn't drag her eyes off him. A lazy smile danced in his eyes as he rose to his feet again and faced her.
"It was the shirt you wanted off, wasn't it?"
She nodded, but her gaze dropped to the fall of his breeches. There was a distinct bulge under it. She moistened her mouth. She wasn't ready for that yet. She wanted to make the moment last. Slowly he unbuttoned his breeches, then tugged the shirt tails free. In one movement he pulled the shirt off over his head and stood there in nothing but his breeches, which sat low on his hips. There was a faint dusting of hair on his chest. A trail of darker hair ran down from his belly button and disappeared into his breeches. It was such a strange feeling, she being almost fully clothed and he almost naked. It gave her a sense of power. He was one beautiful man, perfectly proportioned, his skin gleaming like marble, but he was more beautiful than any statue she had seen. He had not an ounce of fat, was all hard-muscled masculine elegance. He saw her eating him up with her eyes and gave a faint smile.
"It's chilly. I'll just build up the fire," he said, and turned away to put more wood on the fire.
It gave her time to catch her breath. And to ogle him some more. She admired the breadth of his shoulders, the hard, ropey arms, the line of his spine as he bent over the fire, and the very fine, firm, male backside revealed by the tight-stretched buckskin breeches. and the way the firelight danced over his skin, gilding him. He stoked the fire to a blaze, then returned to the side of the bed. In one swift movement he dropped his breeches and stepped out of them. Now all he wore was a pair of fine cotton drawers, through which she could see he was ready for her. More than ready. And she was ready for him. He joined her on the bed, and she braced herself for him to pull up her skirt and make a swift entry. Instead, he pulled her hard against him and started kissing her again, long, hot, drugging, glorious kisses. She returned them eagerly. She could never get enough of being kissed. She rubbed her fingertips lightly over the smooth, hard curves of his shoulders, smoothing her palms over his chest, learning his texture, his taste, loving the feel of his firm flesh, the powerful muscles. His body was hard, cool-skinned, yet hot beneath, and she loved the feel of it, the feel of him. His hands sought her breasts again, and as he teased, she ached and squirmed against him, wanting more. He rolled over a little, taking her with him. His knee edged between her thighs against the part of her that throbbed. She hugged her legs tightly around him, pressing his knee against her core, and making tiny, involuntary rocking movements against him. She was hungry, aching, needy. For what, she wasn't sure. All she felt was that this was right. So right. He kissed and nibbled his way down her neck, and she felt a draught as he peeled the top of her dress down, freeing her breasts to the cool air. "Beautiful," he murmured, and caressed them with big, warm hands. She arched under his ministrations. She felt the faint brush of his unshaven jaw against the tender skin, scraping lightly over the aching tips in a delicious abrasion. She shivered in helpless bliss as he teased her tender nipples, first with his tongue and then very lightly with his teeth, nipping gently, sucking and biting. Her thighs tightened, hugging him to her, her fingers buried in his thick hair, caressing him, clutching him almost frantically, as the tension built within her. His mouth closed around one aching peak. He sucked, and she bucked, gasping as a jolt of fiery, sweet-hot lightning arced through her, leaving her breathless and wondering. Before she could gather her wits, he'd transferred his attentions to the other breast. Vaguely she felt him pulling up her skirts. She was grateful for the cold air on her thighs. She was hot, so hot. At the first touch of his hands her thighs trembled with need, falling apart, as he stroked and caressed, moving ever closer to the part of her that ached most. He cupped her, pressing with the heel of his hand, and she pushed against it in jerky, rhythmic movements, shamelessly begging for more. He moved, and suddenly her breasts were cool and damp, still aching and tender from his ministrations. She groped for him, wanting him to keep going, and then her eyes flew open with a small scream of surprise as his thumbs parted her and his hot, eager, wicked mouth closed over her aching centre. She bucked and shuddered around him, thrashing as wave after wave of sensation crashed through her, as if she were possessed. She clutched at him with frantic fingers, wanting him to stop, wanting him never to stop, wanting... The pressure inside her built and built. Her world narrowed and blurred. She heard, as if from a distance, someone scream, as her world splintered and shattered and was no more. Chapter 22. Our pleasures in this world are always to be paid for. Jane Austen, Northanger Abbey. La petite mort, the French call it, Freddy murmured as her eyes fluttered open. The little death. She blinked at him in adorable confusion. What? Her first orgasm. He tried not to feel smug at the thought, but it was hard not to. She'd come apart so beautifully in his embrace. More than smug, he felt proud, tender, possessive. Possessive? He took that thought out and examined it cautiously. When had he ever felt possessive of a woman? He tucked it away to consider later. First things first. He still had a raging cockstand to deal with. It had taken all his considerable self-control to keep himself in check. But when he entered her for the first time, he wanted her to know it, to be aware, to watch him with those big, beautiful brown eyes, as he took her. And he wanted her naked, skin to skin. "Shall we get rid of this?" he murmured, and began to remove her dress. She lay bonelessly, looking sated and a little like the cat who'd eaten the cream, making no particular attempt to help him as he pulled and tugged, stripping her of first her dress, then her corset and stockings, and then, last of all, her chemise. She was slender, creamy, and completely enticing, all silken curves and velvet shadows. "It's a crime to cover such loveliness with clothes," he murmured, and bent to kiss her beautiful mouth, now reddened and a little swollen. It curved under his, smiling as he tasted her, her tongue curling around his in sensual play, her fingers sliding into his hair as she pulled him closer. His fingers slid between her thighs and her eyes widened as he caressed and aroused her anew. He could feel the deep ripples starting within her again. He pressed his face between her breasts and inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of her, essence of relaxed, aroused female. Almost relaxed. She pushed his seeking hand away. "Haven't you forgotten something?" she said in a throaty murmur. She reached out a languid hand and tugged at his drawers. "Off!" Impatiently he kicked them off, aware of the way she watched him, the gleam of female approval. He was hard and aching, trembling with the effort to retain control. "Now," he said, reaching between her thighs again. She was moist and slick, and more than ready for him. He moved over her and positioned himself at her entrance. She closed her eyes and braced herself. What the devil? With an effort he held himself back. "Look at me," he growled. Her eyes opened. The sleepy, aroused look had gone. She looked determined, somehow gritted. "Trust me," he murmured. He entered her slowly and felt her body ripple as she accommodated him. The gritted look faded from her eyes, and they darkened. He stroked her where they were joined, and she gasped and jerked and started to move against him in a series of demanding little shoves. That was it. All intentions of making this slow vanished as his controls shattered, and he started to move then, thrusting into her, feeling her rise to meet him again and again, their bodies moving as one in a frenzied, rhythmic dance as old as time. She moaned beneath him, thrashing against him, locking her legs around him, pulling him tighter, harder, embracing him as he pumped and pumped, and the tension rose and rose. He heard himself shout, and at the same time she gave a thin, high scream, as together they shattered into oblivion. And slept. Bright morning sunshine streamed into the cottage. Damaris woke to find herself tucked firmly against a naked, sleeping Freddy. She lay there a few moments, warm and sleepy and utterly contented, and watched him softly breathing. In sleep, he seemed younger, softer, more vulnerable. The previous night he'd felt like a god. When she'd first met him, he'd seemed wholly frivolous, so many masks. Not that it mattered. She loved the man behind them all. She looked at his beautiful mouth and thought of what it had done and how it had made her feel. Even as she recalled it, tiny shivers passed through her, a faint echo of what had been. 3 times he'd taken her the night before, each time different. She hadn't known coupling could be like that, so she didn't know what. Extraordinary, earthy, sublime. Languorous and sated, with a bubble of happiness lodged in her chest, she lay curled against him, her cheek resting on his chest, his arms around her, savouring the relaxed feel of his body against hers, feeling warm and safe and right, as she reflected on what had passed between them. It bore no relation to anything she'd felt with the captain. Thank God. Did other women feel like this when they lay with their husbands? Had Mamma felt like this when she lay with Papa? Had she screamed and thrashed and shuddered? Had she shattered into oblivion, experiencing the little death, and later woken in languorous, sleepy bliss? Had she been woken in the night and taken so slowly, so tenderly, that feelings welled up in her till she could contain them no more, and tears spilled down and were kissed quietly away? Had Papa ever held Mamma the way Freddy held her close, possessive and protective, even in sleep? Damaris couldn't imagine it. She had no recollection of Mamma even sleeping in the same room as Papa. She must have lain with him at least once, otherwise Damaris would never have been born, but she'd never seen them kiss or even touch. She lay sleepily pondering the past, luxuriating in the feel of Freddy's sleeping embrace, the weight of his arms around her, the scent of his skin, the steady sound of his breathing. Mamma must have felt something similar, she was suddenly sure of it. This was what Mamma had missed when she'd lain in bed silently weeping all those nights. This was what she'd meant when she'd told Damaris, sometimes a woman just needs to be held. So what had gone wrong? It was so difficult. All she had were a child's memories, but now she examined them with a woman's perspective, a woman who now understood what could pass between a man and a woman. Her bladder made its needs known, so reluctantly and carefully she untangled herself from Freddy's embrace and slipped quietly out of the bed, trying not to disturb him. The wintry chill hit her warm body, and she shivered as she threw on her chemise, dress and stockings, and grabbed the old woman's shawl for extra warmth. She looked down at her sleeping lover. Lover, she savoured the word, and smoothed his hair gently back from his face. Then she slipped into the wooden clogs at the back door and braced herself to go out into the cold air to visit the privy. Afterward, she stopped briefly to look out at the floodwaters. They were definitely retreating. She hurried back inside, shivering. She wasn't sure how she felt about leaving. There had been something magical about their time in this little cottage, a few days out of their normal world, away from the everyday pressures and expectations. She was reluctant to leave and half dreaded facing the world again. She hoped there wouldn't be any gossip about them, though since she had told him her story and they had lain together, she felt much more sanguine about his insistence they marry. She would make him a good wife. She was determined on it. She loved him with all her heart. She'd tried not to fall in love with him, but she'd known almost from the beginning it was a battle she would lose. She'd stop fighting it now. She loved him. He might not love her, but they were friends at least, and the bed-loving had been good, more than good. She still felt the effects. 3 times he'd taken her yesterday. Perhaps they could do it again this morning. With that thought in mind, she hurried back to the cottage. She entered as quietly as she could. Peeling off her hastily thrown-on clothing, she tiptoed to the bed. And froze. He'd turned over in her absence, and the upper part of his bare back was visible. Horribly visible. There were scratches on his back and shoulders, fresh scratches. She glanced down at her hands, at her fingernails buffed and innocent-looking. Shame washed over her. She had scratched him like an animal. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself, she stood by the bed, naked and shivering, staring at his mutilated back and remembering how she'd screamed in ecstasy, and thrashed her legs and head, and wrapped her legs around his body, trapping him, holding him, squeezing him so tightly. Horribly unladylike, completely out of control. Like a vixen. What would Freddy think when he realized she'd clawed and bitten him like a wild creature? Shivering with cold and dread, she pulled her clothes back on, lacing her stays tightly as if she could somehow lace in her rampant desires, cover them up, hide them from the world. She understood now what had gone wrong between Mamma and Papa. Papa had made no secret of the fact that Mamma's lustful nature disgusted him. And Damaris had inherited Mamma's lustful nature. Papa had suspected it. The captain had too, which was why he'd told her, "You were born for it," as they carried her off to the brothel. And soon Freddy Monkton Coombs would know it. He had the scratches to prove it. She wanted to run, to flee from the look in his eyes when he woke, but there was no place to go, nowhere to hide. She busied herself by building up the fire, which had fallen to embers while they'd slept. She looked in the pantry for the last of the vegetables. More soup, heavy on the barley, and maybe some pancakes or fritters if the hens had laid. It was a good thing they'd be leaving soon, and not just because they were running out of food. She wanted to get away as fast as she could. Behind her she could hear him stirring. She wished she could just vanish. "You're up," he said sleepily. "Cooking? And I see you've stoked the fire. What an industrious little thing you are." Slowly she turned around, bracing herself against the look she feared to see. He sat up, bare-chested, rumpled his hair and gave her a sleepy smile. "I don't suppose you want to come back to bed, do you?" And, oh God, there was a bite mark just below his shoulder. She felt sick just looking at it, further proof she'd behaved like an animal. She dragged her gaze off the livid mark and turned away. She couldn't bear to meet his eyes. "I need to make this soup, or else we'll be going hungry," she said, trying to sound brisk and matter-of-fact, but it came out a little shaky. She turned back to the bench and started chopping a shriveled-looking carrot. "I'm hungry right now," he said in a plaintive voice. She forced herself to turn and found him smiling at her in a familiar, wicked way. He flipped back the bedclothes, patted the bed and gave her a suggestive look. "Don't," she said in a choked voice. His brow furrowed. "Damaris? What's the matter?" She stared at him, at the mark she'd made on his shoulder, and tried to think what to say. In a flash, he was out of bed, and in 3 steps he'd crossed the room, stark naked and unashamed. He reached for her. She tried to step back, but there was no room. The cold line of the bench pressed against her back, and she was reminded of how this had all started, when he'd kissed her. "What is it, Damaris? What's the matter?" She shook her head, unable to look at him, fighting tears. But he wouldn't let her avoid him. "What's upsetting you? Tell me." He cupped her face in his big, warm hands, another parody of that kiss, and gently forced her to meet his gaze. His eyes were dark and troubled. She tried to look away, and saw a small, dark, semicircular mark on his shoulder, half bruise, half bite, and knew it to be her mark. She had bitten him. Shame washed through her. She tried to break away, but he held her fast. He glanced down at himself and frowned. "Is it this that's worrying you?" He touched the bite mark. She didn't answer. His grip on her tightened. "Tell me what's upsetting you. Was it too much? Did I shock you? Upset you?" He waited, and when she didn't reply, he said, "You climaxed several times, so it mustn't have been too bad, surely." She couldn't bring herself to speak. "Damaris, sweetheart." His voice was deep, and he sounded oddly uncertain, which cut her to the quick. "I scratched you," she whispered, "and I bit you too." "I know." He sounded almost proud. Her head lifted and she stared at him. "You don't understand. I behaved like an animal." He grinned. "We both did. Splendid, wasn't it?" She stared at him in silence for a long moment, then burst into tears. I'm sorry," she mumbled, scrubbing at the tears with her fists. "I don't usually. I never cry over. Her broken speech ended on a hiccup. "Hush," he murmured, and, pushing her hands away, gently mopped up her tears with a large white handkerchief. Where he'd got it from she had no idea. He wasn't wearing a stitch. She was, she abruptly realized, sitting fully dressed, on the lap of a naked man. She ought to get off him, but if she did he would be even more naked, and she knew who'd be more embarrassed in that situation, and it wouldn't be Freddy Monkton Coombs. She stayed where she was, letting him hold her like a child. No, not at all like a child. Her emotions were in a turmoil, her position was quite scandalous, but she felt oddly comforted. "Now then, what's all this about?" he said after a while, his voice deep and easy. "Do I understand that you're upset because you scratched me a bit and gave me a little love bite? Is that the problem?" A love bite? Was that what he called it? Being kind. "Don't," she said in a choked voice. "Don't what?" "Don't be kind about it. Your back is all scratched. By me." There was a short silence. Then he said, "Many women, many ladies react uninhibitedly when in the extremity of, love-making." She said nothing. "Speaking as the man involved, I found it delightful." "Delightful?" She turned her head to stare at him. "But I scratched and bit you. I screamed like one of those vixens we heard that night." He smiled. "Yes, but you didn't hurt me at all, and when a man and a woman lie together it's perfectly natural for the animal part of our nature to take over." She shook her head. "It's never happened to me before." "No, but then again you've never had a man make love to you before." "What?" She gave him a puzzled look. "But I told you." "What happened to you on the ship was not the same thing at all," he said in a hard voice. "That swine used your body for his own selfish satisfaction." His voice deepened as his arms tightened around her, and he murmured softly in her ear, "I made love to you, hoping you would find pleasure in the act. You did, didn't you, Damaris? Find pleasure? Just a little." She felt a blush warming her face and wriggled a little, turning her face away, not wanting to let him see how much she'd enjoyed it. "Because if you keep squirming on my lap like that, I will be forced to make another attempt." She froze, and he laughed softly. "My sweet innocent, has your puritanical missionary father taught you to be ashamed of your sexual nature? Is that it?" She gave a small, awkward shrug. His arm tightened around her. "Thought so, but he couldn't be more wrong. The pleasure a man and woman find when they lie together is part of God's plan." God's plan? She'd never heard anything so outrageous in her life. Her father's God disapproved of pleasure of any sort. It was probably some piece of nonsense Freddy was making up. He had admitted to not being the slightest bit religious. But she had to confess she was curious. Forgetting not to wriggle, she squirmed around to face him. "How do you work that out?" He groaned and adjusted her position on his lap. "I suppose you believe the story that God created man and woman?" She nodded, and he kissed her lightly on the nose. excellent, and a very tasty little piece of rib you are. So if you believe that, you must believe everything about you was designed by him." Again, though a little more cautiously, she nodded. "Then let me demonstrate." He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. Pleasure, pain, or nothing? She just gave him a look. Of course it was pleasure. "And when I do this?" He cupped her breasts and stroked her nipples through the fabric of her dress. They rose. Pleasure, pain, or nothing? She gave a shuddery little sigh. "Pleasure?" he asked, and she managed a nod, though his thumbs were still teasing her. "Can you make your nipples rise according to your will?" No, she managed. It was a stupid question. They just did, when it was cold or when he did that. He drew up the skirt of her dress, baring her legs to the cool air, and stroked the delicate skin of her inner thighs. She shivered, but not from the cold. "Pleasure?" "Yes," she said on a gasp. Her legs quivered and fell apart as his hand crept higher. He cupped her at her apex, and one long finger slipped between her heated folds. "And when I do this?" She moaned. "You will notice a certain part of my anatomy has risen and is hard and demanding your attention," he murmured, rolling them both over on the bed. She had no idea why he was telling her. It was perfectly obvious to them both. His fingers were busy stroking, circling, rubbing. She was too distracted to answer. "And here at your centre you're all moist and slippery and delicious." He demonstrated with his fingers, moving in a slow, rhythmic way that was driving her crazy. Suddenly he stopped. His fingers moved away and she felt a draft against her moist, heated skin. He lightly touched her entrance. "Can you make yourself go wet in this way?" She moved against his hand in mute appeal. "Answer the question. Can you choose to make yourself go wet?" "No." She blinked at him, wondering why he was asking her these stupid questions. "Not like that. It just happens when you know." "Oh, I know. I just wanted to make sure you knew. It's not something you just decide to make happen, is it? It's the result of desire. You need to be pleasured for this moisture to come." His fingers resumed their stroking. "And it comes to make it easier for me to do this." He shifted over her and entered her with one long, slow thrust, and she moaned. Her legs, virtually of their own volition, rose and closed around his hips. "That's... yes." He groaned and started to move within her. "And so we... yes." She caught his rhythm and they moved together faster and faster until the little death, which was a glorious celebration of life. Later, when they'd recovered, he slid from her body with a little smile. "See? God's plan for men and women," he said solemnly, in the manner of completing a rather dull lecture. Still floating on a little cloud of bliss, she frowned and tried to concentrate. "Tut, tut, wench, haven't you been paying attention? Must I go over it all again?" "I wouldn't mind," she murmured, and stroked her hand down his stomach. He picked up her hand and kissed it. "Enough of that, insatiable creature. I'm explaining something to you, and it's very important. God's plan." "Oh, yes?" she said vaguely. "Yes, the pleasure men and women receive from lying together. Without the pleasure it would happen far less frequently, and then where would we be? Would we be so happy about going forth and multiplying as we're told to do in the Bible?" She stretched languorously and didn't answer. He went on. "Stop distracting me and listen. No, we wouldn't.
So the pleasure is all part of God's plan, and it is your sacred duty to enjoy it to the best of your ability. The future of the human race depends on it."
It was so ridiculous, she burst out laughing. God's plan indeed.
"Are you doubting my word, wench?" He held her down threateningly. She giggled and managed to say in a prim and virtuous tone,
"If that's what you want to believe, sir, who am I to argue?"
"Good. And since I am to be your husband, I insist you believe it too." In the silence that followed, she heard voices, male voices coming from outside. He heard them at the same time. "Damn! I think we're about to be rescued. We'll finish this conversation later." He seemed more irritated by the inconvenience of being interrupted, but Damaris knew it was the end of their brief idyll. He saw her expression and misunderstood. "Don't worry, I'll tell them you're my wife." She pushed herself off the bed and stood up. "Get dressed," she told him. "I'll tidy the cottage." He stood and stretched as if he had all the time in the world, sublimely, carelessly naked. It was probably disgraceful of her to want to look her fill of him, but she couldn't take her eyes off him. He was so magnificently made. The voices were coming closer, but she couldn't prevent herself from watching every move he made as he pulled on his shirt, boots, waistcoat and coat, caressing him with her eyes, the elegant, sculpted body, the carelessly graceful moves, the firm backside, the proud masculinity. Memorizing him. He finished dressing. "Do I look sufficiently respectable?" he asked. "Good God, listen to me. My friends would never believe I asked a question like that, and was serious about it. But do I?" She reached up and tidied his hair. "Very wifely," he said. "Wish me luck." He pressed a quick kiss on her mouth, then let himself out the front door. She heard a shout as he appeared. "I'll tell them you're my wife." Doubts still lurked in the corners of her mind, but she refused to think about them. She had tried to do the right thing, had done her best to refuse his offer. She'd explained about the captain and proved she wasn't a virgin, and he'd still said they needed to marry. He didn't even mind that she'd behaved like a vixen in bed. So if he still insisted on marrying her, who was she to argue? Wasn't it everything she'd ever wanted? Apart from love. She swiftly cleared the bench and wiped it and the table down, then glanced at the bed. They'd slept 2 nights in that bed. She couldn't just make it and leave it for the old woman to find that strangers had slept in it. And ratted in it. She ripped the bedclothes off and found fresh sheets in the chest. From the slight yellowing of the cotton and their stiff, pristine creases, she thought they might have been a long-ago wedding present, but she didn't care. She swiftly remade the bed, then took the used sheets out to the scullery. She hesitated a moment and buried her face in the sheets, breathing in the faint scent deeply. Essence of Freddy. Essence of love-making. Not rutting. Love-making. She shoved the sheets in a bucket of cold water. Outside, they seemed to be in a dispute of some kind. A debate rather than a fight, she was relieved to note. Freddy sounded amused rather than intimidated, so she decided not to worry. Yet. She hurried around the cottage, flicking things into place until it looked almost as tidy as when they'd found it. She seized the old woman's brushwood broom and started to sweep the floor. "Stranded, were ye?" The cracked old voice came from behind her. Damaris whirled around. An old woman stood just inside the entrance, her bright dark eyes roaming the interior of the cottage. What she saw seemed to reassure her, for she gave a little nod and came right in, shutting the door behind her. "We saw the smoke. The lads came wi' me, 'cause I were worried that you be gypsies, see?" She gave a toothless smile to Damaris, her face a mass of weathered wrinkles. Her accent was thick, but Damaris could just follow her. "Your man be gentry born, any one can tell.
A few words from him, and they girt lummox out there be eating out of his hand and all but tugging their forelocks." She gave a scornful snort. "But I can see you be a lass what knows how to keep a house proper." She nodded at the broom. "Never saw a lady sweep before." She sat down at the table. "And you took good care of my girls." "Your girls?" "My hens. I counted 'em. Not a one missing, neither by fox nor gypsy nor hungry gentleman," she added with a twinkle. Damaris smiled. "If the flood had lasted much longer, we might have had to resort to that. I'm afraid we've eaten most of your food, and used up a lot of your wood." "Never you mind, my lovely. Your man paid me a proper handsome sum, he did. Keep me living high on the hog for a few good years, it will." "We slept in your bed." Damaris tried not to blush. "You be right welcome to it." "I haven't had time to wash the sheets. They're soaking in the bucket." The old woman cackled. "Newlyweds, are ye?" Heat rushed into her cheeks. Damaris turned and put the broom away. The door opened again, and Freddy stepped in. 3 burly, middle-aged men, locals by the look of them, in rough frieze coats and muddy boots, went to follow him. The old woman jumped up, saying sharply, "Stay out of here with thy girt, mucky boots, Jem Eels! You too, Billy Payne, and Frank Eels!" The men stepped back sheepishly. Freddy glanced at his own equally muddy boots, but there was no mention made of him, so he stayed where he was. Dancing blue eyes met Damaris's, silently inviting her to share the humour of it. "All a right inside, then, Granny Meg?" the oldest man called in. "Course 'tis, ye young fool. Don't insult the lady and gentleman." She shook her head and said to Damaris, "Pack of old women they be, panicking about a little bit of smoke from a chimney." There was a gasp of indignation from the other side of the threshold, but before recriminations could start, Freddy said smoothly, "We'll be going now. Thank you for the use of your cottage, Mrs. Gentlemen, if I could prevail on you to assist my wife and me with the curricle and horses, I'd be most grateful." He reached into his pocket, and there was a clink or two as money changed hands, and the men abruptly departed. "My wife and me." She swallowed. "Ready to leave, my dear?" Freddy asked Damaris. She wasn't, but she nodded and slipped on her coat. She thanked Granny Meg for her inadvertent hospitality, bid her goodbye, and took a last long look around the little cottage where so much had happened. 10 minutes later they were back in the curricle, which was damp but otherwise no worse for wear, and were heading along the road. The horses were fresh, champing impatiently at their bits, but Freddy reined them in firmly, frowning in concentration as they made slow and careful progress. Mud and refuse covered the road, making it slippery and dangerous. There was no conversation, for which Damaris was grateful. She had too much to think about. In an hour or so they'd reached Davenham Hall, and somewhere close by was the cottage she'd been promised in exchange for a false betrothal. She supposed she wouldn't get it now. They'd be returning to London soon, and she'd be back with her sisters and Lady Beatrice. She'd fled them before, unable to bear the lies she was telling them. Now the betrothal was real, and somehow she was going to have to explain it all to them and hope they wouldn't be hurt by her deception. How had something that had started off so simple ended up so complicated? But it would all work out. It had to. Chapter 23. What is right to be done cannot be done too soon. Jane Austen, Emma. Just after noon they turned in at the big gates that marked the beginning of the oak-lined avenue that led to Davenham Hall. "It feels a bit strange coming here when Abby and Max are still away on their honeymoon," Damaris said. They'd made a short stop at a large posting inn on the way, where Freddy had ordered a bath for her and a bath and shave for himself. She felt much better for it, and Freddy, bathed, freshly shaved, and with his coat, buckskins, and boots cleaned by the inn's valet, looked his usual elegant self again. It was almost as if they'd come straight from his parents' home. Almost. "Are you sure it will be all right?" "Of course," Freddy said. "Abby's your sister, isn't she? I mean, as far as the world is concerned, and I'm Max's oldest friend." Their arrival must have been observed, because before the curricle came to a complete stop, a groom came running out to meet them, going straight to the horses' heads and taking the halter. Freddy jumped down, and by the time he'd helped Damaris to alight, the front door had opened, and a man, in a plain dark suit, a butler, she supposed, waited at the head of the steps to welcome them. They had just started up the stairs leading to the door when Abby appeared in the doorway. "Damaris!" she cried. "I saw you arriving from the window. Oh, Damaris! I'm so happy to see you." She ran down the steps to seize Damaris in an exuberant hug. Damaris hugged her back, feeling suddenly a little teary. It was so good to see Abby again. She was more to her than a sister. "And Mr. Monckton Coombs," Abby added with faint surprise. Of course, Damaris thought, Abby would have no idea of the betrothal, fake or otherwise. She'd only known Freddy as Max's friend. Abby glanced down the driveway, clearly expecting another carriage at least. She gave Damaris a questioning private glance. "Are the others following? And why are you in a curricle of all things?" "I'll explain later," Damaris said in a low voice. "But why are you here? I thought you'd still be away on your bride trip. Is everything all right?" "Everything's perfect." Abby hugged Damaris again. "Oh, Damaris, marriage is wonderful. I decided to ask everyone to come here for Christmas, and I wanted all to be perfect, our first ever Christmas together, and so we came back early to get everything ready." She turned and held out her hand to Freddy. "Mr. Monckton Coombs, please forgive my rudeness in greeting you so tardily. I was so happy to see my sister again, I forgot my manners. What a delightful surprise. Max will be pleased to have some masculine company for a change." "Miss Lady Davenham." Freddy bowed over her hand. "You look lovely. I can see that marriage suits you." She beamed at him. "Thank you, it does indeed. Now come in, come in. I don't know why I'm letting you stand around in the wind like this. I'm just so surprised and happy to see you." Linking arms with Damaris, she led her up the steps. "You must be tired. Have you come far? And why in a curricle? Don't you have any luggage? Oh, listen to me running on like a perfect fool, tossing questions at you and giving you no time to respond." She laughed. "I promise you I will be sensible shortly." In the hallway, she turned to the butler. "Prue, this is Mr. Monckton Coombs, Lord Davenham's oldest friend, and my sister, Miss Chance." To the others she said, "Prue was sent to us by Featherby, and he's proving an absolute treasure." "Thank you, milady." Prue gave a dignified yet fluid bow. "Welcome to Davenham Hall, Miss Chance. Mr. Monckton Coombs." His voice, though not loud, seemed to carry to all corners of the house. Damaris thanked him, but it was Abby she was finding most impressive. She seemed to have grown in confidence and ease, every inch the lady of this grand house. Despite her start in life as an orphan and a governess, she seemed quite comfortable with her new title and having an army of servants at her fingertips. And yet she was still the warm-hearted Abby Damaris knew and loved. It was quite an achievement, Damaris thought. She glanced around the grand entry hall and tried to imagine herself doing the same at Breckenridge House. She couldn't see it. Abby turned to Prue. "Please conduct Mr. Monckton Coombs to the blue guest room and allow him to wash and refresh himself. I will take my sister upstairs to do the same in the yellow bedchamber, and then inform his lordship we have guests. But don't say who they are. I'd like to surprise him. We'll all take tea and cakes in the drawing-room in, shall we say 15 minutes?
Very good, m'lady. Where is Max? Freddy asked.
In the library, wading through a mountain of correspondence that came in our absence, Abby told him. We only arrived last night, so he's only just started on it. We, slept in. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. Damaris observed it interestedly. Abby was blooming, her eyes bright, her skin glowing with health and happiness. Clearly this marriage suited her in more ways than one.
Why don't I surprise him myself? Freddy said. There's something I need to talk to him about.
Damaris gave him a sharp look. What would he need to talk to Max about? Something about her? About their situation? But Freddy gave her the blandest of smiles, saying, You go with your sister, my dear. I'm sure you ladies have a lot to catch up on. Abby laughed. Very well, go ahead and surprise Max. Prue, my sister and I will take our tea and cakes upstairs in the sitting-room adjoining the yellow bedchamber. The gentlemen, I'm sure, will prefer wine or brandy or coffee, and perhaps something a little more substantial and masculine than cakes. And we shall all meet at dinner.
Lady Davenham,
Freddy said, with the kind of charming, playful bow he was famed for,
so new to marriage, yet already the queen of hostesses.
Abby laughed. Damaris observed him thoughtfully. He was playing the frivolous fop again. Why? But Abby was tugging her toward the stairs, eager to catch up on all the news, and Damaris forgot to wonder. It was so lovely to see Abby again. Freddy pushed open the library door. Max was seated at a large oak desk, frowning over a mound of papers, making notes.
Yes, what is it? He said, not looking up. Strange thing for a man to be doing on his honeymoon, Freddy said. Freddy!
Max set down the pen and rose, smiling.
Where the devil did you spring from?
He moved toward Freddy, holding out his hand in greeting, then pulled up short.
Is there a problem? Has something happened to my aunt? Or the girls? No, nothing like that. They're all well, as far as I know, Freddy assured him. Mind you, haven't seen them for a couple of weeks. Well, Damaris is with me, but I'm sure Lady Beatrice and Jane and Daisy are well. Featherby keeps a pretty good eye on them. But I specifically asked you to. Max broke off. Did you say Damaris is with you? You brought her here from London? He frowned. With her maid, I assume. We came from Breckenridge, actually.
Freddy decided not to mention the lack of maid. Marriage seemed to have brought out an inconvenient moralistic streak in Max. He supposed being responsible for a pack of unmarried girls would do that to a man. It might even happen to him, but not yet. Breckenridge, your parents' place? Freddy nodded. Yes, introduced her to them. You introduced Damaris to your parents? Why? I thought you never went there if you could help it. I thought you were avoiding your mother because of the muffins. Freddy said airily, As a matter of fact, Damaris and I are betrothed. Max's jaw dropped. Betrothed? Good God! I don't believe it! He stared at Freddy for a moment, then laughed. You're serious? Oh, this is too good. The eternal rake, captured at last. He yanked on the bell pull. We must drink a toast to you both. If you must know, I did the capturing, Freddy said testily. Very beautiful girl, Damaris, but stubborn. Took me all my powers of address to convince her to accept me. Max laughed again. Good for her. You say she came here with you. Where is she then? Upstairs, talking with Abby. Sisters, you know. Girlish confidences and all that. You rang, my lord? The butler arrived with a tray containing a coffee pot and 2 cups, a plate of ham sandwiches, a couple of slices of cold pie, and half a roast chicken. To Max, he said, "Milady thought you might like some refreshments, my lord."
"Excellent," Max said. "The very thing. Only I think for this occasion we need—" He glanced at Freddy. "Brandy?"
Freddy nodded.
"Brandy, if you please, Prue."
"At once, my lord." The butler bowed and departed. Freddy inspected the tray of food and selected a chicken leg. Munching on it, he wandered over to the desk and glanced down at the correspondence.
"Business?" "Yes, blasted stuff mounted up while I was away."
Max cut himself a slice of pie.
"Don't know why Bartlett sent it here, though, when Flynn's in London, right under his nose." "Yes, but Flynn's not really the paperwork type, is he?" "I suppose not." "Is that a letter to Bartlett?"
Freddy pointed with the stripped chicken bone, then tossed it in the fire.
"Yes, I was just finishing it off. I want to catch the afternoon post."
"Can you pop in a message from me?" Freddy picked up a sandwich, ate it in 2 gulps, and took another one. He was surprisingly hungry.
"About your betrothal? Why not? Bartlett will be thrilled." "Not about my betrothal. It's about business." "Sort of."
Max gave him a quizzical look. "Tell him to let me know the minute he gets any word of the Liverpool lass."
"That's one of our ships. Why do you want to know?" "It doesn't matter. Just tell him to tell me at once. As a matter of utmost urgency." "Utmost urgency?"
Max frowned.
"The Liverpool lass trades mostly in China silk and spices. Is that what you're after? Because we might have something in the "I don't care about the cargo," Freddy said in a cold voice. "It's the captain I care about." "The captain? Why? What do you want with him?" "I'm going to kill him."
There was a short silence. Then somebody coughed. They looked up to see the butler in the doorway, holding a brandy decanter and 2 glasses. He looked a little shaken.
"Ah, the very thing," Max said, giving Freddy a meaning look. "Thank you, Prue, that will be all."
Max took the decanter and poured a generous slosh into each glass. He waited until the man had left, then handed Freddy a glass. They both drank, draining their glasses in one hit.
"You'd better explain," Max said, refilling the glasses. "Why do you want to kill the captain of the Liverpool lass?" "Long story. Private matter," Freddy told him. He had no intention of sharing Damaris's story with anyone, not even his oldest friend. She hadn't even told her sisters. "Just tell Bartlett to let me know the moment the Liverpool lass docks. Sooner, if he hears she's on her way."
Max gave him a thoughtful look, then went to the pile of correspondence. He sifted through it, then pulled out a paper which he checked. Then he nodded.
"I thought so. According to this, the Liverpool lass docked in London—"
He checked the date on the letter.
3 days ago." 3 days ago?
Freddy swore and set down his glass with a snap.
"I have to leave. At once. Make my apologies to Abby. Tell Damaris I was called away on urgent business, and for God's sake, don't tell her what I told you. She has no idea, and I don't want her upset. Look after her for me. I'll be back in a week or 2. Can I borrow one of your horses?"
Without waiting for an answer, he headed for the door. Max was after him in a flash. He grabbed him by the arm.
"Just hold on a moment. You can't just rush off like that, talking about killing a man with no explanation. What the devil's going on?"
Freddy wrenched his arm out of Max's grasp.
"No time to explain, even if I were free to. I have to leave now. Just tell Damaris I had to leave on urgent business." "Tell her yourself," Max said. "I'm coming with you."
He yanked on the bell pull.
"This is nothing to do with you."
Freddy was practically dancing with impatience. He needed to leave now. Ships only stayed in dock a few days, depending on their cargo and the sailing conditions. The Liverpool lass could sail at any moment, and that bastard would get away, free and clear, out of reach for another 6 months or more. Damn him.
"If you're planning to kill one of my captains, it is."
The door opened.
"Mr. Monckton Coombs and I have to go to London on urgent business," he told the butler, Tell my valet to pack a bag and order my curricle and team from the stables. We leave in half an hour."
"We leave at once," Freddy interrupted. "That swine could sail at any moment. And not the curricle,
Horses. We'll ride across country. It's quicker."
"Very well. We leave in 15 minutes then.
10, then," he said, seeing Freddy about to argue. "And Prule," he called as the butler hurried away, "where are the ladies?"
"Upstairs in the yellow sitting-room, my lord."
"We don't have time," Freddy began. "If you think I'm leaving without telling my wife the reason, a reason at least," Max amended, "for our unseemly departure, and without bidding her a proper goodbye, you're very much mistaken, and you damned well owe Damaris an explanation too. Or were you hoping to avoid that? Never took you for a coward, Freddy."
Freddy gritted his teeth. It wasn't so much that he was a coward, but that Damaris was too damned perceptive, not to mention argumentative, and stubborn. She'd try to wheedle the truth out of him, and damned if he was going to give her the opportunity.
"All right, I'll talk to her, but don't for God's sake tell her where we're going or why we're going. Just say it's urgent business, urgent company business."
Max gave him a hard look.
"All right, but I'm going to want an explanation."
Freddy nodded.
"All right, but you must swear never to reveal it to a soul."
"A fresh pot of tea, please, Prule," Abby said as she and Damaris returned to the cosy little upstairs sitting-room. "This is stone cold." Prule took the tea tray out. Abby plumped down into an overstuffed armchair in front of the fire. My, what a whirlwind departure! What do you suppose this urgent business can be? Max didn't seem the slightest bit discomposed when he glanced through the pile of letters last night. It must have been a message that just came in. She passed Damaris a plate of pretty little iced cakes, filled with cream. "Cake?" Damaris took one absently and placed it on her plate. Something was up, and she felt certain from the way Freddy had alternatively not met her gaze and later pointedly looked at her, as he assured her it might be urgent but it wasn't really all that important, that something was wrong. Urgent but not important? What kind of a ridiculous statement was that? And yet when she'd asked him, he'd been all vague and said it was something to do with Max's business, and that she mustn't worry. He'd be back in a week or two. She must enjoy her time with Abby. They should go and look at her new cottage, see that all was progressing well. Not that she'd be living there now, of course, but it was still hers to do with what she wanted. And then he'd kissed her, on the hand, and rushed off, and had ridden away on horseback, all the way to London. "I don't know what's going on," she told Abby, but Freddy was certainly lying through his teeth. "Max was too," Abby said. "I wasn't going to say anything, but if you noticed it too." When Prule returned with a fresh pot of tea, Abby asked him, "Did Lord Davenham receive an urgent letter in the last hour or so?"
"No, milady."
"Then what caused him to rush off like that?"
Prule assumed a blank expression. "I'm sure I wouldn't know, milady."
Abby glanced at Damaris, her brows lifted in a silent question. Damaris nodded. The butler knew more than he was telling. "I'm sure you would, Prule," Abby said crisply. "So tell us what you know." The butler shifted uncomfortably and glanced at Damaris.
"I apprehend it was Mr. Monckton Coombs who had the urgent need to go to London, milady."
Damaris frowned. "But why? Who would write to him here? I'd swear he wasn't thinking of rushing off to London when we arrived." She looked at Abby, who shrugged. They both looked at Prule, who did his best to look ignorant instead of troubled and slightly guilty. "What else do you know, Prule?" Abby said.
He sighed. "Well, milady, I did happen to overhear, just by accident, you understand. I was bringing in the brandy at the time."
"Yes, of course. Just tell us, please."
"I did happen to hear his lordship say," he swallowed, "something about Mr. Monckton Coombs planning to kill someone."
"Who?" one of his lordship's sea captains. Damaris froze. Is the Liverpool lass in port? Proul nodded. That was the name I heard, miss. It was on the shipping reports that his lordship had been reading. Oh, my God, so that's it. Damaris jumped up, knocking the little table beside her chair and overturning the cup of tea. It splashed her dress and dripped down on the carpet unheeded. She started pacing anxiously. I have to stop him. He'll be killed. The fool. The mad fool. I don't understand, Abby said. Who is this captain, and why would Freddy want to kill him? He'll be killed, Damaris muttered, wringing her hands frenziedly. The captain is bigger, stronger, and more cunning. And if he isn't killed, if by some miracle he survives, he'll be hanged for murder. I've got to stop him. She looked at Abby. I have to go after them. I have to stop this. Abby stood and caught Damaris's restlessly twisting hands. I haven't the least idea what any of this is about, she said calmly. But if you're sure we need to follow them, then of course we will. Proul, order our fastest travelling carriage and tell Higgins, he's the coachman, this to Damaris, it is of the utmost urgency. Tell my maid to pack only what we will need for the journey. We won't have time to stop at any inns, Damaris said, only to change horses. Abby nodded. The bare necessities, and some food and drink. We leave as soon as possible. Sooner, Damaris said, and Proul, she added as the butler hurried toward the door, please ask the cook if she has any ginger. I'll want all she has, a whole root if that's possible. Ginger? Abby asked. Whatever for? Later, Damaris said tersely. The carriage swayed and bounced as they crossed Hounslow Heath. London lay a few hours away. They'd impressed on Higgins the urgency of speed, and he'd pushed the horses to go as fast as they could. He'd even sent a lad ahead on horseback to arrange for a change of horses to be ready at each stopping point. They'd made good time, but would it be enough? Damaris clung to the leather straps hanging from the roof of the carriage and chewed grimly on slices of fresh ginger. It seemed to help. She hadn't thrown up yet. Over and over her thoughts churned as she fretted. Freddy was doing this for her, because of what she'd told him, because he was ridiculously gallant. And because they were betrothed, he now felt responsible for defending her honour. Her honour? What did her honour matter when his life was at stake? It was all in the past anyway. What good would killing Captain Sloane do? Not that she believed for one moment Freddy would kill him. Captain Sloane was a powerful man and a cunning fighter. He'd fought pirates and won. Freddy was elegant and funny and charming, and he didn't stand a chance. The fool! The mad fool! Don't look so worried. Abby leaned forward and put a hand on Damaris's knee. It will be all right. Have faith. Even if we don't get there in time, my Max is with your Freddy, and he won't let anything terrible happen. Damaris hoped she was right, but she didn't have the faith in Max's infallibility that Abby had. Max was Abby's hero, not Damaris's. She'd told the whole story to Abby. Was it yesterday? They'd driven through the night, but she hadn't slept a wink, and the whole journey was a blur. Abby had listened with compassion, and she hadn't responded with pity or horror, or even the faintest hint of reproach for keeping it a secret for so long. Instead, she'd taken Damaris's hands in a comforting hold and said simply, "You're a brave girl, Damaris, and it's all going to work out. Don't worry. You've survived so much. It's your turn to be happy now." Life didn't work like that, Damaris knew, but she felt comforted anyway. She was very grateful Abby had come with her. Max is a lucky man, Damaris had told her. Abby had smiled. I'm the lucky one. Oh, Damaris, I never knew such happiness could exist. Damaris had tried to smile, but it must have come out a bit bleak, for Abby had said, "Oh, don't look like that, love. You will find such happiness with your Freddy. I'm certain of it." Abby caught her eye now and smiled. That ginger seems to be doing the trick. It is. I must say, Mr. Monkton Coombs certainly seems to have changed for the better. Abby was trying to lift her spirits. Again. For her sake, Damaris tried to look more cheerful. Worrying fruitlessly over a situation that was out of her hands helped nobody. For the better? Well, when I first met him he was a rake with a known aversion to marriage, and here he is now betrothed to you. That's a sign of maturity for a start, and he couldn't have made a better choice. Damaris couldn't help but smile. You wouldn't be a wee bit biased by any chance? Nonsense, Abby said, her eyes dancing. I'm becoming fonder of him by the minute. I've always thought him handsome and charming and very entertaining, but what you've told me has revealed depths in Mr. Monkton Coombs I would never have suspected. She sighed. And riding ventre à terre to defend your honour is very romantic, you have to admit. Damaris didn't have to admit anything of the sort. It isn't romantic. It's insane. Neither Freddy nor Abby knew what Freddy would be up against if he tried to fight Captain Sloane. She prayed his ship had already sailed. She didn't care what happened to Captain Sloane. All she cared about was Freddy. She should never have told him her story, never have agreed to a sham betrothal in the first place, and even having done so, because she could not regret the cottage, even if she ought to, she should never have let him talk her into making their betrothal real. She should have stuck to her guns. She shouldn't have explained to him why she was an unsuitable wife for him, and she sure as goodness should not have made love with him, no matter that it was the most wonderful experience of her life. She should have just done the honourable thing and told him no, and no, and no, until he gave up. But because she was selfish, because she wanted him, because she loved him, and because he offered her everything she'd ever dreamed of, except his heart, she'd gone along with his proposal, greedily, selfishly. And now, never mind his heart, he was going to risk his life in some mad, gallant quest to restore her lost honour. If he died, it would be all her fault. She stared out of the coach window and sent up a prayer, no less intense or heartfelt for being silent. Just let him be safe, she prayed. Spare his life. Don't let him be killed or badly wounded or hanged, and I will do the right thing. I will give him up. I'll go back to Davenham and live in my little cottage, and I promise, oh, I promise, I'll never ask for anything again. Just let him be safe. She closed her eyes, and an image of Captain Sloane came to her mind, big, tough, and devious. Oh, God! Freddy didn't stand a chance. She clung to the leather strap, chewed doggedly on her ginger root, and prayed. Again. Chapter 24. Her heart did whisper that he had done it for her. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Freddy and Max headed straight to the docks. They were dirty, unshaven, hungry and tired, but Freddy refused to waste a moment. They'd ridden through the night, making God only knew how many changes of horse. They dismounted, and he handed the reins to a sharp-faced little wharf rat and tossed him a coin. While Max told the urchin to take care of the horses and give them a drink, and there'd be another tanner for him when they returned, Freddy scanned the docks. They teemed with men, stevedores, and labourers, carrying all sorts of exotic goods. And above all the hubbub, dozens of masts, gently swaying. So many ships. Damn it! "Whereabouts?" Freddy asked. Max shook his head. "Could be anywhere." "We'd best split up, then," Freddy told him. "I'll go this way, you go that." He started off, but Max grabbed his arm. "All right, but when you find the ship, come and get me. Don't tackle him alone." "I want the bastard." Max grabbed his arm again. "I know, but he's a tough bastard. Don't fight him, Freddy.
especially on his home territory. We can have him arrested."
Freddy shook off Max's hold.
"Arrested? He's going to suffer for what he's done. I want his blood." "He won't fight like a gentleman," Max warned. "He'll fight hard and dirty." "Of course, he's complete scum."
They went their separate ways. Freddy ran from ship to ship until finally he saw it, the Liverpool Lass. Its crew, if he recognised the signs, was in the final throes of preparation for departure on the next tide. He headed for the gangplank.
"I have business with Captain Sloane," he said when a seaman stopped him.
The seaman gave Freddy an assessing glance that took in his muddy boots, stained buckskins and unshaven face, but Freddy's accent and air of assurance must have tipped the balance, for he jerked his chin and stepped back to let Freddy pass.
"Captain's in his cabin,"
he said, and jerked his chin to indicate the direction. Freddy found the man in a spacious cabin, bending over some papers spread out on the table. He looked up and scowled.
"Who the devil are you?"
"My name doesn't matter," Freddy said, stepping into the cabin and closing the door behind him. The coach pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. "I don't understand," Damaris said. "We must be almost there. We've just come off the turnpike." She pointed. "There's Hyde Park, which means we're now on Oxford Street, so why have we stopped?" Abby shook her head. At that moment, Higgins swung down from the driver's seat.
"Where to, miss?"
"The docks," Damaris said. "We told you that before."
"Yes, miss, but which docks?"
Damaris and Abby looked at each other. "Which docks?" Damaris repeated. "The ones where the ships go." Higgins gave a weary smile. He'd driven through the night and swayed slightly on his feet, clearly exhausted.
"There are a dozen different docks in London, miss. It's not like a port where the ships is all in one spot. It's a river. Different ships use different docks."
Damaris stared, appalled. After all this trouble, this long, desperate chase, and now they were in London and they didn't know which docks. "The ships that come from China," she said desperately. "Isn't there a place for them?" Higgins shook his head.
"Depends, miss. Could be Wapping. Could be down past Tower Bridge. Could be the Pool of London, or any part of the Docklands."
Damaris turned to Abby. "Do you know which docks to go to?" Abby shook her head again. "Then what will we do?" Damaris bit her lip, ready to burst into tears. Only she couldn't. She had to find Freddy. "Maybe Featherby would know," Abby suggested. "He knows just about everything." "Yes, Featherby, of course." Damaris pounced on the idea. To Higgins, she said, "Take us to Lady Beatrice's house on Berkeley Square. Down there." She pointed.
"Yes, miss."
Higgins climbed back up to the driver's seat, and the travelling coach moved on. In a few minutes, they'd pulled up in front of Lady Beatrice's house. Damaris couldn't wait for the carriage steps to be put down. She jumped out of the coach, hurried up the front steps, and pulled hard on the bell, setting the bell inside jangling loudly. After several long, agonizing minutes, the door opened.
"Miss Damaris!"
Featherby exclaimed in surprise. He looked past her, and his face was immediately wreathed in smiles.
"Lady Davenham!"
He greeted Abby with delight.
"Welcome home, my lady."
Damaris interrupted the joyful reunion. "Featherby, where are the docks?" He looked down at her.
"Which docks, miss?"
"The ones where Freddy would go to if he wanted to see a ship that had come from China."
"I'm sorry, miss, I have no idea."
He turned back to Abby.
"We didn't expect you back so soon, my lady."
Damaris grabbed his sleeve. "What about Mr. Flynn? Is he here? He would know." Featherby shook his head.
"I'm sorry, miss, he went out this morning and won't be back before evening, he said."
"Abby!" a voice cried, and Jane came flying down the stairs and caught her sister in a hug that spun them around in a circle. "What are you doing here? Where is Max? How was the honeymoon?" "Abby! Daisy came running and joined in the excitement. Damaris stood frozen, taking none of it in. She'd failed him. To come all this way and then at the last minute not to know where the ship would dock. She'd landed on that very dock, no doubt, but she couldn't remember. She'd been carried ashore, tied hand and foot and wrapped in a blanket. She hadn't been able to see a thing. "Bartlett!" she exclaimed suddenly. "What about Bartlett, their man of affairs? We'll go to his office. He'll know."
"Go to the office of a man of affairs?" Lady Beatrice's voice floated down the stairs. "You will do nothing of the sort, young lady. It is not done."
"But I must," Damaris said. "It's a matter of life and death."
"Is it indeed? Then come up here, girl, and tell me what is going on that is so urgent."
Damaris hesitated, torn, but she didn't know where Bartlett's office was, and without Lady Beatrice's cooperation she wouldn't get any help in finding it, she knew. She hurried up the stairs and helped Lady Beatrice back into her sitting room. The others followed.
"Now, my dear, sit down beside me."
Lady Beatrice patted the seat beside her on the sofa.
"Featherby, tea and cakes, if you please."
Damaris curbed her impatience and sat. Featherby snapped his fingers to an unseen menial and stood by the doorway. They had no secrets from Featherby. He and his friend, their footman William, had been friends with the girls long before they'd even met Lady Beatrice.
"Now, my dear, tell me what's got you all in such a lather. It's not like my lovely, cool and calm Damaris."
Lady Beatrice's words, and the shrewd look that accompanied them, helped Damaris to compose herself. Lady Beatrice valued control in a lady. So, for that matter, did Damaris. She glanced at the clock on the overmantel, folded her hands in her lap, and having calmed herself somewhat, began. "Freddy has gone to kill a man, and it's all my fault, so I have to stop him." In measured words that got faster by the minute, she told her story, stopping every few seconds as Lady Beatrice interrupted her with questions or demanded clarification. When she finished, there was a long silence. She glanced at the clock and was shocked by how little the hands had moved. Every second wasted had felt like an age, but only 7 minutes had passed since she first sat down. "So, now, if you could give me the directions to Bartlett's office, I will go, and from there I should be able to find Freddy and stop him."
"You're not going anywhere," Lady Beatrice informed her. "I told you before, it's not done."
"What? But—"
"Foolish child, you're not thinking. Freddy is doing this for the sake of your reputation. If you turn up on the docks and demonstrate your involvement in this matter—" She glanced at Damaris's hair. "Especially looking like you've been up all night and dragged through a bush backward, you will cause a scandal, which is the very thing he's trying to prevent."
"But—"
Lady Beatrice held up her hand. "William will go. You will stay here."
"But—"
The old lady's finely plucked eyebrows arched. "Do you suggest that William is incapable of stopping a fight, after all the years he spent as a pugilist? That he would be less effective than one small, distraught female? No, of course not. Featherby, send William with all haste, and send the footman with him."
Featherby bowed, and William, who must have been listening from the corridor, poked his head around the door.
"I'll find him, Miss Damaris. Don't you worry. I won't let nothing happen to your Mr. Freddy."
He ran off. Damaris sat staring after him. Her mouth wobbled. Then she burst into tears. Lady Beatrice gathered her into her arms, murmuring, "There, there, my dear, have a good cry. It will do you the power of good." Over Damaris's head, she silently indicated to the others that they should leave her and Damaris alone. They filed out, obediently. Lady Beatrice let Damaris cry until she was all cried out. Then she handed her a wisp of lawn edged with lace, and told her to dry her eyes and tell her everything. Damaris did. She told her everything: the false betrothal, the cottage, the visit to Breckenridge House, and the dreadful things she'd said to Freddy's parents, and added with a sob and a hiccup that they'd deserved every word. She told her about the flood and being marooned, and how Freddy had said that having compromised her he would marry her. She told the old lady about how she had had to leave China, and how Captain Sloane had tricked her and forced her to... "I understand, child." Lady Beatrice patted her hand. "It's why you never wanted to marry." Damaris had nodded and confessed that Freddy had learned Captain Sloane's ship was in port, and that Freddy had gone after him for revenge on her behalf. "Now hush, and no more tears, if you please," Lady Beatrice said with brisk kindness. "We shall not dwell on things we have no control over, and there is no point talking about them. What I am interested in discussing, however, is your apparent conviction that you cannot marry the boy." "Well, of course I can't," Damaris said, scrubbing at a few disobedient tears. She explained all the reasons why she couldn't marry Freddy Monckton Coombs, why it would be selfish and greedy of her to do so, how marrying her would be bad for him, all the reasons she'd turned over and over in her mind all the way to London. No lawyer could have presented a case better. It was very depressing. When she'd finished, there was a short silence. Then, "Pish-tush! All these shoulds and oughts and what other people might thinks. I have no patience with them. The question is, what do you want, my girl?" Damaris bit her lip and said nothing. "Do you love him, child?" Damaris's face crumpled. "More than anything." "Then for goodness sake, marry the boy." "But—" "Pish-tush, you've told me all that, as if any of that will matter to Freddy once he gets you in his bed. Oh-ho! I gather from that blush that he already has. Was it horrid?" "No. Wonderful," Damaris said tragically. "Thought it would be. Rakes usually do make good lovers. Give me a man who knows his way around a woman's body any day." She glanced at Damaris's face and chuckled. "Don't look at me like that, girl. I may be old, but I'm not dead. Such a pretty colour you go when you blush. I was always a beetroot as a girl. I haven't blushed in years, thank God. Not that I've had anything to blush about. More's the pity." By the end of that speech, Damaris was almost laughing. The old lady gave her an approving look. "That's better. Not such a miserable Maud now, are you?" "No, but—" Lady Beatrice heaved a gusty sigh. "Out with it, girl. What's the real issue?" "He doesn't love me." "Good God, what does that matter?" She eyed Damaris shrewdly. "But I see to you it does." She sniffed. "Well, I can't speak for the boy, but it seems to me that a man who's reached the age of 28 and managed to avoid every lure and marriage trap the eligible misses of the ton and their mammas can devise wouldn't offer marriage to a girl unless he was willing. And that's a start. Add to that his rushing off to confront this captain of yours." "He's not my captain," Damaris flashed. "You know what I mean." The old lady waved an impatient hand. "But men, being creatures of action, will sometimes go off to slay dragons for their ladies and expect us to understand." She paused to let that sink in. Damaris gave her a troubled look. It was all so confusing. "Oh, pish-tush, just marry the boy and have done with it. Love can grow in marriage. If you don't marry him, you'll never find out whether he's got it in him to love you. And if he doesn't, well, a girl could do worse than marry a handsome young man who's rich and kind and good in bed. Besides," she poked Damaris on the arm with a bony claw, "if you don't marry the boy, some ambitious female will snap him up for herself. Someone who doesn't love him. And where would he be then, eh?" Damaris blinked. She hadn't thought of that. She thought about the girls in the park who'd all been pursuing him. They would make him positively dreadful wives.
Have a little more faith in yourself, my dear. You have beauty, spirit, and courage. But most of all, you must believe in yourself." Lady Beatrice patted her arm. "Now, go off and have a bath. If your Freddy survives his encounter with the captain, oh, don't look like that. He will. I'm certain of it. But when he comes here, would you rather greet him looking like a drowned rat, or like a fresh and beautiful young lady?" Damaris hesitated, and the old lady gave her a push. "Get along with you, girl. You can worry about the boy just as well, wet or dry." There was no answer to that. Damaris went off to have her bath. The hot, fragrant bath water had a soothing effect. Damaris soaped herself absently, turning Lady Beatrice's words over in her mind. "If you don't marry the boy, some ambitious female will snap him up for herself, someone who doesn't love him." He needed to be loved, that man, that kind, honourable, proud man. And the little boy inside him who'd blamed himself so terribly for his brother's accident, and who'd been cut off from his family because of it. That little boy hadn't known love since. Love was the one thing Damaris had plenty of, the one thing she could offer him. Each time he looked at her, smiled at her, gave her that sleepy-eyed, wicked, come-to-bed look, she felt like she could burst from all the love that swelled inside her, and the longer she knew him, the more her love for him grew. Lady Beatrice was right. It didn't matter if Freddy Monckton Coombs didn't love her. He needed to be loved. And that was what mattered. Believe in yourself. She would try. "You've got damned cheek, marching into my cabin on my ship," Captain Sloane growled. "I have a bone to pick with you," Freddy said. "Spit it out." "It's about illegal cargo. Something you didn't list in the ship's manifest." Sloane stiffened, and his gaze went to the door as if to check nobody could hear. "I don't know what you mean." The look on his face suggested otherwise. "Slavery is illegal in England." The man's brows shot up. "Slavery?" He snorted. "I've never kept a slave in my life. You don't know what you're talking about." "Bringing girls into England and selling them into brothels is slavery," Freddy said silkily. Sloane's eyes narrowed. "Those girls knew what they were in for." Those girls. So Damaris wasn't the first. "I'm talking about an English girl," Freddy said, with ice in each word. "A girl who you found stranded in China." "She made the same bargain as the others," Sloane said dismissively. "Come here to talk about a whore, have you?" At those words, Freddy snapped. He launched himself across the cabin and punched Sloane with all his pent-up rage, a savage blow to the jaw that connected with a loud crack. The man staggered back. Freddy followed, going for his throat. Sloane twisted away and shoved him back. He made as if to throw a punch at Freddy, but at the last instant Freddy saw the blade that gleamed in his fist. He dodged, but it was a close call. The blade slashed through the fabric of his shirt. "Come unarmed, did you, pretty boy? Bad mistake." Grinning nastily, Sloane feinted with the blade. Snap! Freddy kicked the knife out of Sloane's hand. It went clattering across the cabin and slid under the table. Sloane snarled in wordless anger. "I don't need to be armed to kill you, Sloane," Freddy said softly. He was more furious than he'd ever been in his life, but he was cold and he was focused. Sloane sneered. "Think I'm scared of a gentleman?" Freddy came at Sloane again. He hit him once, twice. Sloane returned each blow. He punched Sloane in the eye. Sloane kicked him on the shin and followed it up with 2 sharp successive blows to the head. His ears ringing,
Freddy managed a short left hook to the man's head, followed by a hard blow to the belly. Sloane, gasping, fell back. For a few seconds they stood, panting, eyeing each other. Then Sloane rushed him, grabbing him in a headlock and raining punches to the side of his head. They swayed, locked together. The man's hot, fetid breath made Freddy want to gag. He got a hand free and landed a punch to the throat. At the same time, Sloane kneed him savagely in the balls, but Freddy was expecting it and, twisting, collected the blow on the hip instead. They staggered apart. Sloane recovered first, with a heavy punch to the chest, followed by a blow to the face. Blood spurted from Freddy's nose. Freddy, gasping for breath and with blood streaming down his face, managed a sharp left to the man's chin. His head snapped back, and Freddy followed it with a punishing right into the solar plexus. The man sagged. Freddy punched him hard in the face. Again, they staggered apart, reeling a little. Regrouping. Sloane swore, spat, and a blackened tooth rolled across the floor. His breath was coming in loud gasps. Freddy's, too, was rasping out of his chest. He could taste his own blood.
"All right, I give up,"
Sloane wheezed. He held out his hand as if to shake on it. Freddy frowned. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Sloane hadn't been nearly punished enough. But the man was offering truce, blast him. He hesitated, and in that moment, Sloane rushed him, head down like a bull, and butted him hard in the stomach. Freddy went down, all breath knocked from his body. Sloane started kicking him, going for the gut, the balls, the kidneys. Blows pounded into Freddy. Twisting, writhing, trying to avoid each kick and gasping fruitlessly for breath, Freddy managed to catch a booted foot in 2 hands. He heaved, and Sloane went crashing backward to the floor. Freddy's breath came back in a rush, and, as Sloane scrambled to his feet, Freddy hit him. A huge, powerful blow that connected so hard the man went flying backward across the cabin and hit the floor again. Pain reverberated all down Freddy's arm, but it was satisfying pain. Sloane would be hurting more. He looked. Sloane, in fact, wasn't moving. Was he dead? At that moment, the door flew open and Max burst in, followed by Flynn.
"You damned fool! You've killed him already!"
Max exclaimed. Flynn bent to examine the captain.
"He's still breathing." "I can fix that,"
Freddy said.
"Stop right there," Max ordered, adding, "If you don't mind, I'd rather my oldest friend wasn't tried for murder, or have to flee abroad to escape the trial."
Freddy glowered at the unconscious man, unrepentant. He itched to finish the job.
Max added, "And I'm sure Damaris would love life as an exile. Again."
His words acted like a bucket of cold water dashed in Freddy's face. This affair mustn't touch her in the least. Freddy looked down at Sloane. The haze of fury cleared. His breathing slowed. It was finished.
"Bind his hands and feet." "He's in no fit state to—" Max began. "Bind them."
Freddy wasn't afraid of more dirty tricks. Damaris had left this ship helpless, bound hand and foot. So would the captain. Flynn found some rope and swiftly tied the man's hands and feet.
"What are you going to do with him?"
Freddy gave a careless shrug, ignoring the pain as he did so.
"We have several choices, but the best is that he will hang for bringing girls into England and selling them to a brothel against their will." "Girls?" Max repeated.
Freddy nodded.
"Turns out it wasn't the first time he'd played that filthy trick."
He turned to Flynn.
"I suspect you'll find a dozen other crimes he's committed. Certainly his expression when I first confronted him suggested he was expecting quite different accusations. I'm certain he's been cheating you, Flynn. Check the records. Talk to the crew. You'll find all the evidence we need to hang him, I'm sure. Pity you can't hang a man more than once."
"We could try,"
Max growled. "It might be entertaining," Flynn said with a cold smile. "It might," Freddy agreed, "but I have it in mind to leave him to the tender mercies of British justice." Max nodded. "Imprisonment, trial, and hanging." "Exactly." At that point the door flew open again. Freddy stared. Lady Beatrice's giant footman. What the hell was he doing here? Two slightly smaller but still large footmen in livery followed him in. The cabin was getting decidedly crowded. Max was the first to speak. "William, what is it?" William bowed. "Lady Beatrice's compliments, my lord, but she thought Mr. Monckton Coombs might need some help." "She what?" Freddy exclaimed. "How the devil could she possibly know that? She doesn't even know I'm in London." "Begging your pardon, sir, but Miss Damaris told her." "Miss Damaris? But she's in Devon, at Davenham Hall." "I'm sorry to contradict you, sir, but her and Miss Lady Davenham," he grinned at Max, "are with Lady Beatrice in Berkeley Square at this very moment." "Good God! She must have travelled all night," Freddy exclaimed. "She'll be sick as a dog." William continued. "Miss Damaris was in a devil of a state, sir, fretting about you being killed, but it looks like she needn't have worried." But Freddy had gone, closely followed by Max. William cast a knowledgeable eye over the unconscious Sloane. "Looks like we missed a first-rate meal," he said wistfully. "Shame we arrived too late to help." "You can help now," Flynn told him. "Take this piece of rubbish to Bow Street with the compliments of Mr. No, with the compliments of Lord Davenham and myself, and tell them to hold him pending charges, capital charges." William grinned. "Very good, sir." "Wearing a hole in my parquetry floors won't make him get here any sooner," Lady Beatrice grumbled. "William left here an hour ago," Damaris said, continuing to pace. "Something's gone wrong. I just know it has." At that moment, the front doorbell rang. Damaris flew down the stairs and reached the last step as Freddy stepped inside. And, oh, the state of him! His face was covered in rising bruises, scrapes, and cuts. His nose looked crooked, with dried blood still crusting it, and one eye was purple and so swollen that it was the barest slit. He took a few limping steps forward, gave her a lopsided grin, and opened his arms. She flew into his embrace. "Oh, Freddy, Freddy, I've been so worried. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. You shouldn't have gone after him, and oh, look how he's hurt you. Are you very badly injured? Should we get a doctor?" She examined his injuries worriedly. "Oh, your eye! It looks so painful. What can I do? Oh, you foolish, foolish man going after him. I tried to find you to stop you, but I couldn't find the docks. I've been almost out of my mind with worry. I thought he'd kill you. I was certain of it. I thought I'd lost you forever." And she burst into tears. "Hush, hush, my poor girl. I'm perfectly all right, as you can see." He bent to kiss her, then pulled back as his split lip started to bleed again. "Oops. Sorry." "Your poor, poor face." She blotted the blood gently with a handkerchief. "Does it hurt dreadfully?" "Have I lost my good looks, then?" He tried to grin and winced instead. "It's nothing to joke about," she told him severely. "You could have been killed." She felt sick just thinking about it. She wanted to hug him and smother him with kisses. She also wanted to strangle him standing there with that foolish crooked grin, so battered and so cocky, and so beautiful and dear. "Freddy Monckton Coombs, while I'm delighted to see you in one piece, or as near as, if you're going to bleed, you can do it in private and not all over my front hall," Lady Beatrice said dryly. "Featherby, put our battered friend in the green bedchamber. Provide my niece with hot water, bandages, unguents, and whatever else she requires, and then leave them alone to get on with it." "You could have phrased that better, Aunt Bea," said Max, who had entered more quietly. but to no less of a welcome from Abby. "Get on with it." "Good day to you, Max. I am glad to see you at least don't look like an escapee from the morgue. As for getting on with it," she added with a mischievous gleam, "I phrase things as I see them. Now, come here and tell me about your honeymoon. Featherby, bring champagne to the drawing-room." She glanced again at Freddy, limping slowly up the stairs with Damaris wedged under his armpit, helping him. "Mr. Monckton Coombs will have brandy." "Thank you, Lady Beatrice," Freddy murmured as he passed her on the stairs. He winked at the old lady, and she gave him a brisk, approving nod in return. The bed in the green bedchamber was wide and soft. Damaris helped Freddy to it. He gave a little sigh of relief as he sank onto it. Damaris sat with him. She couldn't seem to stop touching him, to assure herself he was alive, safe. Battered, but safe. Featherby supervised as a series of maids brought hot water, bowls, cloths, bandages, and every kind of plaster known to man. He poured them each a brandy, leaving the decanter on a tray beside the bed. Freddy sipped it gingerly, wincing slightly as the liquor stung his cut lip. "Will that be all, miss?" "Thank you, Featherby," Damaris said, and the butler left, closing the door carefully behind him. "Thank God," Freddy said, and with a groan he sank sideways on the bed, taking Damaris down with him. "Are your injuries very bad? Should I fetch a doctor?" "No, I just need some tender, loving care." He slipped a hand behind her neck and very carefully kissed her. You taste of ginger." She eased back. "Sorry, I chewed rather a lot of it on the way here." She wanted to rain kisses all over him, but she feared hurting him. "So is it true you came in Max's travelling carriage?" She nodded, and his arm tightened around her. "You foolish girl, whatever possessed you to come all that way in a closed carriage? You must have felt wretched." "I felt wretched because I was worried sick about you," she retorted. "What madness possessed you to go after Sloane, Freddy?" "He needed to be dealt with." "Yes, but not by you. Not like this." She fetched the hot water, dipped a cloth in it, and very gently started tending his injuries. He lay supine, watching her face as she fussed over him. "I beat him, you know," he said after a while. "Beat him in a fair fight. As fair as a swine like that could understand. Gave him the thrashing he deserved." He closed his eyes, a faint smile on his face. "You shouldn't have even tried," she told him, trying to sound severe, but failing largely because there was a lump in her throat. Slaying dragons. Lady Beatrice was right. What if you'd been killed? He gave a slow half-smile. "This," he indicated his face with a vague gesture, "is nothing to what he looks like. He's in prison now. Won't ever bother you again. So now you can marry me." She took a deep breath. "Are you sure, Freddy?" One bright blue eye opened. The other tried to open and failed. "What do you mean, am I sure?" She moistened her lips anxiously. "You don't have to marry me." He frowned. "Don't I?" She swallowed. "Have faith, Damaris. I made a promise to God, you see, on the way here in the carriage. I promised that if he kept you safe, I would give you up." He sat up and stared at her a moment, glaring at her out of his one good eye. "Well, what sort of a stupid promise was that? What if I don't want to be given up, damn it? Promise to God!" He snorted. "No wonder I'm a Buddhist." "You are not." "I swear I will be if you keep making stupid promises to God." She thought of the fight he'd just had, how he must have felt meeting Captain Sloane, knowing what she'd done with him in that very cabin. "Are you certain, Freddy? You could marry anyone you wanted, any fresh young society girl.
untouched, pure. He gripped her by the shoulders.
I don't want a fresh young society girl. I want a wife who is also my friend as well as my lover, a woman who has already been tested by life and is the stronger and more admirable for it. Strong and good and pure.
Pure? She choked out.
Yes, pure. Pure of heart. A girl with a heart that is pure and untouched.
She looked away, blinking back tears. He captured her hands in his. His voice deepened.
Or perhaps your heart has been a little touched, dare I hope, by a worthless fellow who knows a gentleman should never press a lady, but who can't help it.
Can't help what? She whispered.
Hoping that you care for me. Praying, actually.
There was a long silence. She met his gaze for just a moment, but though her eyes shimmered with tears, he saw something that made him catch his breath. Of course I care for you, you foolish, wonderful man. More than care for you, I love you. His pulse leaped and he caught her to him.
I've been 7 different kinds of fool not to tell you sooner, haven't I?
Tell me what? She shouldn't care. She knew he'd gone out to slay dragons for her, that he'd shown it to her in so many ways, but she wanted the words, ached for the words. He stared at her in surprise, then gave a short laugh.
Ridiculous, isn't it, that I am so skilled in the many ways of making love, and yet when it comes to the real thing, the one true thing, I am a bumbling fool. I suppose because it matters so much.
The one true thing, she breathed.
He gave her a rueful look, and here I am blabbering on, drowning you with hundreds of words when I only need 3.
She trembled in his arms as she waited, breathless. Have faith, Damaris, have faith. And then he gave her the words she had longed to hear.
I love you, Damaris Tate. Damaris Chance. Damaris by any other name will smell as sweet, and I want to marry you and be your husband, your lover, your friend, and the father of your children. And that's the reason, the only reason I want to marry you, because I love you.
He kissed her, and then couldn't help saying it again because suddenly it was so easy to say.
I love you, Damaris. So marry me, and make me the happiest of men.
Oh, yes, Freddy, yes. And as she kissed him, he rolled her slowly back into the bed, the better to demonstrate his love.
Well?
Lady Beatrice asked softly. Featherby nodded.
They're asleep on the bed, m'lady. Good. Toss a blanket over them and let them sleep. They're both worn out. Apart from all the drama, with all this dashing about the country, neither one of them will have slept in days.
The old lady grinned.
And then they'll be thoroughly compromised under my roof, so let them try to wriggle out of that. I've had enough of their foolish shilly-shallying, if ever 2 people were made for each other.
She snorted as she stumped away on her cane.
Yes, m'lady.
Chapter 25. A man does not recover from such a devotion of the heart to such a woman. He ought not. He does not. Jane Austen. Persuasion.
Freddy paced restlessly about the room, picking things up and putting them down. I suppose it has to come to us all in the end. Getting married, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Max finished tying his neckcloth. The old ball and chain? That's right. Max gave the neckcloth arrangement a critical look. Never thought it would happen to me. Freddy picked up a ruby tie-pin and perused it. But you changed your mind. No, fate intervened, in the form of a flood that stranded us for 2 nights alone. After that, of course, I had to marry the girl. Naturally, you being the soul of honour in such matters. Max agreed sardonically. Well, yes, Freddy broke off, frowning. "Are you saying you don't believe me?" "That's right." Max carefully inserted a ruby pin in one of the folds of his neckcloth. "You're a fraud, Monkton Coombs." "A fraud?" Freddy repeated with as much indignation as he could muster. "Mm-hmm." Max adjusted the pin. "You can't wait to get married." Freddy tried but failed to keep the smile from his face. Max saw it and nodded. "Thought so. You fell for her the first time you saw her, that day I tricked you into entering Aunt Bea's drawing room. You stood there staring for fully half a minute, your jaw hanging. Can you blame me? There she was, sitting on a chaise longue, looking at me with those big brown eyes." Freddy sighed. "Who, my aunt?" "Damaris, you fool. And bang! The coup de foudre." "The coup de foudre," Freddy agreed. "Never believed it until then. But one glance, and I was done for. For a long time I thought you were avoiding the girl for all you were worth." "A man has his dignity," Freddy said obscurely. "Took me the devil's own cunning to reel her in, I should say. You have no idea of the stratagems I had to resort to, the places I had to go. Potteries." Max, in the process of donning his coat, slewed around to stare. "Potteries?" "Potteries," Freddy affirmed. "Damaris is the stubbornest little creature." Max decided not to pursue the pottery question. "But you got her in the end." "I did," Freddy said with satisfaction. He looked at Max and frowned. "Or I will, as soon as you've finished primping in front of that looking-glass. Damn it, Max, I don't want to be late for my own wedding. Can't you dress any faster?"
"Oh, Daisy, it's beautiful." Damaris gazed, misty-eyed, into the looking-glass. Abby, Jane, Daisy, and Lady Beatrice and several maids were gathered in Damaris's bedchamber, helping Damaris dress for her wedding. Freddy had applied for a special licence the day after he'd fought the captain, and had it not been for Lady Beatrice's interference, he would have married Damaris a bare 3 days later. Lady Beatrice had pointed out the flaw in that plan with an acid tongue. "By all means, if you wish to give the gossip-mongers enough fodder to suggest it took a good thrashing to force you into wedlock, go ahead. I'm sure Damaris won't mind being known as the female who finally trapped you." As a tactic, it was masterly. It was too close to the bone not to succeed. Nettled, Freddy had set the date for 10 days hence, and had taken himself out of town, he didn't tell Damaris where, to wait impatiently for his injuries, the visible ones at least, to heal. And now her wedding day had come. The dress Daisy had made for her was quite the loveliest dress Damaris had ever worn. Made of heavy cream silk, tied at the high waist with a blue satin ribbon, it flowed around her limbs like warm water, caressing them subtly. With a square-cut neck framing her face, it suited her, Damaris had to admit. And if it left quite a bit of her chest exposed, well, that was all the rage, and she had every intention of being as fashionable as Freddy. The trouble was... "Neck looks a bit bare," Lady Beatrice said, frowning. "Damn it, I should have bought you some pearls or something, or prompted Freddy to buy you pearls for your bride gift." "But I love what he gave me," Damaris said, picking up the cream silk velvet cloak Freddy had sent her 3 days earlier and rubbing her cheek against its thick softness. It was warm and elegant and luxuriant and ridiculously impractical, for which she loved it all the more. The hood was edged with soft white fur. "For my lovely winter bride, to keep her warm when I can't," his note had said. "Yes, it's very nice, but your neck is so bare." "You could wear my necklace," Abby said, reaching to undo the diamond and pearl necklace Max had given her for her bride gift. "No," said 4 voices at the same time. "Your wedding necklace is special and just for you," Damaris said firmly. "I don't think my neck looks too bare at all. I think it shows off Daisy's clever design beautifully." Just then there was a knock on the door. "Come," Lady Beatrice said. Featherby entered, carrying an oblong white leather box on a tray. He beamed at Damaris. "From Mr. Freddy." There was a card attached. She took her time opening it. She wanted to savour every moment of this day. On the card was written in Freddy's hand, "I'm told this makes an auspicious gift for a very special bride." Auspicious? An unusual word to use. She opened the box, pushed back the layer of fine red silk that covered the object within, red, the Chinese colour for good luck, and gasped. "What is it?" The others crowded around to see. "It's a necklace. White jade," she whispered. "It's very old, I think, and very valuable, and very, very special." A series of delicately carved oblongs linked with gold. The centerpiece of the necklace was a superbly carved intertwined Chinese dragon and phoenix. Over and above the delicate beauty of the piece was a layer of meaning that touched her to the core. She wondered if he knew what the dragon and the phoenix symbolized. On so many levels, the symbolism worked. Yin and yang, the dragon and the phoenix, complemented each other and symbolized blissful relations between husband and wife. She gave a little chuckle. As well as being a symbol of good luck, the dragon also represented power over water and floods. Did Freddy know that? He would claim it, she was sure. "You need to honour his flood by marrying me." And lastly, you could say that she was the phoenix, rising from the ashes of her past life. In every way she could think of, this necklace worked. He couldn't have found anything more perfect. "Put it on," Jane urged her. She lifted it to her neck and fastened it. There was a simultaneous sigh from all the watching females. "It's perfect," Abby said. "Couldn't be more perfect if I'd designed it for the dress myself," Daisy agreed. Jane examined the necklace curiously. "It's lovely, such intricate carving, and so unusual. It's you, Damaris." Lady Beatrice put up her lorgnette and scrutinized the necklace. "The boys surprised me. A very subtle, unusual, and lovely piece. Exactly right for you, Damaris, my dear. Now, are we ready? If that boy has to wait a moment longer, I suspect he'll explode." The carriage pulled up in front of St. George's in Hanover Square, and, seeing the couple waiting for her on the pavement outside the church, a cold hand clutched at Damaris's heart. It couldn't be. But it was. Lord and Lady Breckenridge, Freddy's parents, looking very grim. She stepped down from the carriage and turned to her sisters and Lady Beatrice. "Would you mind waiting here a moment? I won't be long." She hoped. As she approached, she pulled Freddy's velvet cloak around her protectively. Lord and Lady Breckenridge, seeing her, came forward. There was a long moment of silence as they looked at each other, wondering where to start. "Lord Breckenridge, Lady Breckenridge, how do you do?" Damaris said coolly, because politeness is the first defence. "We're not here to spoil your day," Lady Breckenridge said abruptly. "You're not?" Damaris said warily. Lord Breckenridge said stiffly, "We're here to wish you well." "And to apologise," his wife added. Damaris blinked. "Apologise?" "Yes, and thank you." "Thank me?" Lady Breckenridge moistened her lips and glanced at her husband. "You gave us a great deal to think about. We made some errors." "With your son, not me," Damaris told her. "I know." Lady Breckenridge laid a tentative arm on Damaris's gloved arm. "Will you allow us to attend your wedding?" "Allow? But of course you can." Lord Breckenridge said, "Frederick said we had to ask you, that it was your day." "He came down for his brother's memorial service," Lady Breckenridge said. "I'm glad," Damaris said simply. So she hadn't ruined everything. Did he tell you you had to apologise too? Lady Breckenridge shook her head.
No, that was my idea. What you said shocked us, but it also woke us up to the injustice we'd done our son, our living son. We'd like to try again.
Damaris considered her words. Freddy's parents were still quite prickly, but underneath the awkwardness they seemed sincere. She hoped they were anyway. If they meant it, really meant it, it would be a wonderful thing for Freddy. And if they didn't, what difference would it make? Besides, it was her wedding day and she wanted everyone to be happy. She gave Lady Breckenridge a warm smile. Of course, Freddy and I would love to have you at our wedding. You're his parents, aren't you? And he loves you. I will too if you give me a chance.
Oh, thank you, my dear,
Lady Breckenridge said, her voice suddenly husky.
Lord Breckenridge cleared his throat noisily and gave her a brisk nod. All finished, Lady Beatrice interrupted. Nice day for a wedding. Wind getting a bit fresh to be standing around, though, and there's a groom inside who'll be getting anxious. Breckenridge? Louisa? Coming?
Yes, of course. Lord and Lady Breckenridge entered the church with Lady Beatrice. Featherby, William, Damaris, Abby, Jane, and Daisy hurried into the vestibule and fussed for a few moments to ensure Damaris looked perfect. Then Jane and Daisy took their places inside. Damaris was having only one attendant, Abby, her matron of honour, whose husband was the best man. Then, at a signal from Flynn, the church organist played the opening chords, and Damaris stepped out onto the red carpet and began the long, slow walk down the aisle to where Freddy waited. The happy ending she'd never expected to have, never even dared to dream of. All her dreams were gathered here under this sacred roof today. A family who loved and accepted her, friends to wish her well, and, best of all, a man who loved her, who she loved with all her heart. Freddy Monckton Coombs. Chapter 26. It is such a happiness when good people get together. Jane Austen, Emma. Oh, this was such a good idea. I'm so glad we thought of it. Damaris was having the loveliest honeymoon, because Abby was planning a special first family Christmas at Davenham Hall. She and Freddy had decided to spend a little time exploring the England Damaris's mother had told her about. Then, after Christmas, he was taking her to Venice for what he called a proper honeymoon. She hadn't believed such happiness was possible, but she was bursting with it now, aglow with it, ending each day weak with love-making and with laughter, waking each morning with anticipation of what the day would bring. And with a kiss. And one kiss led to another, and then more love-making. She was awash with love and happiness. She leaned against her husband, her arm entwined through his. Life could get no better. The phaeton, Freddy had given her her own phaeton and pair as a wedding present, came to a crossroads, and Damaris gave a small cry of excitement and clutched his arm. There it is, Freddy. That's it. Mamma's village. It was the prettiest little village, a cluster of thatched, whitewashed houses set around the village green, and with a stream flowing through it under a pretty stone bridge. She felt a little teary. She'd heard so much about this place, the site of her mother's childhood and girlhood before she'd married Papa. She wondered if she could find the house Mamma had grown up in. All she knew was that it was on the outskirts of the village, on a hill overlooking a small lake, a handsome red-brick house that her grandfather had built. His hopes for a large family had come to naught. Mamma had been an only child, and all Damaris's relatives were long dead. Would anyone even remember her mother? "There's the churchyard," she said. "Can we stop and look? There might be—" some sign of my family. I would like to see my grandparents' grave." They got down, tied up the horses, and entered the churchyard through a lich gate smothered in the twisted grey vines of wisteria. It would be magnificent in spring. The graveyard was very pretty, tidily kept, with ancient stones softened by grass.
"What were their names again?" Freddy asked. "We'll split up and search."
"Howard. Charles and Mary Howard. My mother's name was Catherine." They searched, taking their time, reading the words on the headstones. So many stories, some tragic in their stark simplicity. An elderly lady was tending a grave, replacing dead rosemary with fresh, and weeding the surrounds. Damaris slipped quietly past her, glancing at the headstone. Her son, she thought from the dates. Poor lady.
"Damaris?" Freddy called.
"Yes?" Damaris and the old lady answered in unison. They turned and looked at each other in surprise.
"Don't tell me you're called Damaris too," the lady said.
Damaris nodded.
"How delightful," the lady said. "People are always saying what an unusual name it is. They rarely mean it's odd, of course. And though I do tell them it's from the Bible, they still think it's outlandish."
She smiled.
"Well, well, I've never met another Damaris."
"Damaris Monckton Coombs," she said, and held out her hand. The lady shook it.
"Damaris Lady Templeton."
She glanced at Freddy, who was threading his way toward them between the headstones.
"And that's your handsome husband, I suppose?"
"Yes." Damaris couldn't help but smile. "We are on our honeymoon."
"Oh, my dear, how delightful! Congratulations!"
She gave them a quizzical look.
"Is there any reason you're spending some of your honeymoon in a graveyard?"
Damaris laughed. "It does sound odd when you put it like that, but this was my mother's village. She died when I was 12, and this is my first visit. I thought I might be able to find the headstones of some relatives, maybe my grandparents."
"I've lived here all my life. Perhaps I could help you find them. What were their names?"
"Howard. Charles and Mary Howard." The lady turned a little pale and swayed. Damaris caught her and asked, "Are you all right?" The lady clutched her hand as if fearful of falling. Freddy came hurrying up.
"Is something wrong?"
"Oh, Freddy, this is Lady Templeton, and she's just been taken ill."
No, just a bit of a turn," Lady Templeton said. "I'm prone to them, a disadvantage of old age, I'm afraid. I'll be right as rain in a minute."
She held out her hand to Freddy. "How do you do, Mr. Monckton Coombs? Your wife was just telling me her mother was born here."
"Ma'am, are you sure you're all right? You're looking rather pale," Freddy asked.
He glanced around but could see no other carriage but their own.
"Can I offer you a lift?"
The lady hesitated. "I do feel so foolish, but yes, I think that would be best. I just live a step away up there on the hill." She pointed to a graceful Georgian house set in a pretty park. "It's not far, but a carriage would make it easier." "Thank you." Freddy and Damaris helped the lady into the carriage, and a few minutes later they pulled up in front of the house. It was as elegant as it had looked from the churchyard, fronted with Corinthian columns and with a sweeping vista to the village and beyond. "Please come in and take tea with me. No, I insist. You've been so kind. Besides—" She glanced at Damaris again. "I know my husband would wish to meet you." Damaris nodded. "Thank you, Lady Templeton. It's very kind of you. Are you sure you're well enough?"
"Oh, I'm well enough,"
Lady Templeton said in a voice that trembled just a little. They entered the house, and Lady Templeton led them to an elegant drawing-room with a large bay window.
"Tea and refreshments," Lady Templeton told her butler, "and ask Sir John to join us immediately. We have guests he will want to meet."
The colour had quite come back to her cheeks, and she seemed almost excited. Perhaps they didn't get many visitors, Damaris thought. A few moments later, a tall, distinguished-looking grey-haired man entered. He took one look at Damaris and blinked. He turned to his wife.
"Damaris? Our first name is not all we have in common," Lady Templeton said. "John, she is Catherine Howard's daughter." Sir John Templeton stared at Damaris.
"Oh, my God!"
he exclaimed in a whisper, and sat down abruptly on the nearest chair. "Catherine's daughter."
Damaris gave Freddy a mystified look. He frowned and rose to his feet.
"I think we'd better go."
"No!" Sir John and Lady Templeton exclaimed at once.
"Please don't. I'm sorry to be so mysterious," Lady Templeton said. "It's a little awkward to know quite where to begin. You see, we knew your mother very well, my dear. She was very dear to us."
She glanced at her husband. "Perhaps Martin's portrait?" He nodded and hurried from the room. Damaris and Freddy waited in silence. Sir John returned in a few minutes carrying a portrait. He turned it around and held it up in front of Damaris and Freddy. It was of a good-looking young man with dark hair and eyes and a lovely smile. Damaris smiled politely.
"You don't see it, do you?"
Lady Templeton said. She glanced at Freddy.
"Ah, but you do."
Damaris looked at her husband. He stared at the painting, and then at her. And then he kept looking from the painting to her.
"It's uncanny."
"What is?" Damaris asked. Sir John couldn't seem to take his eyes off her. She felt a little uncomfortable.
"The likeness."
Sir John Templeton nodded.
"She has his eyes, his smile, his warmth."
Puzzled, Damaris looked at the painting more closely. Yes, there was a strong resemblance between Lady Templeton and her son, but that was not so surprising, surely. I don't understand.
"My dear."
Lady Templeton sat down in the chair closest to her and took her hand.
"This may upset you to hear, but we believe you are our granddaughter."
Damaris frowned. How can that be possible?
"Your mother, Catherine, was engaged to be married to our son, Martin. They were very much in love. We loved her like a daughter. But just 2 weeks before they were to be married, Martin...
"He died," Sir John said gruffly. "Came off his horse and crashed into a stone wall. Broke his neck."
"I'm sorry to hear it, but what does—" "We think they anticipated their vows."
"Your mother became pregnant," Freddy said bluntly.
Lady Templeton nodded.
"We weren't sure. There were whispers. This is a village, after all, but your grandparents wouldn't let us see Catherine. In fact, she wasn't seen in the village again after Martin's funeral."
"What? Ever?" Damaris said.
"No. The first we heard was that she'd married a minister and moved out of the district. To tell the truth, we were hurt by what we thought was a rather too quick recovery from loving our son, so we made no attempt to contact her. We didn't know then that she was increasing."
"If she'd come to us, we would have taken her in, taken care of her and the child," Sir John said.
"Some years later, when your grandfather was dead, your grandmother told me about the child. Her husband had paid the man a handsome sum to marry her."
"Prided himself on his respectability, Charles Howard,"
Sir John interjected.
"The minister had apparently known she was pregnant by another man's child, but he didn't care."
He'd cared, Damaris thought. Papa had an austere and unforgiving nature that found fault with human frailty. He'd done his duty by her and her mother, but he hadn't been able to love them, or truly forgive her mother for her lapse. So many things she'd always wondered about now started to slip into place. It was such a relief to understand, finally.
And by the time we tracked her down, she and her husband had gone to China, taking their daughter with them. And so we lost all track of them. Of you."
"I didn't take after either of my parents," Damaris told Freddy, staring at the painting, "but I do look like him." Her father. Her real father. The man Mamma had loved, and who had loved Mamma. It all made sense now. Papa's coldness, his constant slurs on her mother's lack of morals, and the fact that he'd never really loved Damaris. He couldn't. He would have seen her as a child of sin, original sin. That was what he'd been talking about. At that realization, some of the misery and guilt she'd borne all her life slipped from her shoulders. So what if he didn't love her? He wasn't her father. This was her father. This smiling young man cut off in his prime. The man her mother, she now understood, had probably never stopped loving. Poor Mamma. "You don't mind knowing," Lady Templeton asked quietly, "that the man you thought was your father wasn't your real father?"
"It doesn't affect your legitimacy," Sir John said quickly. "You were born in wedlock, and nobody can prove otherwise."
"I don't mind," Damaris said softly. "I am very pleased to discover my real father and his parents." "Martin would have loved you," Lady Templeton said, as if reading her thoughts. "I came to this village looking for my relatives," Damaris said slowly, "only I thought I'd find them in the churchyard." "You did," Lady Templeton said with a little laugh, "but not all of us were dead."
"Perhaps you won't want to know us," Sir John said heavily. "We'll understand if that's the case. We're just glad to have met you."
"Oh, I'll want to know you," Damaris said, slipping from the chair and going to plant a kiss on the old man's cheek. She turned and embraced Lady Templeton. "I always wanted grandparents. Always."
"Oh, you sweet girl," Lady Templeton said, hugging her.
"Your Damaris looks just like my Damaris did when I married her," Sir John told Freddy. "Then it's good to know that my Damaris is only going to become more beautiful with age," Freddy said with a smile.
"Poor Mamma. She didn't have a very happy life, did she?"
"She had you, and I'm sure you made her very happy," Damaris's grandmother said.
Freddy leaned across and pulled Damaris to him.
"We'll just have to ensure her daughter has a very happy life, won't we?"
Damaris turned and smiled mistily at him. "I'll do my best." Epilogue. I must learn to brook being happier than I deserve. Jane Austen, Persuasion.
"Your sister is a glutton for punishment," Freddy commented as he helped Damaris over a stile. They were walking back to the cottage from Davenham House. Only a 15-minute walk from the main house, it was their own, very private retreat. Damaris adored it.
"Do you mean Abby? Why do you think that? She's having a wonderful time."
He feigned a shudder. "Getting everyone, all the family, under one roof for Christmas? It's madness. Max should have put his foot down."
"Max is enjoying it as much as Abby and I are, and so will the others when they get here." Damaris was loving every single thing about it. The excitement, the decorations, the baking, the rituals. All the things her mother had told her about English Christmases, but which she'd never experienced for herself.
"Thank God you wanted a cottage. Think if you'd asked for a diamond necklace that day. How useless would that be? Can't hide out from relatives in a diamond necklace."
She laughed. "You're a fraud, Freddy Monckton Coombs. You're enjoying it as much as any of us."
"I won't when my parents get here. Why on earth would she invite my parents?"
"Because you're part of the family now, and so, therefore, are they." Damaris had been delighted when Abby had told her Lord and Lady Breckenridge had accepted her invitation to come for Christmas. Little by little, the barriers were being whittled away.
Freddy grunted. "It's taking the notion of family to extremes."
He didn't mean it. Damaris knew he was as pleased as she was. He just hid it. He'd been hurt too many times to show his feelings openly. It would take time. Abby invited my grandparents, too. She gave a little skip. They were almost at the cottage. In the time Freddy had stayed away from London while his injuries faded, he hadn't just visited his parents. He'd come here and furnished her cottage for her. Thick rugs lined the floor. There was a large and comfortable bed, a cosy sofa, everything needed to keep them warm and comfortable. He'd stocked it with provisions, too, enough food and wine to last them through a blizzard. He'd even included a shelf of books just for her, getting Abby to give him a list of anything she thought Damaris might enjoy. He'd also included a box of paints, brushes, and an easel. That had touched her most of all. They walked up a small rise. This was the part of the walk home she liked best. The part where, from the top of the rise, she could see her lovely little white stone cottage, and beyond it the sweep of the sea. She never tired of the view. They reached the top, and she stopped, frowning. "What's that?" There was a sign over the front door. She couldn't quite read it. "Come on, let's run," Freddy said, and, grabbing her hand, he tugged her down the hill so they arrived at the front gate, laughing and breathless. Damaris stared at the sign. "Rune? You named our cottage Rune?" "Not me. You can blame that little she-troll from the pottery for that." Freddy's eyes were dancing, bluer than the sea. Damaris blinked at him in utter bewilderment. "Mrs. Jenkins? What has she to do with my cottage?" "She predicted it." "Predicted what? I don't understand." "That I'd lead you down the road to ruin." He opened the door, then swept her up into his arms. "And here we are." He carried her over the threshold. Laughing, they fell on the bed. "Rune Cottage. Was there ever such a name?" she said much later. She was sleepy and sated, and so happy she could burst. "We're never going to live it down." "Don't explain, then." She stroked his chest. "She was right, you know, Mrs. Jenkins." "In what way?" "You were a rake, and you did have your wicked way with me." "Ah, but I'm not a rake any more," he said, kissing her. "But I did seduce you. I probably deserve to be flogged." "Flogged?" She opened her eyes, shocked. "No one deserves to be flogged. It's a terrible punishment." She'd seen it done on board the ship. "Oh, I don't know. You could manage it, I'm sure." He darted a look at her from under his lashes, perhaps with a silken whip. "A silken?" "You could wear a corset." "A corset?" "One of those French ones, red with black lace, or white," he said, warming to the theme. "Pure virginal white in that lacy stuff with the holes." "Broderie anglaise?" "No, it's French, and you'd let your hair down, streaming over your not-quite-corseted breasts like a black, silken waterfall, and you'd stand over me with those long, glorious legs of yours, and—" She laughed. "You're incorrigible." "Yes, but you knew that when you married me. I need taking in hand." "Do you now?" she said, taking him very firmly in hand. He groaned in appreciation. "So you think you need to be punished?" she said thoughtfully. "Just treat me as I deserve," he said humbly. "I think I know a much more effective punishment," she purred, squeezing him gently. "What?" he moaned. "Nanny McBride," she said with a straight face. "His old nanny?" His eyes flew open. "Nanny McBride?" "I'm sure she'd be much better than I am at administering a good whipping. Yes, I can just see Nanny McBride in a red French corset with black lace." "Stop!" he roared. He shuddered. "That's an image that's going to stick in my mind forever. Horrible!" She laughed. You didn't really want me to whip you, did you?
No.
See, I've got your measure, Freddie Monkton Coombs.
He looked at where her fingers were wrapped around him and grinned.
Is that what they call it in China? By all means, take my measure. Do with it whatever you like. I'm all yours.
And he was. This concludes The Winter Bride by Anne Gracie. Narrated by Alison Larkin. Copyright 2014 by Anne Gracie. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with the Barclay Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Group USA LLC, a Penguin Random House company, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 8777 Tantor to request a catalogue.